Birds of a Fury, written by Annabel Chase, narrated by Jill Smith. Prologue. Two witches entered the cul-de-sac of Munster Close, their chunky black heels thumping on the sidewalk. They kept their heads bowed and tried to appear nonchalant as they passed a row of two-story houses on their way to the old Wentworth farmhouse. The homes weren't designed to look similar on this street. It was clear the land had been developed slowly, with the houses built across different decades. "Maybe we should ignore it," the younger witch said. Her face was concealed by a black hoodie, a fact she secretly resented. She'd discovered the perfect shade of lipstick this morning, a bright coral that accentuated her full lips, and she longed to show it off to the world. Perhaps later, once their business was finished here, she'd head over to the cheese wheel. She could think of a few regulars who would appreciate the result. "We cannot ignore it," the older witch snapped. Despite her lowered gaze, her long strides and straight spine suggested a woman of great confidence, which she was. "Is it really such a big deal?" Although the younger witch was beautiful in her own way, she lacked her mother's elegance and grace, and she knew it. The older witch cast a sideways glance at her. "We have an obligation, my dear." "To who?" "To whom?" her mother corrected her. The younger witch rolled her eyes and heaved an exasperated sigh. "Is it really necessary to correct my grammar at a time like this?" Adele LaRue remained fixed on the path ahead. "There's always time for a grammar lesson." "Why not leave this to the Federal Bureau of Magic? Isn't that the reason they have an outpost here? To deal with non-human problems?" "They're too smart for Paul Piddock. They'll simply cast a spell on him to wipe his memories or convince him of their innocence. You don't last as long as they have without being ruthless and cunning." They passed by the home of the White Wizard. The older witch contemplated knocking on his door and enlisting his aid. Husborn Crawley served on the supernatural town council with her. He ought to condemn the dark arts on his own street, but Adele knew not to expect much support from him. Crawley spent so much time straddling the fence, she was surprised the fleshy cheeks of his bottom didn't sport puncture wounds. "We don't know that they've hurt anyone," Rosalie said. Adele worried that her daughter's reluctance was due to indifference. She would rather the younger witch be too frightened to confront the trio. That would be the more appropriate response as far as Adele was concerned. Her gaze flicked to another house further along the street. Perhaps the Graces would join them. Aggie also sat on the Supernatural Council with them. She really should have planned better, but the energy shift took her by surprise. Rosalie must have had a similar thought, because she said, "The Graces live too close. The sisters won't risk upsetting them." Adele suspected she was right. They'd have to handle this on their own. She was a transplant from Louisiana with a long and difficult history. If anyone could handle the situation, it was a LaRue witch. With chins raised and shoulders squared, they approached the farmhouse and walked up the steps to the front porch. "Whatever you do, show no fear," Adele said, her voice pure steel. She rang the doorbell and waited. Stanley answered the door. Although the vengeance demon made her uncomfortable, she wasn't here for him. His activities tended to be outside the town borders and, thus, outside the council's jurisdiction. "Good afternoon, Stanley."
"Adele, Rosalie, what brings you here?"
His voice reminded Adele of a rumbling volcano on the verge of an eruption. She couldn't imagine what his marriage to Beatrice must be like. The two of them together seemed like a recipe for disaster. Not that anyone had asked her opinion. "I'm here to see your wife, if she's around." Adele knew the witch was around, and up to no good. Adele and Rosalie wouldn't be here otherwise. Stanley turned and barked his wife's name. Adele winced at the sound. If a man spoke to her in that tone, she'd have his bags packed and outside the door within the hour. She didn't understand how a woman as outspoken as Beatrice could put up with Stanley fury. Beatrice appeared behind her husband. Thick lashes lined her eyes, and the loose waves of her hair reminded Adele of a classic movie star. The witch's expression turned stony when she saw the two visitors on her front porch. "Adele, Rosalie, is it Girl Scout season already? You really ought to let the local girls sell their own cookies on this street. It's not like we'd do them any harm."
I'll take 2 boxes of Thin Mints,
Stanley boomed. Adele refrained from slapping him. "We're not here to sell cookies. May we come in? I'd rather not discuss business on the front porch." Beatrice flashed a cold smile. "Why don't you ladies come inside?" Stanley cleared a path for them. They followed Beatrice to the living room, where the other two troublemakers were seated on the sofa. The little boy, Anton, was nowhere to be seen, but the girl was on the floor in a black onesie with a skeleton design. She seemed to be playing with— "Does she have toads?" Rosalie asked. Beatrice glanced at the child as though she hadn't been aware anyone was there. "She's practicing her transformation spells." Rosalie's eyebrows lifted. "What is she trying to turn the toads into?" "Oh, no, she's already done the spell. Now she has to figure out how to change them back." Rosalie looked at her mother and gulped. "Well, well, if it isn't the Goody Two-Shoes Brigade." Esther Pritchard eyed them with disdain. "I'm surprised you made it all the way inside without needing your smelling salts." "We've come to see what you've done now," Adele said. No reason to skirt the issue. She'd much rather say her piece and get out. "What we've done?" Esther echoed. "What makes you think we've done anything?" Adele regarded her with an air of disappointment. "Come now, Esther. We could sense your activities from a mile away." "And whatever you did required a lot of juice," Rosalie added. Beatrice arched an eyebrow. "Jealous?" Adele laughed. "Of black magic? Do you think so little of us?" Beatrice's eyes glinted with anger. It was clear she recognized an insult when she heard one. "So, what's your plan, girls? Barge in here and put a stop to it? If that's the case, I don't think you've thought this through." Adele and Rosalie exchanged looks, as though debating whether or not that was the plan. "We're not doing anything that concerns you," Thora interjected. Esther's sister wasn't as vocal as the other two, but she seemed to be a willing accomplice. "Thora's right," Esther chimed in. "This is a private home, and what happens within these 4 walls is none of your concern." "I beg to differ." Adele surveyed the room, looking for evidence, but there was no sign of wrongdoing. No blood, no sacrifice, not even a foul-smelling herb. It had happened, though. Adele sensed it the way those dogs at the airport detected illegal substances, although she didn't like to compare herself with a trained animal. Her gaze drifted to the child on the floor. The girl had placed herself flat on her stomach for an eye-level view of the toads on the rug. She was so intent on the toads that she seemed oblivious to the visitors. Adele's breathing hitched as the realization slammed into her. She knew it the way she knew when a storm was imminent. The powerful energy she'd felt earlier wasn't the result of the wicked trio. "It's her." Beatrice moved to stand between the LaRue witches and her daughter. "You wouldn't want to get caught in the crossfire, Adele. Trust me." Thora rose to her feet. "You leave Eden alone. I'd suggest the same to you, Adele countered. She's only a child. Beatrice straightened. She's not only a child, she's a fury. One day she'll run supernatural circles around all of you. And to do that, she needs to practice, Esther said. Adele's gaze remained fixed on the child, who seemed to sense she was a topic of conversation, because she stared back at the witch with an unsettling intensity. Your daughter isn't a tool to be wielded for your own purposes, Adele said. There hasn't been a fury in generations, Beatrice shot back. She's to be our legacy. The toads exploded into two grown men, startling Adele. They surveyed the room, appearing dazed and confused. Eden burst into fits of laughter. Well done, Eden, Beatrice said. You get an extra cookie after dinner, Esther added. Eden clapped.
What happened?
One of the men asked. Beatrice flicked a finger and the men turned back into toads. She crossed her arms and leveled the visitors with a dark look. If you'd like to report the innocent activities of a child, be my guest. I can only imagine how your complaint will be received. Return these men to their proper states and send them home, and I won't pursue the matter. Adele made certain her voice remained calm and steady. You really ought to mind your own business, Beatrice said. Maybe if you had something else to focus on aside from your own misery. Adele's jaw clicked shut. We'll show ourselves out. Come along, Rosalie. Mother and daughter marched out of the house. Adele didn't dare glance over her shoulder for fear of being turned into a toad, or worse. That child is going to be a menace someday, Rosalie said as they walked down the steps of the front porch to safety. I'm not so sure. Karma has a funny way of showing up when we least expect it. Rosalie cast a sidelong glance at her. What's that supposed to mean? You saw what the kid can do. Imagine what she'll be capable of in a few years. Adele nodded. And imagine what might happen when she enters her teenage years. What then? Rosalie frowned. She'll be even stronger. What were you like as a teenager, my dear? Copying her mother's movements, Rosalie lifted her hood as they walked. Rebellious? Adele's lips curved into a smile. Exactly. A fury who rebels against her wicked parents? It would be disastrous for them. And she'd be an asset to the rest of us. Adele vowed then and there not to interfere with Eden's upbringing. It was best to watch and see how it played out. As unsettled as she'd been by the child's power, something told her to be patient. They reached the entrance to the cul-de-sac where Adele had parked the car. Rosalie hesitated next to the passenger side door. What if you're wrong? What if she grows up to be more powerful and dangerous than all of them? Adele glanced at the quiet street. Let's hope we need never find out. Chapter 1. A layer of frost covered the grass at Davenport Park, giving the entire area a lovely white sheen. Unfortunately, I was too focused on my wizard assistant to appreciate the view. Throw it, Neville! I waved my hands at the wizard. Sometimes my assistant was a little too cautious, like a toddler afraid to take that first step toward independence.
It's a magical bomb. One cannot simply throw a magical bomb.
If they can toss a ring into the fires of Mount Doom, you can toss that thing to me.
But the ring didn't explode,
Neville reminded me.
It melted, reclaimed by the very fires that forged it.
I splayed my hands. What's the alternative? Bury it? If you want me to defuse it, you have to throw it to me. Neville glanced at the device in his hand.
I don't care for this task.
They can't all be designed by you. Sometimes we have to tick the boxes we're given. I patted my chest. Aim for the target. Smack in the middle of my t-shirt was the image of an atom. Neville inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. My pulse raced. You can't throw with your eyes closed. Open them. His eyes popped open behind his glasses.
I don't want to see what happens next.
If you throw with your eyes closed, neither one of us will live to see what happens next. He threw the bomb. The shiny orb sailed through the air, forming a graceful arc before descending toward my chest. The wizard's aim was improving. I caught the colorful orb in the palms of my hands. I recognized the design from the Guide to Magical Bombs I was forced to review in order to complete this assignment for the bureaucrats at the Federal Bureau of Magic. They loved red tape the way Scooby and Shaggy loved snacks. The colors sparkled in the sunlight. I twisted the top of the orb and then the side. It was the type of bomb that reminded me of a Rubik's Cube. Yellow flashed to green. Red flashed to green. I kept turning and twisting until the entire orb shone green. Crisis averted. I tossed the orb to Neville, who promptly dropped it on the ground. It isn't a hot potato. The wizard crouched down to retrieve it.
I didn't drop it on purpose.
Can we be done? I want coffee.
You already had coffee.
I know, but I want a second cup. I'm only operating on fumes this morning.
Maybe you shouldn't have stayed up late with your paramour.
Ignoring him, I clapped my hands with enthusiasm. Come on, Neville. What's next? Let's get these boxes ticked.
A demon hunt. You know the drill. Identify and apprehend.
I pulled out my phone and opened the demon identification app that Neville had created. The wizard wagged a finger.
No electronics, Agent Fury.
I tapped the phone. But the app...
We must follow the rules for this assignment.
I rolled my eyes. This was the equivalent of not being able to use a calculator in math class. If calculators exist, why not be able to use them to make our lives easier and our math more accurate? Can't we fudge it? They won't know. Neville sucked in a breath.
Did I just hear Agent Eden Fury suggest breaking a rule? No, I must have misunderstood.
It's not like I proposed we complete the form without actually doing any of this. He was right, though. I tended to do things by the book, no matter how annoying.
Close enough.
I slipped the phone into my back pocket. Fine, let's go. He opened a brown pouch and blew golden dust in the air. A green-scaled demon appeared between us. His head was shaped like an ant's, and his body sported 6 appendages. 2 red eyes stared at me. Ooh, I know this one. It's the green goblin guy.
That isn't the proper identification.
I smacked my forehead. What does it matter? I know what he can do.
Identify and apprehend Agent Fury.
The green goblin took off. Thanks to the multiple legs, he was faster than he looked. I sprinted after him.
Remember his weaknesses,
Neville called after me. I racked my brain for green goblin fun facts. They can lift 10 times their body weight. This one thrives in a tropical rainforest climate, which he certainly wouldn't get in chipping Cheddar.
Males die 2 weeks after mating,
Neville yelled. I turned to glare at the wizard. What do you expect me to do with that information? The green goblin seemed to be heading for the river. Could he swim? I couldn't remember. I was so focused on catching the demon that I failed to see the woman in my path until I crashed into her. My nose throbbed from connecting with her shoulder. I'm so sorry, I said, rubbing my injured nose. The woman looked close to 50, with brown hair, a round face, and an extra 15 pounds around the middle. The padding was mostly disguised by a loud floral and striped tunic top worn over plain leggings. I noticed the fabric had faded around the knees. She wore a pair of black ankle boots with faux fur lining. What was that thing? She asked. You can see it? Of course. It's a Formica demon. I've never seen one in person before, only in books. I studied her. You're a witch? Yes, Emily Burdock. She offered her hand and I shook it. Agent Eden Fury with the Federal Bureau of Magic. Her eyes shone with excitement. Oh, wow! A real agent! I've only read about you too, yet here you are in the flesh. I glanced over her shoulder at the Formica demon. The creature stopped at the river and seemed to be uncertain whether to cross it. Are you in the middle of a case? She twisted to look at the demon. You are! How exciting! This is like stepping into an episode of CSI, Supernatural Edition. How did you get to be an agent? Now isn't a good time. I waved a hand in the direction of the demon. I'm kind of in the middle of something. And that something seemed to have disappeared. Great. She clasped her hands. Wait, I can help you. How? One of my special spells involves mimicking sounds.
That requires a spell?
Neville asked, joining us. If you want to be accurate, I've used it mostly as a party trick or to scare away potential burglars. She whispered a word and began to bark. Neville smiled in appreciation.
A Rottweiler.
Emily touched her nose and pointed at him.
What else can you do?
Neville asked eagerly. I pointed at the river. Neville, we're working. The wizard lowered his gaze to the ground.
Yes, of course.
Emily pursed her lips. I'm not aware of a sound that the Formica demon would fear, but I can draw him back here by mimicking the vibrations of the female. I gazed at the river beyond. Whatever you can do would be great, because I've completely lost sight of him.
Will the sound carry far enough?
Neville asked. Vibrations have impressive range, Emily assured him. She held up a finger and tightened her abdominal muscles as she prepared to produce the sound. It's much like singing. Same use of breathing and core muscles. Although I didn't feel the vibrations Marky Mark style, the sight of the Formica demon climbing the hill toward us told me the witch's efforts were successful. The demon continued toward us as though in a trance. Neville looked at her in awe.
I wish there was a sound I could make that would attract potential mates like that.
Emily pinched his cheek. You just keep that fresh-faced wonder, young man, and you'll land your dream woman in no time. Pink colored the wizard's cheeks. Thanks for your help, I said. No problem. It was the least I could do after knocking into you. I slapped a pair of magical handcuffs on the demon, and his form dissolved. Neville captured it in the brown pouch and pulled the straps closed. And here I thought I'd go for a leisurely walk and explore the area. Do you two do this every morning? Not every morning, I said. You mentioned exploring the area. Are you new in town? I am. I was living in Phoenix, but wanted a change. A few friends recommended this place for someone like me, so I thought I'd give it a try. We do get more than our fair share of supernaturals. I omitted the part about the dormant portal to Otherworld that attracted supernaturals here. Once upon a time, the portal functioned as a doorway between worlds, but not anymore. Despite the closure of the portal, Chipping Cheddar emanated magical energy the way Chris Hemsworth emanated masculinity. It helped that there was also a vortex nearby where multiple ley lines converged underground. Humans tended to avoid the vortex, as though even their dim senses recognized the area's strange power. How about your fair share of witches? Is there a local coven you'd recommend joining? There's no central organization. Most supers prefer to blend with the humans, so they avoid forming groups that would set them apart. Emily shook her head in disbelief. I can't believe you really work for the FBM. Gosh, that's fascinating. I would have loved an exciting career like that. It's not always a walk in the park, I joked. Do you think I could patrol with you one day? I've been interviewing for jobs, but I haven't found one yet, so I have plenty of time to spare.
Unfortunately, that would present a liability issue,
Neville interjected. I appreciate the offer, though, I added. I was grateful for Neville's quick thinking. I had enough trouble wrangling demons without the interference of an untrained civilian. Emily didn't bother to hide her disappointment. That's a shame. If it helps at all, I took karate lessons when I was younger. I'm sure I can remember some of the moves. She proceeded to kick a foot toward me, prompting a groan of pain. My low back. Oh, good grief. I need to stretch first. I don't do much karate on the job. No? What type of skills do you need for a job like that? I'm a fury, so my skills are a little different from yours. A fury? Wow. I don't know much about furies. Give me an example. Where to begin? I can invoke madness. Her eyes widened. Maybe I'm an undetected fury. My ex-husband told me I drove him mad all the time. I was beginning to sympathize with him. What else? She prompted. I have wings that let me fly. She gasped. Now I'm really jealous. If you're in the market for a dolphin, let me know. She mimicked the mammal's clicking sound. That's about the highlight of my skill set.
I thought you needed a spell to make the sounds,
Neville said. Some of them I've done so many times, I've learned how to perform them without magic. She winked. You should hear my howler monkey impression. I considered recording it to use as my mother's ringtone. The bark of an actual dog drew my attention to the slope of the hill where Chief Sawyer Fox sauntered toward us with a boxer in tow. Hey, cutie, I said. I looked at Sawyer. And hey to you, too.
This is Hans. He's up for adoption, so I thought I'd parade him around today. Get some eyeballs on him.
Emily Burdock, this is Chief Fox, I said. Emily fanned herself. And here I thought my hot flashes were over. Neville crouched to pet the dog.
He's a beauty. Well behaved, too,
Sawyer said.
His owner died unexpectedly, and there were no relatives able to take him.
Emily eyed the dog with a sympathetic expression. I wish I were in the market for a dog, but my cat wouldn't like it. She's 20 years old, and I don't want to upset her at her age. The cackle of the Wicked Witch from The Wizard of Oz erupted from my back pocket. I offered a sheepish grin. Sorry, I need to take this. I turned away and answered, I'm working, Mom. I don't care if you're halfway up Mount Olympus because you have a hot date with Zeus. I need you to come home this instant. I rolled my eyes. No woman in her right mind would have a date with Zeus. He's a sexual predator. Fine. I don't care if you're knee-deep in books at the library. You need to come home now. Is that better? I'm sure you can get someone else to open the jar of pickles or whatever the reason you need my man hands. This is more important than mayonnaise, Eden, she said. Something in her voice gave me pause. Fine, I'll be right there. Come alone. No humans or your bespectacled sidekick. I frowned. Come alone? Is this an intervention? Because if so, just get here now. My mother sounded ready to reach through the phone and throttle me. We have a situation. My gaze darted to the chief, who was too busy petting the dog to notice my sudden tension. Okay, see you in 5. Tucking the phone away, I forced a smile. My mom needs me to help with a project. Sawyer examined me closely.
And you've agreed?
I'd rather her ask me than try to use magic to do it herself. The risk for trouble increases exponentially. He gave me a funny look.
You sure you're okay, Eden?
My head bobbed emphatically. Absolutely. I pivoted to the middle-aged witch. Emily, it was nice to meet you.
I'll walk with you part way,
Sawyer offered. Once we were far enough away from the others, Sawyer leaned over and kissed my cheek.
Sorry, couldn't resist. I can do that now, right? In broad daylight for all the world to see?
My whole face warmed. You won't get any objection from me. The dog looked at me and barked. Sawyer laughed.
Looks like someone's jealous.
He rubbed the dog's head.
You've got nothing to worry about, Hans.
I'll catch up with you later, I said, and increased my pace. Maybe Hans didn't, but from the sound of my mother's voice, I sure as hell did. Chapter 2. My mother was pacing the front yard when I arrived. Her head snapped to attention as I exited the car. What took you so long? Did you stop for a mani-pedi? I instinctively glanced at my short, bare nails. You'd like that, wouldn't you? What's the emergency? Wordlessly, she crooked a finger, and I followed her through the gate and into the backyard. I broke the silence. Are we going to the barn? Not quite that far. I spotted the body halfway to the barn. I ventured closer and saw a man with brown hair, mid to late 20s, sprawled on his front. Judging by the hair on his arms, he had been on the verge of shifting when tragedy struck. I think I understand the situation. Sort of. My mother gazed at him with sympathy. So sad. Look at that physique. He was clearly in the prime of his life. Gods above. Leave it to my mother to lust over a dead man. Do you know him? Was he here for you? I didn't want to know the details, but I had to ask. She heaved a regretful sigh. No, but I wish he was. Those arms. She shivered. I'm pretty sure he could have pinned me to the wall with one hand tied behind his back. Sounds dangerous. She licked her lips. Deliciously dangerous. I closed my eyes. Mother, now isn't the time. Clearly not. He's dead. I pressed my lips together and said a silent prayer for strength. Did you see or hear anything? Not a peep. I was inside helping Aunt Thora prep the dough for the bread. I cut a glance at her. Helping or watching? I offered helpful tips from the sidelines. My mother's gaze flicked to the lemon grove across the yard. At least he didn't die over there. Aunt Thora would have had a coronary if someone tainted her precious lemons. Yes, because tainting her lemons would have been the real problem. I crouched down to examine the body and check for a pulse. He had a strong jawline and a thick head of brown hair. The back of his head was matted with blood. Definitely a werewolf and definitely dead. What happened to him? My mother asked. I don't know yet. Well, was he murdered or did he trip and fall? I said I don't know yet. I ground out, although the position of the body and the blood suggested foul play. She flicked a delicate hand in the direction of the body. You can't tell by looking at him? And here I thought you were supposed to be some kind of wunderkind. I ignored the jibe. How did you find him? My mother rarely ventured into the backyard unless she was burying or resurrecting Grandma. I was walking to the barn to see you. Now that was suspicious. I resumed an upright position and looked at her. You were coming to see me. I didn't realize you weren't home until I knocked to tell you about this. She waved a hand at the dead werewolf. Why? Because you're the bureau chief of the FBM. Why else? I closed my eyes briefly. No, I mean, why were you coming to see me in the first place? Because we need to set up a meeting to discuss the other situation. The other situation involved my romantic relationship with Sawyer, a human and, therefore, off limits as a boyfriend, according to my family. You could have texted me. You would have ignored it. I wanted to make sure we put a date on the calendar. I glanced back at the werewolf. Well, I think this is going to take priority. She groaned. I knew you would say that. Typical Eden. Aren't you the least bit concerned that a stranger has been found dead in your backyard? What if his death is somehow connected to you? In case your wunderkind eyes failed to notice, he's right on the property line between my house and your father's. He's just as likely to be connected to Stanley as he is to us. He may have scaled back on work, but he's still a vengeance demon. My mother made a good point, not that I would admit it. Are you the only one who saw him? She nodded. Grandma and Aunt Thora are still in the house. I didn't breathe a word. She glanced over her shoulder at the house. To be honest, I'm surprised they haven't come looking for me yet. Grandma probably fell asleep in the chair again, and Aunt Thora's too fixated on the bread. She hugged herself. My goodness, It could have been me on the ground, and neither one of them would have a clue.
Yes, let's make this man's death about you.
That tracks. I studied the hair growth on the arms and face. He might have been about to shift to defend himself, but he was too late, which meant he was either taken by surprise or his attacker was faster. Pretty impressive, considering this guy was a werewolf.
What do you think damaged that gorgeous head of his? My mother asked.
I spotted a red ball not far from the body. I didn't recognize the toy. It was possible one of my family members brought it for Princess Buttercup and failed to mention it, though. My mother laughed.
I hardly think that ball is the murder weapon. It must weigh 3 pounds, max.
It could be connected to the killer. My mother's arms swept the area.
Any of these tree branches could be a murder weapon.
She wasn't wrong. Thanks to a recent storm, there were dozens of branches on the ground solid enough to damage the back of a man's head. I'll need to secure the area, I told her. I'd also like to call Chief Fox.
Of course you would.
Because he's the chief of police and should be involved in the investigation. She waved a hand at the body.
This man is clearly a werewolf. You don't need a human involved. It only muddies the waters.
I squared my shoulders. Mother, I'm going to need you to go inside now. Let me decide the best way to do my job. Her eyes flashed with righteous indignation.
I knew I should have just buried him and not called you.
My mouth dropped open.
You can't be serious. You would really have done that, would you?
She took great interest in the blades of grass beneath her feet.
Of course not. I wouldn't dream of it.
She was a terrible liar. Go inside and don't tell Aunt Thora and Grandma yet. I don't need an audience. My mother winked.
I can tell you from experience, you're missing out.
She turned and sashayed back to the main house. I pulled out my phone and called Sawyer. I couldn't take any chances. A dead body smack between my parents' houses didn't bode well for the Fury family. I highly doubted his location was a coincidence.
Need another pair of hands for that jar?
The chief joked when he answered my call. Need another pair of hands for a possible homicide. He didn't miss a beat.
Where are you?
My house. Come around back and you'll walk straight into me. 15 minutes later, the chief and I stood side by side at the side of the body.
This isn't good, Eden.
I glanced at him. Really? Because I was thinking of using this as the picture on my Christmas card this year. String a few lights, make the whole thing festive. Sawyer wasn't amused.
Did you check for ID?
Not yet. I wanted to wait for you. I didn't have any supplies, and I couldn't risk leaving the scene to get them. I pointed at the red ball. I don't recognize that toy, so I think we should bag it.
Got it.
He put on a pair of gloves and checked the werewolf's clothing for information.
No wallet, no identification. Based on that unnatural hair growth, he seems to be one of yours. How do you want to handle it?
I'd like to know who he is before I decide next steps. I tugged my phone from my pocket and texted Neville. I just ordered one wizard to go. Sawyer glanced uneasily at the main house.
I don't think I should linger here any longer than necessary.
My mother won't come back out. I told her to stay in the house and not tell anyone yet.
And do you think she'll do as you said?
As if on cue, the back door flew open and Grandma emerged from the house wearing a black cloak, a conical hat, and a monocle. My shoulders sagged. Apparently not. Grandma took one look at Sawyer and scowled.
I should have known the two of you would be out here canoodling. Show some respect for the dead.
No one's canoodling. What's with the monocle? I asked.
It gives the illusion of being able to see evidence more clearly.
She inclined her head toward the body.
Who's the sucker?
We don't know yet, I said.
Good thing I'm here.
She wiggled her fingers.
Stand back and let an experienced witch work.
I've called an experienced wizard, but thank you for your kind offer. She squinted at me.
You're being facetious.
No, I called Neville and he's on his way.
You have a grade A witch offering assistance.
You're not employed by the FBM, I pointed out. Neville is. She regarded the werewolf through her monocle.
He's dead, all right.
Thanks for the confirmation. Would you please go back to the house and stay there? We don't want to contaminate the crime scene.
Are you sure there's been a crime? Maybe he tripped and fell.
I looked at her. The victim is a werewolf. How many clumsy werewolves do you know?
You never met my old friend Geraldine. She died before you were born, but she couldn't see past her nose without her glasses.
My mother appeared at the back door. Mother, I told you not to go out there. Grandma pivoted to face her.
Which is obviously the reason I'm standing here now. You should have kept quiet. Mrs. Pritchard, as the chief of police, I'm going to have to ask you to vacate the area,
Sawyer said. Grandma put her hands on her hips.
This is my yard.
Technically, it doesn't belong to you, Grandma.
And even if it did, this is still a potential crime scene and we need to secure it,
Sawyer added. Grandma pretended to scan the area with her monocle.
I don't see any yellow tape. I'm here.
Neville rushed across the yard with a tote bag slung over his shoulder.
This is your expert?
Grandma asked. Yes, Grandma. Neville, you've met him plenty of times.
I understand, Mrs. Pritchard,
the wizard said.
I'm not very memorable.
His tone was surprisingly cheerful, given the statement.
I'd hate to have to commandeer your house and send you to a hotel,
Sawyer said.
Oh, there's that motel on the outskirts of town,
Neville interjected.
It's got the special where kids eat breakfast for free.
Grandma sucked in a breath. You wouldn't dare. Sawyer shrugged.
Eden, we'll discuss this later.
Grandma spun around and marched toward the house with her monocle intact. We're trying to identify the victim, I told Neville. The wizard grimaced at the sight of the body.
He's a werewolf.
Yes, we got that far, I said.
He's of Eastern European descent,
Neville added. Sawyer and I exchanged looks of surprise.
How on earth do you know that?
The chief asked. Neville crouched next to the body and pointed to the hair on the arm.
See the bright golden hair mixed in with the darker brown?
Sawyer scratched the back of his neck.
You think he's Eastern European because his arm hair has highlights?
Neville's knees cracked as he resumed an upright position.
There's a rare pack of werewolves in that region known as the Zelta pack. They're found mainly in Latvia. If he's from Latvia, what is he doing here?
Sawyer asked. Maybe his parents are from Latvia, but he grew up here, I offered. Sawyer pursed his lips.
Could be. Who would know a thing like that? Your buddy Hugh?
I made a dismissive noise. Hugh Phelps isn't my buddy, and you know it.
He's Mr. Werewolf, though. The unofficial pack leader in town.
I smiled at the chief. You've been studying.
If I hope to do the best possible job as chief in this town, I need to understand who all the players are. I can try a spell that identifies him further,
Neville said.
No promises, though. Magic is not an exact science.
Anything I can do to help? I asked.
I've got this, Agent Fury.
Sawyer twisted to observe my father's house.
Maybe we should check with the neighbor, see if anyone heard or saw anything.
My pulse sped up. You want me to interview my father?
Why don't you ask him and your stepmom to come out here? Maybe they can identify this guy.
If my father knew this guy, then we had a real problem on our hands. I'll be right back. I raced across the yard to the kitchen door. Sally stood in front of the open refrigerator, retrieving a selection of items. Even in the comfort of her own home, the vampire was dressed to impress. She wore a tasteful black dress, a string of pearls, and matching earrings. I knocked, and the vampire turned at the sound. Come in, Eden, she said. I jiggled the handle. The door's locked. She used her hip to close the refrigerator door and set the food items on the counter before coming to unlock the door. Your father must be having safety nightmares again. Is he home? Not at the moment. He's golfing. She searched my face. Why? Is everything okay?
Did you hear or see anything odd in your yard today?
Her eyes narrowed. Now I really want to know what this is about. Come with me. Sally joined me outside, and we walked to the spot where Neville was conducting his spell on the body. The vampire's eyes widened. What happened to him? That's what we're trying to find out, I said. Do you recognize him? She edged closer and bent over to scrutinize him. No. He's a werewolf, though. Yes, we got that far.
Have you been home all day?
Sawyer asked. Sally turned to face him, as though noticing his presence for the first time. Yes, except for this morning when I was at the salon. Neville glanced up from the body.
Oh, what did you have done? It was your hair, wasn't it? I can see the extra shine.
Sally fluffed her blonde hair. Thank you. She gave me a few extra layers this time. I think it took a few 100 years off my face, don't you? And you're certain you don't know this man and you didn't see or hear anything? I asked. No, nothing. He looks quite attractive, though. Did you ask your mother? I blanched. She doesn't know him either. I suppose Princess Buttercup was too preoccupied to notice a werewolf in the yard, Sally said. Instinctively, I turned toward the barn. She's at my house, Sally said. I picked up a new treat on my way home from the salon, and she's been gnawing on it ever since. You didn't happen to buy her a new red ball, did you? I asked. No, just the treat. It was a cookie in the shape of a bunny. I couldn't resist. There's no guarantee she would have seen anything even if she had been home. An idea occurred to me. Let me check with one other person. I hurried to the barn and called to Alice, my resident ghost. Alice Wentworth lived and died on the farmland my family now owned. The ghost popped her head through the middle of the painting on the wall in the great room. You rang? We have a situation. Princess Buttercup is at your father's house. I saw her go over there hours ago. Not that. I'm talking about the dead werewolf in the yard. The ghost emerged from the wall and floated down to join me. There's a dead werewolf? Yes, in the yard. Did you see anything? I'm afraid not. I've spent most of the day at the library pushing books forward on the shelves. The children love it. Love it? Or have you frightened them into never reading another book? Only time will tell. She cast a glance in the direction of the yard. For once, the excitement is right here in my own backyard, and I miss all the fun. It figures. I don't think it was very fun for the victim. I'm going back outside. Neville and Sawyer are out there now, trying to identify the victim and collect evidence. I can help. I nodded. If you could scan the yard for anything unusual, that would be great. She saluted me and whooshed out of the barn. I returned to the scene of the crime, where Neville was showing the chief a spell that lit up objects with traces of blood.
You can do this for the whole yard?
Sawyer asked, clearly impressed.
Not all in one go,
Neville explained.
I have to take it a section at a time.
Sawyer looked at me.
Magic comes in handy, doesn't it? I wish I'd had someone like you back in Iowa.
He paused.
For more than magic-related reasons.
Neville glanced up and smiled.
Thank you, Chief.
I suppressed the urge to laugh. Any luck with ID? Neville shook his head.
Searching for blood now in the hope of finding the murder weapon.
Where's Sally? I asked.
She went home to call your dad and tell him the news.
Sawyer said. He's been golfing all day, I said. It couldn't have been him.
Maybe not, but he still could be the reason this guy was here in the first place.
Sawyer fixed those deep brown eyes on me.
You have to treat this like any other case, Eden. Forget this is your family's yard. No special treatment.
I nodded. Believe me, I can do it. Neville gave me a curious look, but wisely remained quiet.
If we're keeping this ball in your supernatural court, how do we handle the autopsy?
The chief asked. I'll make the arrangements. Let's bag up the evidence and take it back to the office, I said. I'd work better in a neutral environment.
Want me to come with you?
Sawyer asked. Why don't Neville and I get started and we'll loop you in once we know more? He leaned forward and kissed my cheek.
Whatever you need, Agent Fury.
Neville tapped his cheek.
Where's my goodbye, Chief?
Sawyer ruffled the wizard's hair.
We'll stick to handshakes and half hugs. How's that?
Neville brightened.
Oh, you mean the hug where we don't actually embrace, but we each have one arm partially around the other person?
Sawyer pointed a finger at him.
That's the one. I like those, Neville said, reassuring, but without too much invasion of personal space.
What about a fist bump? I asked.
I'm not really a fist bump type of wizard. Too much scope for awkwardness when I misjudge the distance or the intensity of the bump. Peopling is hard for you, isn't it?
Sawyer asked. Neville nodded.
It's why I prefer dogs. Less judgment.
Chapter 3. I placed the red ball on the table at the back of the office and gathered materials for an identification spell. It basically combined a locator spell and fingerprinting. Neville and I decided that prints on the ball could identify either the killer or the victim. Ready, I announced. Neville rolled his chair from his desk to the back table.
A little space while I work, please, oh excellent one.
He flexed his chubby fingers. I skirted his chair and returned to my desk. Anything yet? I asked after a moment of silence. The wizard shushed me. How about now? I asked a couple minutes later. He glowered at me.
If you don't stop talking, I will turn this metaphorical car around.
I snorted. Neville was taking a hardline stance. Mark this day down on the calendar. Any progress? I asked after 5 minutes of rearranging the contents on my desk. A neat stack of documents, a stapler, and the landline formed a neat row of parallel lines. Neville whipped around in his chair to face me.
How did you manage to get through study sessions at school without alienating the entire student body?
Easy. I studied in my room instead of the library.
In other words, you studied alone.
Well, sure. Didn't you? No, of course not. As soon as the question passed my lips, I remembered. Lots of students joined study groups. I'd avoided them because it meant interacting with others, and I'd done my best to steer clear of relationships of any kind. I'd distanced myself from Clara during that period, too. It had been a lonely time for me. I hadn't realized just how lonely until now. Neville seemed to misunderstand my reaction.
Apologies, Agent Fury. I didn't mean to take such a harsh tone with my superior.
It's Eden, and I'm fine.
You look a bit pale.
I rested my hands on the arms of the chair. I'm fine, thanks. Just got smacked with an unexpected memory, that's all. He watched me closely.
Not a good memory, I take it.
Not the memory itself, but I'm glad to remember it. It reminded me how far I'd come since then. That I wasn't afraid to form connections anymore. I had Clara in my life again, and Neville, and my niece and nephew. And Sawyer, my reward from the universe for good behavior.
You might want to check your email while you're waiting. I sent you a sketch of the victim.
I tapped my phone. A sketch? When?
Before you got here. I thought it would be best not to use pictures of the victim as we found him. We increase the chances of identification if we can show people a more agreeable image.
Good thinking. I squinted at the likeness on my screen. Nice job. You drew this?
I'm a wizard of many hidden talents, Agent Fury.
Neville jabbed a thumb over his shoulder.
Now, can I get back to the task at hand?
I shook my head like it was an 8-ball I needed to reset. Sorry, go ahead. I'll be quiet until you're done. I swear. In fact, I'll run next door and grab us drinks from Hole's. The errand would keep me occupied while Neville finished the spell.
A peppermint tea, please.
And a glazed donut.
Surprise me,
he said. Seriously, when did you get so saucy? I sauntered next door. Paige was busy with another customer, so I scrutinized the contents of the shelves and debated whether to, as requested, surprise Neville. Paige moved over to me once the customer left. Hey, Eden, what are you craving today? Same as any other day, the devil's white powder. She smiled. Then I think we've got you covered. She tapped the plexiglass. This apple turnover is the freshest thing in the store. Plus, it has apple, so it's automatically healthy, right? I'll leave that conclusion to you. I ordered the apple turnover for Neville and a cinnamon roll for me. Cream cheese filling was my weakness. Actually, sugar was my weakness. If a sugar demon ever materialized, I'd have to turn in my badge. Peppermint tea and coffee, too. Paige poured the coffee. You work for the FBI. Have you heard anything about a murder? Already? The residents of Chipping Cheddar spread gossip faster than Santa Claus spread Christmas cheer. My specialty is cybercrime, I said. She frowned. I heard a dude was found dead on the old Wentworth farm, and I could have sworn you mentioned living there. Oh, that murder. Yes, I know about that one. Paige shot me a quizzical look as she rang up the order. Have they identified him yet? Not yet. Shia emerged from the back room. I got the distinct impression he'd been napping. His brown hair was slightly disheveled, and he wiped away drool from his chin. Paige definitely pulled more than her fair share of Hull's weight. Are you talking about the murder? We don't know for certain it was murder, I said. Shia grunted. Really? Because I heard the guy's face was bashed in. It wasn't his face. Do you have a picture of him? Shia asked. We could hang it up on the door so people see it as they come in. Maybe someone knows his name. It was a good idea. I retrieved my phone from my pocket and pulled up the image of the sketch. If I send this to you, can you print it? I turned the screen toward him. Sure, Shia said. And then his jaw unhinged. Holy smokes! What? He pointed at the sketch. I know that guy. That's Peter. My eyebrows inched up. Peter? Yeah, he wasn't from around here. His accent was thick, man. The first time I met him, I thought he was faking it. It reminded me of a comedy accent from an SNL skit. I paid for the food and drinks. Are we talking Eastern Europe or Brooklyn? Shia aimed a finger at me. Yeah, Eastern European. That's it. So Peter was foreign. That fit with the Latvian angle. Good to know. Where did you meet him? We played darts at the same bar. Which one? Monterey Jack's. It's kind of a dive bar, Paige interjected. I don't go because of the smoke. It irritates my asthma. Shia rolled his eyes. You're not supposed to tell a government agent that my friend lets people smoke in his bar, babe. I won't give him grief about it, I said. I was more interested in what bar patrons might be able to tell me about the victim. What can you tell me about Peter? Shia shrugged his scrawny shoulders. Not a heck of a lot. He was quiet, I assume because his English wasn't great. He was damn good at darts, though. Wiped up the floor with us every time. And yet you continued to play with him, Paige said. That sounds about right. As long as guys were playing, guys were buying rounds. Shia grinned. I go there to get my drink on, not to win games. Thanks for the help, I said. I appreciate it. As I left Holes, I noticed a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. I pivoted in time to see the witch from Davenport Park dash behind a car. Emily, what are you doing? Her head popped up from behind the hood. I dropped a quarter, nearly strained my back trying to pick it up, too. Were you following me? She pointed to Holes. I was in the mood for a donut. I heard they were the best place in town. I fixed her with a hard stare. The place that happens to be located next to the FBM office. Oh, dear, you've got me. I heard about the murder. Was that the phone call you received at the park? The timing fits. A new witch in town with a keen interest in my job and curious timing. I'd be remiss if I didn't poke and prod her a little. Would you like to see the office? I asked. I'm afraid I didn't order anything for you, but we can split my cinnamon roll. Emily patted her middle. I'm off sugar and carbs at the moment, but I'd love to see your office. Of course she would. I delivered the tea and turnover to the wizard. I come bearing treats as well as a lead. Hello again, Emily. If it isn't the talented wizard, nice to see you again. Neville perked up at the sight of the apple turnover. How did you manage that? I went to Holes. I told you I was going. He pinched the bridge of his nose. No, I meant the lead. Staying connected to the residents of this town can yield surprising results. The victim's name is Peter. He played darts at Monterey Jack's. No last name? Emily asked. I shot her a look. Not yet. I think you were right about the Zelta pack, Neville. He had a heavy accent, not from around here. Kind of like someone else in this room. He's not from Phoenix, then. We don't have an accent. My radar pinged. Did you think he might be? Her brow creased. Not really. I was only making conversation. Can we maybe put the polite conversation on hold during an investigation? Emily nodded firmly. Right. I'll offer pertinent information only from here on out.
Everybody has an accent, Neville offered. It depends on your perspective.
I inclined my head toward the table. And how did you make out with the spell?
I didn't,
Neville said glumly.
The ball is new, and whoever held it was clever enough to wipe their prints.
Or they wore gloves. Emily hugged herself. The weather here is much colder than Phoenix.
If the toy is new, I can check with local shops to see which ones carry the brand,
Neville suggested. Emily swiveled toward me. And what will you do next? Follow up on the lead. Tell Chief Fox we have a positive ID. But no last name, Emily reminded me. No last name. I displayed remarkable patience and self-control, the direct result of living with infuriating witches.
Monterey Jack's doesn't open until later,
Neville said, staring at his phone screen. That's fine. I have somewhere else to go first. Emily leaned forward eagerly. Where's that? To see my father and stepmom. Care to join me? Shaking her head, she recoiled. Oh, no thank you. I thought it might be connected to the case. It was, although I had no desire to share that fact with Emily. Peter's body was found halfway between my mother's house and my father's house. Now that I had a name, it made sense to interview my dad and Sally to see whether they'd known him. Is there anything I can help Neville with while you're gone? Emily asked. I appreciate the offer, but there's no position available in our office. You'd be wasting your valuable time. Oh, my time isn't worth much, Emily murmured. I felt a pang of sympathy for her. Everybody's time is valuable. She looked at me but said nothing. I'll let you know what I find out. Emily beamed. Great, thank you. I stopped at the door. I was talking to my assistant. Her face fell. Right, of course. I exited the office and called the chief on my way to the car. I told him about Peter and that I would follow up at the bar. Then I mentioned my stalker problem.
Do you want to apply for a restraining order? I can help with that, you know. One of the perks of dating the chief of police.
I'd rather not. She's harmless. I'm more concerned about her getting hurt if she finds herself at the wrong place at the wrong time.
It's a valid concern. Let me know if you change your mind.
An idea occurred to me. Maybe if I helped find her a job, it would give her something else to focus on.
I don't think you should have to go to such great lengths to shake this woman off your tail.
It's fine. I don't mind. By helping her, I help myself. A win-win.
I think your time is better spent in other ways, but I know better than to tell you what to do.
Which is one of the reasons I love you. I checked my rearview mirror to make sure Emily hadn't decided to follow me home after all. The coast was clear.
I'll start seeing what I can learn about a guy called Peter with a thick accent of an indeterminate location.
Eastern Europe, possibly Latvia. Hopefully someone at Monterey Jack's can tell me more.
Want me to join you there?
I don't know if I'm dealing with a supernatural bar or a human one, so why don't you let me handle this lead on my own? I made a right-hand turn. I'm almost to my dad's house. I'll let you know if I learn anything.
Will you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Even if your father says, yes, I killed a trespasser, you'll tell me?
My fingers tightened on the wheel. Of course I will. Why would you even question it?
You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked.
Sawyer, my job is important to me. I'm a complete professional. Even as the words left my mouth, I recognized the hazy truth. I'd allowed my family to use their evil powers when it suited my purposes. I'd allowed myself to be killed and resurrected. I'd enlisted the aid of black magic in the pursuit of justice. So if my father spun a story that justified the murder of a trespasser, would I look the other way? Or would I report him to the proper authorities? I hated that I wasn't sure. I'm here. I need to go.
I didn't mean to question your integrity, Eden. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm not upset. With you. I parked the car and cut the engine. No matter what I learned inside that house, I had to be prepared to accept the consequences. Inhaling deeply, I vacated the car. Chapter 4. I entered my father's house through the front door this time. Hello? Anybody home? In the living room, Sally called. I made my way around the corner to find Sally and my father side by side on the sofa. My stepmom was busy working on a needlepoint pillow, and my father was reading the newspaper. It was hard to imagine this scene with my mother in Sally's place. Divorce was the best thing that ever happened to my parents. My father closed the paper and set it on the coffee table.
You're wearing one of those shirts again.
I looked down at my black t-shirt with the image of an atom and the words, science, like magic but real, emblazoned on it. And I wear a shirt every day, otherwise I might get funny looks from people. My father peered at the graphic design.
I don't get it.
Sally patted his knee. It's meant to be ironic, Stanley. Everybody knows magic is real. She frowned. Well, we know.
Why do you have to wear messages? In my day, you wore a block of color, maybe a few stripes if you were feeling adventurous. Now it's all strange sayings and weird pictures. I think it's because all the clothing designers are into drugs.
I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. Yes, that must be it. Don't even get him started on memes, Sally said.
They don't make sense, my father bellowed. Why do people waste their time on stupid things like that?
Not everybody likes golf, I pointed out. Some people would go so far as to say it's a stupid game. With stupid clothes, Sally added. My father's face turned bright red.
Nobody asked you.
He grabbed the newspaper off the coffee table and thrust it open.
Your friend is covering the election, I see.
Yes, she had to plead with Cal, but he finally gave in. In my mind, she shouldn't have had to plead her case at all. Clara had earned that beat, but I didn't own the Buttermilk Bugle, and I wasn't a descendant of our town founders. Calibute Danforth was more open-minded than many other Pilgrim progeny, but he still had his blind prejudices. I don't care for this Jason Swift. He has an unseemly quality, Sally said. My father grunted in agreement.
He reminds me of a shark. If shark shifters were real, I'd say he was one of them.
Sally glanced at him. Why aren't there shark shifters? There are wolves, bears, bats, even ferrets. Why not sharks?
What are you asking me for? Do I look like the internet to you?
I don't think the internet can really tell us why either, Dad. Sally laughed softly and turned back to her needlework. I didn't flinch when she used a fang to untangle a tight knot. I need to talk to you about something important. Do you know any werewolves from Eastern Europe? I asked. My father glanced up from the newspaper.
That's very specific. Is this about the dead guy?
Yes. Have you had any jobs recently involving someone from Eastern Europe, Latvia specifically, or a werewolf named Peter? He stared at me blankly.
You know my client list is confidential. I signed an NDA.
I folded my arms. I can request a warrant and get a lot more than the basic information I'm asking for. Does that work for you? Stanley Fury didn't seem to like that alternative.
Don't get high and mighty with me, young lady. I changed your diapers, don't forget.
I pulled out my FBM badge and set it between us on the coffee table as a reminder. There was a dead werewolf in your backyard, Dad. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you. He glowered at me from beneath a hood of bushy eyebrows.
Are you accusing me of wreaking vengeance on someone and leaving him in my own backyard? How sloppy do you think I am? My work is meticulous. Meticulous, I tell you.
He smashed a fist on the arm of the sofa. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm simply asking questions.
The only Peter I know is a guy at the club, but he's human.
You're sure?
You think I don't know the difference? Besides, he has a Boston accent. There's no mistaking that for anything else.
Agreed. No dealings with Eastern European wolves? You don't have to tell me the specifics, only a general yes or no.
No.
How about you, Sally? Any recent interactions with werewolves or Eastern Europeans? Her fingers skimmed the pearls around her neck. None at all. Werewolves tend to avoid me unless we know each other socially.
Did you ask your mother or grandmother? They're the ones I'd be grilling for information.
My father said. I'm interviewing any potential suspects and witnesses. He drummed his fingers on the arm of the sofa.
Wait. I spoke too soon. There was a client last week with ties to Lithuania.
Sally clucked her tongue. Stanley, you can't be serious.
I said it's possible.
He shot back.
I didn't say it's certain.
I settled into the chair opposite them. What can you tell me about the client?
It was a family vendetta. More grudges than a Real Housewives franchise.
My jaw clenched. You promised not to take jobs in this area.
It wasn't in this area, but maybe this guy tracked me here, I don't know. You asked for any possible information, so I'm telling you what I know.
I sensed his anger bubbling to the surface. My father had a tendency to go from 0 to 60 in seconds. What's the name of the client?
Valerie Backus. She lives in Illinois in a Chicago suburb.
Is she a werewolf?
No, but that doesn't mean there aren't wolves in the family. She's the only one I dealt with directly.
He paused.
And the cousin she wanted to settle a score with. Her name's Yelena. Also a Bacchus.
Thank you. I'd have Neville research the name and see whether there was any connection to the victim.
Even if Valerie is connected to the dead guy, I didn't have a hand in it. I've been doing this a long time, and I'd never willingly bring any trouble to our doorstep. Not even when your mother and I were at each other's throats.
I swallowed hard. It was hard to think about those days. Their separation and subsequent divorce were a volatile time in our house. Things were much better now, mainly because they actively avoided each other. I'm sorry we can't be more helpful, Sally said. I don't love the idea of a wolf being murdered so close to us. What if the local pack mistakenly believes we were involved? I'll deal with the pack. My father snorted a laugh.
You, Phelps? Good luck with that.
He's been on his best behavior lately. He has his eye on a public-facing position. Deputy Mayor, Sally said. I blinked. How did you know? I heard about it at the salon. Mayor Whitehead needs to be reelected, though. That's his only chance. His ego would clash with Jason Swift's. What's the general attitude toward Mayor Whitehead? Everyone in the salon likes her, although one of the receptionists is voting for Swift because she wants to date him, Sally offered. I snickered. I think adding your phone number to the ballot might discount your vote.
The golf club is pretty split,
my father interjected.
Some people think Jason will be a more effective leader.
Because he's a man? I asked.
Not everything is about sexism,
my father said, a tad too defensively. I think Wilhelmina is an excellent leader, I said. The Supernatural Council fully supports her. My father shrugged.
The only reason Phelps is on board is because he can manipulate her into giving him the deputy role. He's only out for himself.
That's a given. You never know, Sally said. He's married now. He might settle down. My father and I laughed in sync.
You think the love of a good woman will change him? You're too sweet for this world, Sally.
He patted her hand affectionately. Sally raised an eyebrow. Why not? It happened to you. I shrugged. She's got you there. Although, based on my conversations with Hugh, I didn't get the sense that he and his mail-order bride were simpatico. Even if he hadn't mentioned their unhappy union, the fact that he tried to get me to play the role of mistress was a pretty big clue.
Tell me what you find out,
My father said.
If my client's involved, I need to know.
I chose my response carefully. If your client is involved, I will tell you. He slapped his hands on his thighs.
Good. Then I think we're done here because I'm hungry. Sally, what's for dinner?
Goulash.
One of my favorites. What's the occasion?
She leaned over and brushed her lips against his. Does there have to be an occasion? You're my husband, and I like to take care of you. They had their moments of sweetness, which was a breath of fresh air compared with my parents. I only remembered them with voices raised and faces contorted in anger. Would you like to stay for dinner, Eden? Sally asked. No, thanks. I have too much work to do.
No wonder you're so thin,
My father barked.
You need to eat.
Don't body shame her, Stanley. You'll give her a complex.
She was raised by Beatrice. If she were going to have a complex, she'd have one already.
I bent down to kiss Sally's cheek. I'm going to go home and eat right now. It was possible I had a long night ahead of me, and I needed all the fuel I could get. Chapter 5. Paige wasn't kidding about Monterey Jack's being a dive bar. The smell of smoke triggered my gag reflex the moment I crossed the threshold. Are you the owner? I asked through a fit of coughs.
Who wants to know?
Came the gruff reply. I flashed my badge. To a human without the sight, the badge identified me as an FBI agent. His gaze flicked to the badge and back to me.
I knew the FBM replaced Paul. I never bothered to find out with whom.
You knew Paul? He wiped the inside of an empty pitcher with a cloth.
Yeah, sure. He used to come here and shoot pool sometimes.
He offered his hand.
The name's Jack Monterey.
I shook his hand. Of course it is. I surveyed the interior of the bar. Do you serve mainly supernaturals?
It's a decent mix. The humans don't have a clue, of course. To be fair, most of them are too dazed and confused to remember their own name by the end of the night anyway, let alone figure out the guy playing darts with them is actually a vampire.
Do you recognize this man? I showed him a photo of Neville's sketch. Jack studied the image.
That's Peter, right?
Got a last name?
Afraid not. He was kinda new. Started coming in a couple months ago.
Any trouble? Jack shook his head.
Not a whiff. Drank cheap beer most of the time.
He paused.
There was one night I remember he asked for vodka.
Vodka, I repeated. Any reason? Did he talk to you about a problem?
Now that you mention it, yeah. We talked about the usual stuff that wears us down.
Jobs? He shot me an amused look.
Women.
So Peter had trouble with the ladies, or maybe one lady in particular. What do you remember? Jack placed the clean pitcher on the shelf beneath the counter.
Not much. He did say she was his one true love, and he was hopelessly devoted to her.
He snorted.
Even quoted a few lines from a Taylor Swift song.
Which one?
Sad, beautiful, tragic.
He shrugged.
My granddaughter always seems to be going through a breakup, so we hear a lot of Tay-Tay in my house.
His mouth quirked.
Sounds more entertaining with a deep, heavy accent, though.
I smiled. Did he happen to mention the name of his one true love?
If he did, I don't recall. Sorry.
Jack leaned his forearms on the counter.
You might want to ask his buddy, Nico.
This was the first I'd heard of a friend called Nico. Does Nico have a last name? He shook his head.
As you might have guessed, we're not really a last name kind of place. Nico comes in regularly. Pretty sure he introduced Peter to this place. They work together, I think. Or they did.
What do they do?
You got me. Some kind of manual labor. They'd come after work and reek of sweat.
He cringed.
Wolf's a pretty potent stench. Can't mistake it for anything else.
Is Nico a wolf, too?
No, the smell's all Peter.
Any idea when Nico might be back? He shook his head.
I couldn't say. They'd show up in spurts. 3 days in a row, then a week off. Like that.
What kind of hours?
Nico's are pretty standard. Peter showed up at odd hours a couple times. I got the sense he was working the night shift.
You didn't ask? Jack smiled.
I don't get paid to ask questions, Agent Fury.
He motioned to the jukebox against the wall.
Peter liked to look at the songs. He wanted to know why there weren't more power ballads. He was looking for a Celine Dion track.
My Heart Will Go On?
He was willing to accept I Drove All Night.
Jack shrugged.
Don't have that one either.
Peter must have really had his heart trampled. I walked over to the jukebox and pondered the selection. It was an interesting mix of old and new. I logged into the app on my phone and chose The Chain by Fleetwood Mac. When I turned around, Jack nodded his approval.
You're welcome back any time, Agent Fury. It's the ones that look for Nickelback I try to bar from future entry.
I gave him my card. If you hear anything, will you call me?
Absolutely.
I exited the bar and sent a text to Sawyer to tell him about Nico.
Last name?
That's where you come in, I replied.
I'll see what I can find out.
I sent a smiley face emoji and unlocked the car. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the bushes rustling. It could be a woodland critter, but my fury senses told me it was more than that. Who's there? I demanded. A familiar woman emerged from the bushes, pulling twigs from her hair. I groaned. Emily, what on earth are you doing? I was following you, obviously, but not for any sordid reason. I just wanted to see what it was like to do your job. I smacked my forehead. Were you in the bar? I popped in for a quick second when you were talking to the bartender. It was a bit grubby, so I decided not to stay for a drink. I prefer cleaner establishments. Emily, it isn't safe to follow me, especially when I'm working. You could end up in a dangerous situation. The witch puffed out her chest. I'm a grown woman with a lifetime of experience. I can handle myself. She was stubborn, I'd give her that. I don't want to end up losing a suspect because I was trying to protect you. She blew a stray leaf from her hair. I suppose that's fair. You seem like a nice woman, but you need to find another way to occupy your time because this isn't it. Emily lowered her gaze to the ground. I thought I could be helpful, but you're right. I'm being ridiculous. I'll go now. I felt a stab of guilt, but I ignored it. I couldn't risk Emily interfering in FBM business. There was too much at stake. Do you need a ride somewhere? I asked. No, my car's over there. She gestured to the opposite end of the parking lot. I'm sorry to bother you. I waited by my car until she drove away. I was so intent on Emily's vehicle that I failed to notice the silhouette that lingered on the other side of my car. A figure peeled away from the shadows and two dark eyes fixed on me. He stood about 6 feet tall with long arms and a lean build. His shaggy head of medium brown hair was in desperate need of a trim. Can I help you? His gaze was unsettling.
Don't mind me. Just out here to smoke.
I saw no sign of a cigarette. Would you mind smoking farther away from my vehicle?
Why? Your car gonna start coughing?
He laughed at his own joke.
I heard you asking about Peter.
My hand hovered in front of the door handle. You know him?
What's it worth to you?
Seriously? Did you also catch the part where I'm a federal agent? He recoiled, appearing flustered.
Must have missed that part.
What's your name? His gaze darted left to right, as though he worried someone was eavesdropping.
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
He started to walk away, but I hurried to block his retreat. If you know something, I'd like to hear it.
I don't know anything.
He tried to move past me, but my reflexes were too quick for him.
Do you mind?
I'd appreciate it if you'd talk to me. I don't like to strong-arm people. He barked a laugh.
Now that I'd like to see.
Oh, ye of little faith. My foot shot out and swept behind his knees. He fell on his back and groaned loudly.
That was a strong leg.
At least he retained a sense of humor. I held out my hand to help him to his feet. I'll ask you again. What's your name?
Thaden.
Care to tell me what you know about Peter, Thaden?
Not here. Somewhere else.
I motioned to my car. Can I give you a lift somewhere? He didn't seem to have a car or other mode of transport. He must have walked here. Wordlessly, he opened the passenger side door and sat. I got behind the wheel and started the car.
You're not worried I'm going to serial killer you?
He asked. I don't think serial killer is a verb. Just kill will suffice. I backed out of the parking lot and joined the road. And I'm not worried.
Because you're a fury?
I shot him a look of surprise, prompting a laugh from my companion.
Yeah, I can see what you are now that I've had a good look.
Sight or super? He grinned.
You can't tell?
Depends on the individual. I concentrated on him. You're a shifter. But I couldn't identify the species.
Good job.
He pointed to an upcoming side street.
Turn here.
What's with the secrecy? I made a right turn and found myself in a lane that was barely wide enough for one vehicle.
Cut the lights.
I parked the car and turned off the lights. Is this the part where we make out? He snorted.
I'm game if you are.
I twisted to face him. What do you know about Peter?
He worked as a dockhand at Haven Marine.
How did you know him?
I work there too.
He raked a hand through his greasy hair.
I knew something was wrong when he didn't show up for work. He always shows up on time and ready to work. That was his most annoying quality, making the rest of us look bad.
He chuckled to himself.
Guess I can start being late again.
Why does this discussion require a dark back alley? Instinctively, Thaden glanced out the window.
I don't trust Nico. The guy's got ears like an elephant.
Nico wasn't at the bar tonight. Thaden's face hardened.
You didn't know I was at the bar until I made myself known.
I shifted more of my body to face him. I wasn't accustomed to interviewing anyone in the car. It wasn't the most comfortable environment. Thaden stroked his thighs in a nervous gesture. His fingers were exceptionally long. Why don't you trust Nico?
I think he might be the reason.
Thaden trailed off.
They were fighting recently.
I smirked. At the bar? Drunk guys have a tendency to do that.
No, at work. I couldn't hear their argument, but it got pretty heated at one point. I stayed behind a stack of crates. Didn't want to get involved. I need my job.
Could you hear what the argument was about? He shook his head.
It sounded like Peter was confronting Nico about something, and Nico was threatening him.
You got all that without hearing any words? Thaden shrugged.
I excel at body language.
His gaze lingered on me.
Like right now. I can tell you're uncomfortable. Maybe it's because your car is in desperate need of an upgrade, or maybe it's because you're in a closed vehicle with a strange man.
I've been in a lot of cars with a lot of strange men. Okay, that didn't sound as good out loud as it did in my head. I'm a federal agent. His amused grin returned.
So you mentioned.
Are you all dockhands?
Me and Peter. Nico's our supervisor.
An argument with the boss. That was worth pursuing. Why did Peter regularly go for beers with the boss, but not you?
Easy. I don't drink, and I don't suck up to anyone.
You think Peter was sucking up to the boss?
Most guys suck up to the boss. Peter was no different.
What's his last name?
Don't know. We just called him Peter, or Pete.
I retrieved a card and handed it to him. If you think of anything else, will you call me?
Any idea when you might talk to Nico? I'd like to make sure I'm not at work then in case your visit puts him in a bad mood.
Nico has a temper? Thaden averted his gaze.
Let's just say somebody started a GoFundMe to enroll him in an anger management course.
He snorted.
It got shut down real fast.
He gripped the handle of the door.
I think we're done now. I don't like being cooped up. Makes me twitchy.
Are you sure you want to get out here? I can drop you off somewhere.
Here's as good as anywhere, as far as I'm concerned.
He slipped out of the car without a backward glance. By the time I turned on the headlights, he was gone. Chapter 6. Sleep was restless that night, with dreams that involved a werewolf getting trapped inside a maze in my backyard. It seemed the crime scene in the yard bothered me more than I realized. I woke with the sun, feeling irritable and in desperate need of coffee. I got dressed and bypassed my own coffee machine in favor of the one in the main house. At this hour, the odds were good that Aunt Thora already had a pot ready and waiting. I approached the back door of the house and reached for the handle. Alice materialized beside me. "Wait! Don't go in there!" I turned to look at the ghost. "Why? What's wrong?" "They did something. I don't know what, but I saw them with their pestle and mortar last night, and I heard your name invoked." "All three of them?" Alice held up 2 fingers. Well, I could guess which 2. Inside, I heard Olivia's high-pitched squeal. "The kids are in there. They won't attack me right now." "Eden, don't!" I pushed open the door. The moment I crossed the threshold, I knew something was amiss. My head suddenly felt too heavy for my body. I touched my face. Instead of skin, I felt soft, wavy fur. Uh-oh. I continued to the kitchen where the rest of the family was assembled. Verity gasped at the sight of me. Ryan's eyes grew to the size of Christmas balls. Anton stared in stunned silence. Only Olivia seemed more intrigued than frightened. I opened my mouth to speak. Bah! 2 out of 3 witches cracked up. I tried again. Bah! Anton shot them a quizzical look.
What's going on?
Grandma doubled over with laughter.
I knew it would be funny, but this is better than I imagined.
Aunt Thora wore a neutral expression. "For the record, I asked them not to do it." "Bah!" I said, which was apparently sheep for WTAF.
Why would you give Eden a sheep's head?
Anton asked the witch who gave birth to us. My mother pretended to examine her bright red fingernails. "Under the circumstances, we think it's best that she not come inside unannounced, so we hexed the entrance."
What circumstances could possibly require this?
Anton asked. I glanced at my reflection in the microwave door. Sure enough, a sheep's head stared back at me. My ears twitched. Olivia tugged at my hand. "Can I touch your face, Auntie Eden?" I decided to play along. I refused to give those witches the satisfaction of knowing they'd gotten to me. I bent down and let Olivia stroke the woolly coat. At least it was only my head. "You're so soft," she cooed.
Thank the devil, my mother said. Anything to make her stop being such a hard ass.
I turned to glare at her.
Bah!
She threw her head back and laughed. "Change her back," Verity said. "You're setting a bad example for the children." Grandma scoffed.
It would take years for Olivia to master a hex like this.
Anton fixed my mother with a pleading stare.
Mom, Eden obviously came over here to talk to you. The least you can do is restore her voice.
Actually, I came for coffee, but Anton's assumption was more persuasive. My mother and Grandma exchanged glances. "Fine," my mother relented, "but just her voice. She has to earn back her head."
How can she earn it back when she can't talk?
Anton demanded.
Actions speak louder than words,
Grandma said.
She needs to get her head on straight and end things with the human.
"We've let the punishment reflect the crime," my mother added, "but with a twist for our own amusement." They must have been very unhappy with Sawyer's order to stay out of the crime scene area. This was their payback. At least they were taking it out on me and not him. I was equipped to handle their nonsense. Grandma clasped my mother's hand and they chanted together under their breath. Verity held her hands over Olivia's ears, presumably to prevent the budding prodigy from memorizing any of the words. "Would you like a cup of tea?" Aunt Thora asked. "Coffee, please." My voice. Thank the gods. "What about her head?" Verity asked. "It's awkward to look at her." That's my opinion most of the time, my mother replied. Nothing like a parent's unconditional love.
She'll get her head back when she leaves, Grandma said. The hex only works when she's in the house.
Not exactly a warm welcome. Still, it was better than being killed. They might decide not to resurrect me next time. Anton's face radiated sympathy. Great. When even the vengeance demons seemed uncomfortable with the punishment, you knew it was bad. Aunt Thora poured coffee from the pot and held up a cup and saucer for me. She studied my sheep mouth. Maybe I shouldn't use the good china. She retrieved a mug from the cabinet and dumped the contents from the delicate cup. I recognized the mug as one I'd made for my mother in elementary school. The design featured a hand-drawn solar system that included poor, discarded Pluto. Apparently, they didn't mind if my sheep mouth damaged this one. To be fair, I was surprised they kept it at all. My parents weren't big on mementos. I tried to sip the coffee. It wasn't easy, but I managed. My goal was to behave as normal as possible and not let them get to me. They were like children. A strong reaction would only encourage them. "What brings you to darken our doorstep, Eden?" my mother asked.
Oh, I think she's here in her Agent Fury capacity, Grandma said. There was a dead werewolf in our yard, remember?
Olivia's gasp was a mixture of fear and excitement. "Dead?" Once again, Verity held her hands over Olivia's ears and steered her out of the kitchen. "Go, play on the computer in the office. Take your brother." Olivia watched me expectantly for a moment, as though I might share the pertinent information before she left the room. No such luck. If Verity didn't want her to know, I was going to respect my sister-in-law's wishes. Verity used her warning voice. "Olivia," she said. My mother scoffed. "Is that meant to sound threatening? You need to put a little more oomph into it." She proceeded to demonstrate her own version, which was reminiscent of the scene in Lord of the Rings where Lady Galadriel tests herself against the lure of the ring and morphs into a ferocious creature with the voice of Satan. I remembered my mother's threatening voice well from childhood. It gave me nightmares for years. Olivia gazed at my mother in wonder, whereas Ryan burst into tears. "Now you've done it, Beatrice," Verity snapped. "Why don't I get them set up in the other room?" I offered. I scooped Ryan into my arms and carried him into the office. He was quiet by the time I set him on the floor. "Can I play Minecraft?" Olivia asked. "Sure." I sat in the chair at the computer and noticed the online edition of the Buttermilk Bugle open on the screen. I was willing to bet my family was looking for an update on the investigation. As I moved the mouse to close the tab, my gaze landed on the classifieds section. "That's not Minecraft," Olivia complained. "I know. Give me 1 second and then it's all yours." Anton must have grown impatient because he entered the office and peered over my shoulder.
"What are you doing? You have a job."
"This isn't for me. It's for a new witch in town called Emily." Anton perched on the edge of the desk.
"Why are you job hunting for a random witch?"
I continued to scan the options, which were few and far between. "So she leaves me alone. I've become somewhat of a hobby for her."
Speaking of being someone's hobby, how are things between you and everyone else now that they know about the chief?
I sagged against the chair and bleated. "Strained. We're walking on eggshells with each other."
For what it's worth, I like the chief. I'm surprised he doesn't think you're nuts, of course, but maybe he likes crazy women.
I smacked his arm. A murder on the property isn't ideal when we're already on shaky ground with them. I'd prefer to keep Sawyer as far away from here as possible. Anton nodded.
Let me know if I can run interference in any way.
Olivia tugged my sleeve. "Is it my turn yet?" "It is. Thank you for your patience." I vacated the chair and migrated closer to the door with Anton. "Do you think she'd want to have another sleepover soon?" I asked in a low voice. He blinked in surprise.
Now? With all this going on?
"There's always something, Anton. If it wasn't a dead werewolf in the yard, it'd be something else." He suppressed a smile.
Like the head of a farm animal.
I narrowed my sheep eyes at him. I'm pretending this is all perfectly normal.
Fair enough. I'll speak to Verity about the sleepover.
Olivia glanced at us over her shoulder. Did somebody say sleepover? Nope, I said, and quickly exited the office. I didn't want to explain the real reason I wanted to spend more time with Olivia. The potential I'd glimpsed in her during the little critters debacle was immense. If I could exert my influence first, I could steer her away from my family's default position. They'd try to mold her the way they tried to mold me. I had to do whatever I could to prevent their interference. Anton and I returned to the kitchen, where the conversation screeched to a halt. Talking about me again? I asked. Verity piped up. They were saying this isn't a social visit because you don't care enough to drop in without a reason. I refused to play the guilt game. They're right. I'm here to ask follow-up questions about the victim. We don't know he's a victim just because he's dead, my mother countered. What if he was here to hurt one of us and someone defended us? What if he was here to hurt you? Did you ever consider that? I ignored her. We know his name is Peter and that he's a rare breed of werewolf from Eastern Europe. How did he end up in Chipping Cheddar? Verity asked. We don't have a large immigrant population from that region. That's one of the questions we're trying to answer, I told her. We? My mother repeated in a mocking tone. By we, do you mean your human lover? By we, I mean Chief Sawyer Fox, the chief of police in Chipping Cheddar. My mother stifled a laugh. I'm sorry, darling. It's hard to take you seriously with that head. Which was no doubt one of the reasons they chose it. Why a sheep? Anton asked, echoing my thoughts. Why not a pig or a rooster? My mother brightened. Oh, a hen would have been hilarious. I could just see her pecking the walls as she walked. Next time, Grandma said. I stomped a foot, which I fully realized was not the mature response, but it was an impulse move. There will be no next time. You're lucky I don't arrest you. My mother crossed her arms and leveled me with a look. On what grounds? Assaulting an FBM agent? She pressed a hand against her chest. You must be kidding. Since when does a practical joke constitute assault? Since you swapped my head for an animal's during the course of a murder investigation. Maybe you did it as a distraction because you're hiding information. I didn't put anything past my family, for obvious reasons. This has nothing to do with the murder, and everything to do with your questionable personal decisions, my mother said. Don't you think you're being too hard on Eden? Verity asked. And don't you think you're not hard enough on your own children? Grandma shot back. If Olivia were my daughter, she'd already be transforming the annoying kids at school into toads. If Olivia were your daughter, she'd be plotting her escape from home just like this one did. Verity jabbed a thumb in my direction. My mother's mouth curved slightly. And you can see how well that worked out for her. I'd returned to Chipping Cheddar under duress. My fury powers resulted in an unfortunate encounter with Fergus, my FBI partner, that ended with my transfer to this FBM outpost. I'd like to talk about Peter, I said. And I'd like to talk about Chief Fox, my mother responded. Anton clapped my shoulder. I think you need to leave Eden alone. Let her date the guy if she wants. It doesn't mean they're getting married and having babies. My mother pretended to choke. I think I threw up in my mouth a little. Beatrice Fury, I've heard you comment on the chief's handsome looks many times, Aunt Thora scolded her. Don't you dare deny it. I'm not commenting on his appearance, my mother said. If she wants to take him for a ride and test his engine, that's fine, as long as she returns him to the lot afterward for a more appropriate buyer. But it's obvious to us that's not what she intends to do, Grandma added. I'm having déjà vu, Aunt Thora remarked. It's Ted O'Neill all over again. And that was for the best, too, Grandma said. Look at your impressive children. You wouldn't have had offspring like that with a bumbling fool like Ted. Anger sparked in Aunt Thora's eyes. It was rare to see her temper flare, at least these days.
Don't you dare insult Ted. He's an absolute sweetheart, and he deserves our respect.
My mother placed her palms flat on the island. We're not talking about Ted. We're talking about Sawyer Fox, who is a greater threat to us than the strange man in the lighthouse. Of all the humans in town, Eden has to pick the head of law enforcement. It almost seems deliberate, like you've chosen him to get back at us. My feelings for Sawyer have nothing to do with you and everything to do with him.
You weren't keen on Tanner either,
Anton pointed out.
and he was a teenage boy.
Because she was gaga over him and it was a bad match, my mother argued. I couldn't let the relationship progress any further. Verity looped her arm through Anton's. The more I learn, the more shocked I am that you and I managed to get married. Anton isn't a fury, Grandma said, and you're not a human. Although I must admit I was surprised Anton ended up with a druid, my mother chimed in, never one to miss the opportunity to insult her daughter-in-law. He was very much into bad girls, as I recall. Remember that Allegra? My mother fanned herself. What a temptress. Verity glowered at her.
Then maybe you should date her.
Oh, Allegra had Anton wrapped around her. My mother paused. Well, I suppose she had her legs wrapped around him most of the time. Verity's jaw tensed.
And yet he matured enough to marry me, and we have 2 wonderful children.
Yes, I am delighted with Olivia. My mother glanced at the closed door to the office. Ryan remains to be seen. He could be a dud. Verity licked her lips, and I sensed her struggle to remain calm. My family had a way of cracking even the toughest egg. Anton seemed to reach the same conclusion because he squeezed his wife's waist and said,
We should get going. We have errands to run, and Olivia needs to be dropped off at dance class.
She shouldn't be wasting time learning ballet when she could be learning magic, my mother said. Verity slung her tote bag over her shoulder.
Olivia is going to have the most normal childhood possible. Isn't that right, Anton?
100%,
Anton said. The words of a smart man who didn't want to end up sleeping on the sofa for a week. As Verity went to the office to retrieve the children, I debated whether to stick around. I had a feeling I wouldn't get straight answers no matter how many direct questions I asked. I would have to uncover more information before I attempted to interview them again. Verity emerged from the office with Ryan on her hip. He made a bah sound at the sight of me. Olivia made a beeline for me and threw her arms around my legs.
I can have another sleepover soon, right? I heard you say that to Daddy.
Hesitation flickered in Verity's eyes.
Maybe we should wait until the current matter has been resolved.
My mother waved an airy hand. No one's coming back here now. The whole yard was marked as a crime scene. I'd say there's never been a safer time to sleep in the barn. I agree with my mother, I said. I waited a moment to see whether the world ended, or at the very least, tilted on its axis. Nothing happened. My mother smiled. Mark this day down in the history books, folks. Chapter 7. With my human head firmly in place, I drove to the police station to see Sawyer. Unfortunately, I ran into Deputy Sean Guthrie first. It was going to be that kind of day. Hey, gingerbread man, run as fast as you can. He scowled.
Eden. Agent Fury. I guess I know why you're here.
I assumed Sawyer had to tell him about the investigation, given that half the town seemed to know there was a murder on our property. What did he tell you?
That the feds are in charge of the case, although I don't know why that should involve you, keyboard warrior.
Cybercrime involves more than sitting at a desk.
This sucks. You get the juicy cases. Meanwhile, I'm stuck confiscating bottle rockets from kids. What's the harm in a bottle rocket? Nobody's allowed to have fun anymore.
Hardly the time of year for fireworks.
Tanner and I used to shoot them off in the woods all the time when we were in high school. Chief O'Neill looked the other way.
Don't you remember the forest fire a few years ago? That was down to kids with illegal fireworks. Although I didn't live here at the time, I continued to follow enough local news to be aware of the incident.
The fire was contained, so a few raccoons lost their homes. Big deal.
My hands curled into fists, but I restrained myself. I had more important tasks on the agenda.
By the way, the chief told me about your relationship,
He continued. Sean used air quotes around the word relationship.
Congrats, I guess.
Thank you. I felt a little sorry for Sean. I knew he harbored feelings for Sassy and that she had no romantic interest in him. That had to sting.
Just don't let it interfere with your jobs. I don't get paid enough to clean up your messes.
I resisted the urge to laugh at the thought of Deputy Guthrie taking on a lead role. Most days, I was surprised he managed to leave his house fully dressed and without falling over. We'll keep things professional when necessary. He gave me a sly look.
Are you going to Tanner and Jade's party?
No, why would I?
They invited Sassy. I thought maybe Tanner was inviting all his old girlfriends.
I glared at the redhead. You're hilarious. Is the chief in his office?
If I say no, will you go away?
Isn't there a flagpole someone should be hanging you from right now? His eyes narrowed.
See you around, Fury.
I maneuvered around him and made my way to the chief's office. The door was ajar, so I poked my head inside. Sawyer was intent on the paperwork on his desk. While he was unaware, I took the opportunity to study him. The thick head of dark hair, the sculpted jaw, the broad shoulders. Even seated at a desk with his bureaucrat hat on, he took my breath away. I cleared the emotion from my throat. Busy? Sawyer looked up and smiled.
The mayor thinks she's got the best view in town, but right now I'd beg to differ.
I closed the door behind me and sat across from him. I spoke to my father. I don't think he knows anything, but he mentioned a Lithuanian client based out of Chicago. I doubt it's related, but worth a couple phone calls. I told him about Peter's job at Haven Marine.
Got a last name yet?
I shook my head.
Are you heading there next?
Not yet. Neville texted me the name of a local store that carries the dog toy found at the scene. I'll check there first. Besides, I'd prefer a limited audience for the conversation at the marina. If there are too many ears, he might be hesitant to share. Sawyer cocked an eyebrow.
You want backup?
I shook my head. Better if I go alone. He might be more willing to talk without the chief of police present. His mouth quirked.
You think an FBM agent is less intimidating?
I shrugged. No, but a young woman is. His smile broadened.
Playing to your strengths. I like it.
He tapped his computer keyboard.
Did you check your email yet? The preliminary report's in.
Terrific. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through the emails.
I wish my people were as fast as yours,
he remarked. Magic. I kept my focus on the email. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Not a surprise, but ouch.
The angle of the blow is strange,
Sawyer said.
Seems like the killer might be significantly taller than the victim.
How tall is the victim?
6 foot.
That's pretty tall then. Do we know any basketball players in town? I said, only half joking.
Still no closer to a murder weapon. Based on the report, the killer could have even used his fist.
That would have been one powerful punch. It seemed strange that the killer was able to sneak up on Peter and attack before the werewolf could shift. Even without the twigs and branches that littered our yard, Peter would have possessed heightened werewolf senses.
We need a last name,
the chief said. I'll get it from the marina. Somebody there will know. My phone pinged with an incoming message from Clara.
Problem?
Sawyer asked. I completely forgot I agreed to meet Clara and Sassy at the diner. I'd better go. At least good enough was only a few blocks away. I could walk from here.
Let me know if she's heard anything.
I will, although I have a feeling she'll be talking about the election. Now that election day for the mayoral race was almost here, Clara could talk about little else. I was pretty sure her boyfriend volunteered to travel for work this week so he could give her space to geek freely. I leaned across the desk and he rose to his feet to meet my lips halfway. Kissing him was more reinvigorating than coffee. I'd much prefer having Sawyer Fox wake me up each morning to a cup of joe. It seemed we were well on our way. Let's order the triple cheese nachos, Clara suggested once we were squared away in our usual booth at the diner. I will never object to 3 different kinds of cheese. I caught a glance at the entrance. Is Sassy coming? You know her. Casually late. I'm impressed. I finally thought I was going to be last. You know Sassy. She has to make an entrance. Knowing her, she waited until she saw you come in. The server stopped at the table to take our order and quickly moved on to the next table. No one hustled faster than a diner waitress. How's the election coverage going? I figured I'd get this topic out of the way sooner rather than later. I was interested in the outcome, but not as keen on examining every detail. I saved that level of interest for investigations. It's energizing. I can definitely see myself covering more politics down the road. Have you discussed it with Cal? She snorted. I will once I impress him with my journo skills. I think you've been doing that for years. If he doesn't see it by now, the man needs bifocals. Clara smiled. I appreciate the support. The door blew open, bringing with it a gust of chilly air and sassafras persimmons. The former cheerleader practically skipped to the table and wedged herself into the booth beside Clara. The sides of her blonde hair were pulled back and secured in a partial ponytail.
Did you order for me?
Sassy asked. Clara gave her a pointed look. Do fish swim?
All the cheeses?
She asked hopefully. I wouldn't dream of disappointing you. On cue, the server delivered a tray of drinks and a heaping platter of triple cheese nachos to the table.
I hope you ladies like your arteries nice and clogged.
Sassy raised a finger.
Could I also get a tomato juice?
Clara wrinkled her nose. With nachos?
I'm not planning to dip the chips in the juice.
Since when do you drink tomato juice? I asked.
Since I saw my friend Vaughn drinking it. It's his favorite. You should see all the bottles in his fridge. They're all in a neat row, too.
A dreamy smile touched her lips.
He's very tidy and organized.
Bottles of tomato juice, I repeated.
Yes, it's like he's obsessed with it.
Clara and I exchanged wary glances. Sassy mentioned her neighbor Vaughn every time we saw her. I hadn't given him much thought, but now I had the uneasy feeling Vaughn might require my attention. I don't know that tomato juice is the best accompaniment to nachos, but I won't stop you, Clara said. Sassy swiped the first nacho off the top of the pile. It was so loaded with cheese that it was barely recognizable as a tortilla chip.
You know me. I like to experiment.
And I suppose you'd like to experiment with Vaughn, too, I said. I was goading her, but only because I wanted to know whether it was time to intervene. It was bad enough Tanner was living with a vampire without his knowledge. I didn't want the same fate to befall Sassy. She deserved better. Not that vampires were inherently bad, of course. My stepmom was great and probably saved me from a lifetime of a temperamental father. Sally had soothed the savage beast. Somewhat.
He is incredibly good-looking, Sassy admitted. Have I mentioned his arms? Because those biceps are like, wow. I was never into arms particularly, but the sight of his bare arms is like a personal invitation to get horizontal.
Uh-oh. Sassy had it worse than I realized. I was going to have to do a little detective work before the relationship progressed any further. We should all go out one night this week, I said. I'd love to meet him.
Back off, Eden, Sassy said. We've shared one man and that's more than enough.
I have no interest in Vaughn, I said. Sassy wiggled her eyebrows.
That's right. You're too busy swapping spit with the chief of police to notice anybody else.
The waitress delivered a glass of tomato juice to the table. As Sassy lifted the glass, she snuck a peek at Clara.
Have you asked her yet?
Asked me what? Clara lowered her voice. We heard there was a dead man in your yard. Is it true? My gaze flicked to Sassy. I couldn't announce he was a werewolf in front of a human without the sight. Sassy had no clue that the supernatural world existed, and I wanted to preserve her blissful ignorance. Yet another reason I wanted to keep her away from Vaughn, assuming I was right about her mysterious neighbor. I heard the same, but it's only a rumor, I said. I locked eyes with Clara. My best friend knew me well enough to realize I was lying. She'd also understand why.
That's disappointing. Sassy frowned. Not that I want someone to die in your yard, of course. What a stupid rumor, though. What's the point?
I crunched a nacho. How about that election? I'd happily dissect Mayor Whitehead's chances in the face of Sassy's interrogation.
It's a shame Jason Swift is so attractive.
Sassy took another sip of tomato juice and grimaced.
It's an acquired taste, I think.
If you don't like it, don't drink it, I advised. You don't have to have tomato juice in common to date him. The odds of those bottles in Vaughn's fridge actually containing tomato juice were pretty slim anyway. Jason Swift is a snake, Clara said. I've been hoping to dig up dirt on him ahead of the election, but he covers his tracks really well. Hopefully the majority of voters will see through him and vote for Mayor Whitehead, I said. The founding families seem to like Swift, Clara said. That's my main concern. You know how influential they are. The Pilgrim descendants held more sway in town than they should. What did it matter that their ancestors settled in Chipping Cheddar and never left? The only thing it proved was a lack of imagination. How can anyone in their right mind vote for Swift? I asked. Even if you can't prove he's up to no good, you still know. Clara used a fork to scrape off cheese that was stuck to the plate. I'm sure he's greased a lot of palms. He's defended more than his share of founding family members, too. I stole the last nacho out from under Sassy. I assume you looked into those cases for anything damning? Clara nodded. I even had Quinn take a pass at the files in case I missed something, but we couldn't find anything.
What's on your agenda today, Eden? Sassy asked. Any cybercrime to combat?
I need to check out a specialty store around the corner. Anyone in the mood to play with pet toys?
I have a client meeting in half an hour, Sassy said.
She produced a toothbrush and toothpaste from her handbag.
Time to freshen up.
I'll go with you, Clara said. Sassy laughed as she vacated the booth.
Interested in buying a leash for Quinn? Maybe he'll stay put for once.
I suspected Clara's reporter senses were tingling and she wanted the chance to grill me alone. Quinn's job requires him to travel, Clara said, unconcerned.
So did Tanner's.
Although Sassy didn't elaborate, we understood the implication. Tanner met Jade on his travels and thus began the end of his relationship with Sassy. Talk to Vaughn and let us know when we can meet up, I reminded her.
I will.
Sassy tossed a few bills on the table and strutted toward the bathroom. Clara and I paid the bill and left the diner. Tell me about the body, Clara said once we were alone on the sidewalk. I brought her up to date on everything I knew. Is that the real reason for a visit to the store? I nodded. There was a dog toy in the yard that I don't recognize, and Neville traced the brand to Possum. I patted my handbag. I'd like to get more information on the ball, see if they knew who purchased it. They could have ordered it online for all you know, Clara said. It's possible, but it can't hurt to check. Possum was only a short walk from the diner. A bell jingled as we crossed the threshold. The store was pet heaven. There were shelves and tables filled with custom treats and specialty items. I sensed magic emanating from some of the toys on display. A gingerbread man in a box caught my eye. The image on the box showed him running away from a dog, and I had no doubt that was how the toy actually worked. The gingerbread man was harmless prey to be hunted. The shopkeeper emerged from a back room. Hello there. Let me know if I can help you ladies find anything. There was no one else in the store, so I decided to be frank. Is there a magic section? He smiled. Anything on the right side of the store. Clara picked up a blue ball the size of a regulation soccer ball. Really? This doesn't seem like anything special. Although Clara was a human with the sight, sometimes the magical nuances were lost on her. It's coated in magic, the shopkeeper said. It'll take a decade for a hellhound's saliva to break down the materials. Clara hefted the ball in her hand. Who knew? If a regular dog plays with the ball, it won't do any harm.
Human customers think they're more expensive because they're built to last longer, which they are, but not for the reasons they think. A win-win.
How many hellhounds live in Chipping Cheddar? I asked. As far as I knew, Princess Buttercup was the only one.
There are a handful, he said. They meet at Davenport Park on Wednesdays and pop in here afterward for treats.
I balked. There were other hellhounds in town and I didn't know? I'd have to check with the Supernatural Council to see if the pets were licensed. Do you know what time on Wednesdays? I'd love to bring my hellhound to meet them.
10 o'clock.
Thanks. I produced the red ball from the crime scene. Do you sell this brand, and if so, would you be able to tell me who bought a ball like this in the past few weeks? He took the ball and studied it.
Yes, it's definitely a Bowman. I'll have to check my records to see if I've had any recent buyers. One moment, please.
He typed on the computer keyboard and scanned the results.
There was a purchase of a red Bowman last week, but the buyer paid cash, and I'm afraid I don't recall anything about them.
There's no other information in your system? I asked. He shook his head.
I don't retain identifying information if I can avoid it, for obvious reasons.
He was protective of the supernaturals in town. I couldn't fault him for it. I guess that means no video footage either.
That's correct. I'd rather lose product than inadvertently out some unsuspecting vampire.
I set my card on the counter. If you remember anything more, will you call me? He glanced at the card and his eyebrows crept higher.
Yes, Agent Fury, I absolutely will.
I took the blue ball from Clara and placed it on the counter. And I'll take one of these for Princess Buttercup. Her slobber alone could solve the Earth's landfill problem. The bell jingled as another customer entered. The shopkeeper rang up the purchase.
That will be $19.99 for that very ordinary ball.
He winked. I bit back a smile. Very subtle. I handed him a 20. Thanks for your help.
Sorry I couldn't offer more.
He turned to the new customer.
Anything I can help you find, ma'am?
As a matter of fact, there is. My Lulu needs a new winter coat. She's managed to outgrow her old one. I don't know how she's managed it. I think my husband might be sneaking her extra treats at night. Anything to be Lulu's favorite.
Clara and I left the store so he could focus on his next customer. I may not have picked up a new lead in the case, but at least I wasn't leaving empty-handed. I called that a win. Chapter 8. I got up before dawn the next morning to pay a visit to Haven Marine. It was north of downtown, about a 10-minute drive from the cluster of shops and tourist traps. I parked in the lot that boasted Haven Marine signs everywhere. There was a large warehouse positioned close to the water's edge, and a dozen boats bobbed in the water. Despite the early hour, the place was already overrun with dockhands. I made eye contact with the first man I encountered. Good morning. I'm looking for Nico. The man jerked his head toward the warehouse and continued stacking rocks against the warehouse wall. I maneuvered around coiled ropes and crates and entered the large building. I spotted a sign toward the back that read Office and headed there. A dark-haired man stood outside the door, deep in conversation with a petite blonde. At about 6'3", he towered over her. They wore matching expressions of concern. Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but I'm looking for Nico. They both turned to look at me, and I noticed the woman's eyes were red, as though she'd been crying.
I'm Nico.
I displayed my badge. Do you have a few minutes? The woman's eyes rounded at the sight of my badge. FBI? A human without the sight. Good to know. Nico chewed his lip.
Yeah, I got a few minutes. Come inside.
He glanced back at his companion.
Hold my calls and keep the guys out while we're talking.
She nodded, and her gaze flicked to me. Is this about Peter?
Of course it's about Peter.
Nico interjected before I could answer. He sounded agitated, and I couldn't decide whether he was upset about Peter or he was the kind of man who got unreasonably angry when people stated the obvious. Then again, Thaden had mentioned his boss's temper. We entered the small office, and I nearly choked on the stench of cigarettes. It seemed Thaden and Nico had more than the Haven Marine in common.
You can move that stuff to the floor,
he advised. I swept the pile of newspapers off the chair and sat. You're supposed to read them, not use them as a booster seat. He smiled.
I always intend to read, and then the day gets away from me. I feel guilty, so I keep them, thinking I'll catch up later.
But you never do. He motioned to the pile.
I think that tells you everything you need to know.
I promise I won't tell my friends. They both work at the paper.
I thought I might be a reporter once upon a time.
I focused my attention on Nico. What happened?
Money. Divorce. Life has a funny way of getting in the way of your dreams, you know?
I did know. I thought this place was storage for boats, I said. You seem to do a lot more than that. Nico unrolled his shirt sleeves.
A hell of a lot more. We install and remove seasonal docks, offer dock building and repair services, shoreline cleanup, and weed mitigation. That's what the rocks are for. Property maintenance for local homes on the water.
Sounds like a good business around here.
Certainly keeps us busy all year round.
What can you tell me about Peter?
Good guy. Hard worker. My best worker, to be honest. Ridiculously strong even for a werewolf.
His brow furrowed.
You want coffee or something? It's not daily grind quality, but it does the job.
I'm good, thanks. Why isn't Peter listed as an official employee? Nico hesitated.
Define official.
We searched for a place of employment for him, but we couldn't find him in the system. Nico chewed his lip again. He seemed to be grappling with an issue.
That's because I paid him under the table,
he finally admitted. Why would you do that? He gave me a pointed look.
Why do you think? Heavy accent, kept to himself.
Undocumented. He nodded.
I sympathized. There was a time when I owed alimony. Luckily, I had an understanding boss at the time. If I got paid by check, the witch I'd been married to would have claimed half of it.
He seemed to realize what he'd said.
No offense.
So you decided to pay it forward and help out Peter?
Sure, why not? We fellas have to stick together.
What was his last name?
Jansen.
Finally. Do you have his home address?
Sure. I'm the one who set him up there.
Where was he living before that?
A tent in the woods.
He snorted.
Can you believe that?
His brow furrowed.
Well, I guess you can, since you know he's a werewolf. Sometimes I forget whether I'm talking to a human or a super.
Did he confide in you at all? Where he came from, or why he moved here?
No. But he seemed to be running towards something rather than away from it, if you know what I mean.
Can you elaborate? Nico stroked his chin in a thoughtful manner.
He whistled a lot. Happy tunes.
That seemed to contradict what Jack Monnery told me at the bar. There, Peter seemed to be broken-hearted. That was the beer talking, most likely. Did he mention meeting someone new? A new girlfriend, I mean?
We didn't get into personal business very often. Like I said, he kept to himself.
I thought about what Thaden had told me in the car. Someone mentioned you and Peter had a disagreement recently. Care to tell me about that? The lines in Nico's brow deepened.
An argument? Who told you that?
Doesn't matter who. Nico dragged a hand through his hair.
I don't recall any argument. Like I said, Peter was a model employee. We drank together sometimes. I found him a place to live.
The witness claims you have a temper and that you were seen threatening Peter. I watched Nico closely to gauge his reaction.
That's my Italian blood. I'm not angry, just loud. Some of these guys, they don't understand that. As for threatening Peter, that's absurd. I can't think of any reason.
He halted abruptly.
Oh.
Oh? Nico looked at me. Guilt crept into his smooth features.
There was one incident a week or so ago, but I wasn't threatening him. I was questioning him.
About what?
I don't know. He seemed off. Like I told you, he generally whistled a lot. A hopeful guy, good energy. But his mood turned sour. He seemed preoccupied. I caught him opening a stack of crates that had nothing to do with his job.
Nico's jaw tightened.
I was upset. Peter's the last guy I would suspect of being a thief, but he swore he was only looking, not taking.
Did he say what he was looking for?
No, but he promised to let me know when he had something concrete to share.
Nico shrugged.
I assumed it was to do with a personal matter.
A personal matter connected to crates in your warehouse.
I know, stupid, right?
He ran a hand down his face.
Now I wish I'd asked more questions. I try to give these guys space, you know? Some of them have served time. They don't like to talk about themselves so much.
Did you get the sense Peter had served time here or in his home country? Nico shook his head.
No, I don't think so. He struck me as someone with a strong moral compass. When I caught him opening the crates, he was mortified. I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal.
He trailed off.
Especially now in light of what happened to him.
He didn't mention anyone was out to get him? That he was in hiding and maybe that was why he'd been living in the woods?
You'd think that, wouldn't you? But no. I got the impression he was building a life slowly and methodically rather than cobbling one together, if that makes sense.
Is there anyone else here I should speak to? Anyone Peter might have confided in? Nico fidgeted with a pen.
He tended to eat alone, but I'd see him flirt with Melanie sometimes.
He smiled.
Well, more like Melanie flirted with him. He didn't seem interested.
That sounded promising. Is Melanie here?
No, she doesn't come in until 10.
Would you mind giving me her address?
Sure thing.
Nico tapped his phone and reeled off the address of the studio.
She's human, just so you know. Most of the employees are.
Thanks for the tip. As I left Haven Marine, I sent a text to Sawyer with Peter's full name. Maybe we'd finally get enough information about the werewolf's life to lead us to his killer. Melanie lived in a green bungalow only a mile from the marina. The trim and porch were painted white, and the door was a deep shade of plum. My mother would have a lot to say about pairing green and purple. I was glad she wasn't here, for many reasons. I knocked on the door. Less than a minute later, the door squeaked open and a woman stood on the threshold. She looked to be mid-30s with shoulder-length brown hair and deep-set hazel eyes. She wore a smock splattered in different paint colors over top of a long-sleeve blue shirt and jeans. Hi, I'm looking for Melanie.
You found her, but you can save your pamphlets if you're here to convert me. I don't do organizations. I won't even choose a political party, which bites me in the ass during the primaries, but I don't care.
I'm not here to convert you or recruit you or anything of the kind. I'd like to talk to you about one of your coworkers. Melanie rolled her eyes.
Oh boy, what kind of trouble is brewing now?
She held the door open and waved me inside.
I swear, that job is like being a teacher at a school for wayward boys sometimes.
I stepped directly into the living room where a folding table was set up in the middle of the room with newspaper spread underneath. On the table was a chalk-white ceramic building. Working on a project?
I'm painting a bank to add to my miniature village. I try to get my painting in before work because I'm usually too beat to paint when I come home.
Is it a Christmas village? Clara's family used to display a small Christmas village during the holidays. They even had a little Santa on his sleigh that rested on one of the rooftops.
It's an all-year-round village. Would you like to see it?
Sure. I followed her into an adjacent room where I came to an abrupt halt. The entire room was lined with miniature buildings. There were houses, multiple churches, coffee shops, a toy store, a pet store, a post office. The list went on.
This is my version of chipping Cheddar, except instead of people, the residents are...
For a brief moment, my heart stopped. I half expected her to say supernaturals until my gaze landed on one of the small residents. One of the small blue residents. Smurfs, I interrupted. Melanie broke into a huge smile. Do you like Smurfs? This woman had created an entire town for the benefit of Smurfs. My mom died a few years ago, and I inherited her Smurf collection. I wasn't allowed to play with them as a kid, so I guess I went a little overboard. It's a lot. Bonkers. Lovely. I loved the concept of this whole hidden world. I like to pretend that this is a multiverse, and we live in one version of chipping cheddar, and these special creatures live in another. Why not mushroom houses? She wrinkled her nose. I hate mushrooms, except the kind you eat for fun. You painted all these? Over time, I continue to add pieces as I find them, like the bank. I have a Smurf holding a wad of cash. I want to put him out front. I walked the perimeter of the room and examined the village. It wasn't an exact replica of town. Melanie had put her own spin on it. The Smurfs were everywhere, living their best lives. 2 Smurfs with tennis rackets stood at opposite ends of a court. Across the room, I spotted fake snow and Smurfs in winter outfits. Is it winter on that side of town? Oh, you noticed. Each side of the room represents one of the 4 seasons. That's winter. You can figure out the rest. Melanie had put a lot of thought into this project, and a lot of Smurfs. How many Smurfettes do you have? 37. I stock eBay for ones I don't have. There's one with a tea set I really want to find. Do you name them? She recoiled slightly. Do I look crazy to you? I seem to have touched a nerve. No, of course not. You said you're here to talk about one of the guys at work. Should I try to guess which one? That could prove interesting. Go ahead. I'm going to say Peter. Bingo. Why him? Because he's been a no-show, no-call at work. That either means he's been arrested, deported, or he's dead. Her pleasant expression suggested she was clueless about Peter's fate. He's dead. Her smile quickly evaporated. Is this a joke? I'm afraid not. Her face crumpled. I can't believe it. I thought you might say he was arrested for being drunk and disorderly, but I definitely didn't think he was dead. She blinked away tears. What happened? That's what we're trying to figure out. I spoke to Nico. He said you and Peter sometimes talked at work. She smiled. I called him my work husband. I'd chat to him about my problems. He was a real good listener, not like the other guys. Their eyes never make it all the way to my face. But Peter's did? Yeah. I mean, I thought he was cute, and I let him know I was interested, but he didn't take the bait. I thought he might be gay, except for the woman who'd clearly stolen his heart. Did he mention her name? No. I was super jealous of her, though. Stupid, I know. She shrugged. Anyway, it did make talking to him easier. He always looked me in the eye and asked follow-up questions after I had a date. He even came over and fixed my sink one time when it stopped draining. By all accounts, Peter sounded like a Boy Scout. Why would someone have wanted him dead? Did he ever mention any problems he was having? Melanie moved a baseball-wielding Smurf across a patch of astroturf. Our conversation was mostly a one-way street. I talked, and he asked questions or offered advice. Good advice? Oh, yeah, especially when it came to men. I went out with this one guy, Ron, and Peter told me he had more red flags than a Chinese city. I didn't believe him at first. Ron seemed normal enough, but he showed his true colors pretty fast. Melanie was an objectively pretty woman with a sweet disposition. The fact that Peter didn't jump at her advances was curious. Then again, maybe she waxed poetic about her Smurf village at the marina. It wasn't the sexiest topic of conversation. Nico mentioned Peter was in a foul mood recently. Did you notice that? Her head bobbed. He definitely seemed off, which wasn't like him. Did he say why? Peter? No way. He was tight-lipped about personal stuff. Said he was homesick. That was his stock answer when he didn't want to elaborate. A faint smile played upon her lips. He told me about his village. It sounds so quaint. What did he think of your village? I waved a hand around the room. He thought it was cute. Wanted to know the gossip, whether the pitcher and catcher Smurfs were really just friends. She giggled. He could be very charming.
Sounds like it. He loved chipping cheddar. He couldn't get over all the choices in the stores here. One day, he showed up at work with a bag of potato chips in 5 different flavors. He was gobsmacked that there was a pickle-flavored potato chip. She laughed at the memory. Good grief, I'm going to miss him. Did you ever get the sense he was hiding from someone? She adjusted the position of a Papa Smurf. No. Although there was one time we were at Magic Beans together and he made me duck behind a column. She frowned. I forgot about that. I assumed he'd spotted someone he'd dated and ghosted, but now? Who knows? How long ago was that? She bit her lip. I'd say about 3 weeks ago. Maybe I should have asked, but I was still crushing on him, and I guess I didn't really want to know. I gave her my card. If you think of anything else, will you let me know? Her eyes widened as she scanned the card. FBI? Why not the police? I'm afraid that information is confidential. Melanie glanced at the card before tucking it in her back pocket. I don't have an FBI Smurfette. She plucked one carrying a pencil and a pad of paper from the middle of the miniature plaza. Here, this one can be you. I'll make her a little badge. I didn't feel the need to be a Smurf in her miniature village, but it felt rude to object. Thanks, Melanie. With a crisp nod, she placed the Smurfette at the miniature marina. Representation matters. Chapter 9. On the ride back to the office, I called Sawyer on speakerphone to tell him about my visit with Melanie. Were you able to find Peter in the system?
Unfortunately not. There's no record of this Peter Jansen. Not a tax return, not a driver's license, nothing.
Nico thinks he was undocumented.
Based on the lack of information, that makes sense.
I remembered Melanie's comment about Peter hiding from someone at Magic Beans. It's possible someone knew he was undocumented and was threatening him.
Or blackmailing him, and Peter took it upon himself to try to put a stop to it. It isn't like he would have filed a complaint with the police.
Why don't you meet me at Peter's apartment and we'll check it out together? I gave him the address.
I can be there in 10 minutes.
Once the call disconnected, I turned up the radio and sang along to Beyoncé, feeling strangely upbeat for an agent without a prime suspect. The reason was obvious, though. Sawyer Fox. It was a nice change to have a partner in fighting crime. I missed Fergus, my old FBI partner. I'd enjoyed working cases with him. I had Neville, of course, but an assistant wasn't quite the same as having a partner in the trenches with you. The fact that I also happened to love the person in the trenches with me made the whole package that much more appealing. Now that Sawyer knew the truth about supernaturals and chipping cheddar, the truth about me, the future seemed blindingly bright. Somehow Sawyer managed to beat me to the address. I spotted his patrol car in the dirt driveway of the ramshackle farmhouse. I exited my car and smiled. How did you get here before me? Is this the part where you tell me you've had supernatural powers all along? He chuckled.
I wish. I swear I'd solve crimes a lot faster. Think there's a spell that lets you share the wealth?
My stomach tightened. Don't ever wish for that.
Relax, Eden. I'm only kidding.
He tilted his head.
Somebody's home. I hear a TV blasting.
We approached the front door and I rang the bell. The sound of the television continued and nobody answered the door. I rang the bell again. The second time did the trick. The door jerked open and an older woman squinted at us. She was mid to late 60s and wore a fanny pack over her loose-fitting Eeyore sweatshirt. Hi, I'm Agent Fury and this is Chief Fox. Is this the home of Peter Jansen? I asked. She pointed to another door to the lower left side of the house. He rents the basement apartment. We'd like to look around, I said. Would it be possible to get a spare key, Mrs. Ellen Simpkins? Can it wait? My soap is on and we're about to find out who the father of the baby is. People still watched soap operas? Mrs. Simpkins, are you aware that your tenant has been murdered? Her hand flew to cover her mouth.
Murdered? Peter's dead?
I'm afraid so, I said. Mrs. Simpkins unzipped the fanny pack and produced an open packet of peanut butter crackers.
Excuse me. I eat when I'm stressed.
She popped a cracker into her mouth and chewed.
I guess you didn't notice he hasn't been around lately,
Sawyer said. She opened her mouth to speak, and cracker crumbs sprayed from her mouth.
I don't pay attention as long as he pays the rent on time, which he does.
You'd describe him as a good tenant? I asked. She wiped the remaining crumbs from her mouth.
The ideal tenant, in fact. No trouble at all. Quiet, pays in cash, and always on time.
That fit with Nico and Melanie's description of the victim. Did he fill out a lease application? I asked. The landlady shoved another cracker into her mouth.
I'm not sure.
Did you run a credit check? I asked, knowing perfectly well that she didn't. If she had, she would have discovered, like we did, that Peter Jensen wasn't in the system. She zipped the fanny pack.
I thought you were here to look at his place, not give me the third degree. Nico vouched for him, and I trust Nico.
The chief sighed.
We're not here to reprimand you, Mrs. Simpkins. If you could give us the key, we'll be out of your hair in no time.
The landlady hugged herself.
What if whoever killed him comes here looking for something? I live alone. Can you post someone outside the house at night? Preferably that cute deputy with the red hair.
I don't think that will be necessary,
Sawyer told her. I glanced at Sawyer. Are you sure? 1 or 2 nights might be a good idea, just to help Mrs. Simpkins sleep at night.
I'll consider it.
She broke into a smile.
Oh, wonderful. Now let me grab the spare key.
Thank you. We appreciate it,
Sawyer said. Mrs. Simpkins left us standing on the doormat while she went in search of the key. Sawyer looked at me and chuckled.
One of these days, you'll have to tell me what Guthrie did to draw your ire.
We draw each other's ire. It's a mutual arrangement. The landlady returned a couple minutes later, key in hand.
It was Joshua. I knew it.
Joshua? The chief asked. Joshua killed Peter?
No, he's the father of the baby, she explained. I'm so glad. I like him better than that scoundrel Todd.
She pointed a finger.
Bring the key back when you're finished, and be sure to lock up. I don't want squatters in there.
No problem, I said. The basement apartment was smaller than expected. I'd assumed it ran the width of the house, but it was only a fraction of it. Talk about Spartan, I murmured. The interior was devoid of personal effects. The furniture was minimal. A single dresser was pushed against the wall, and there was a double bed just beyond the kitchenette. There was no sign of a table or chair. Sawyer noticed too.
Does he eat in bed?
Or in the bathroom? I tried not to think too hard about that one.
He was getting paid in cash by the marina, and he can't possibly be paying much for this place.
Sawyer scratched his dimpled chin.
What was he doing with the rest of the money?
It would support the blackmail theory, I said. Or he could have been sending it home. I'd crossed paths with plenty of immigrants during my FBI stint in San Francisco to know that they frequently sent money home to their families. Sawyer began opening and closing the dresser drawers.
But where was home for Peter?
If he was sending money to family, maybe there's a letter here from one of them. A wife, a child, parents. It could be any or all of them. I examined the contents of the cabinets in the kitchenette. Nothing but a few dishes, pots, and pans. Sawyer stared at the double bed with its rumpled white sheets.
What a sad existence.
And a sadder ending. He reached for my hand.
I hate being confronted with this kind of misery, but having you here makes it more bearable.
I felt exactly the same. The least we can do for Peter is find his killer and notify his family, assuming there is one.
Why wouldn't he have a photo or some evidence of them? If he loved them enough to live like this, you'd think he'd keep a memento of them somewhere. A reminder of why he gets out of bed and goes to work each morning.
Maybe he couldn't risk it. He caught a sideways glance at me.
You mean if he was living separately because he was in hiding?
My mind returned to Melanie's comment about magic beans. If he was afraid of being discovered, he wouldn't leave evidence of his family lying around. He'd want to protect them. Sawyer checked under the mattress and the bed.
Still would like to know where the rest of his money was going. Cash will be impossible to track.
He rose to his feet.
Would any of those fury traits of yours be useful here?
Not really. I stood in the center of the room and tried to see the space through Peter's eyes. If I wanted to hide something in an apartment as small as this one, what would my options be? I looked down at the dingy carpet that covered the floor. I checked the corners. None of them looked as though they'd been taken up to access a floorboard. There were no paintings or framed pictures on the wall. Nothing to hide behind.
I'll check the bathroom,
Sawyer offered. A minute later, he rejoined me.
Is it typical for a werewolf to lose that much hair in the drain? Those hairballs were big enough to have their own social security numbers.
I laughed. I've never lived with one, but I can tell you my cousins are always leaving piles of hair behind. Julie says she could never commit a crime because it would be impossible to flee the scene without leaving evidence behind. Sawyer frowned.
Talk to me about werewolves. Aren't they meant to be territorial?
They can be, but not all. Julie and Meg are more welcoming than most people I know.
Peter was from a rare pack, right? He proves to be strong, a hard worker, everybody likes him. What if somebody here felt threatened by that?
You think Peter might have been killed for encroaching on another werewolf's territory?
History is littered with people dying over a territory dispute.
Sawyer tugged on his ear, thinking.
If the killer was a werewolf, it's possible they left evidence behind at the crime scene.
Depends on whether the killer was smart enough and thorough enough to cover their tracks afterward.
Is there a spell you can do to check for recent evidence of a second werewolf in the yard?
I'll talk to Neville. I'm sure he can come up with something.
Okay if I observe?
I smiled. You like to watch, huh? He snaked an arm around my waist.
No, I very much like to participate, but I recognize my limitations.
I brushed his lips with mine. Really? Because I haven't noticed any yet?
Saucy.
He released me and gave my bottom a playful smack.
We should bring back the key before the landlady files a report.
She might do that anyway, just for the chance to interact with the cute red-headed deputy. I did a final sweep of the apartment. Something doesn't sit right with me.
A lot of this doesn't sit right with me. Even if his real name is Peter, I'd bet good money his last name isn't Jansen. If nothing else, I want to know his real name. Notify his next of kin.
Sawyer was right. It would be awful not to know the fate of a loved one. My phone buzzed with an incoming text. I glanced at the screen. Huh. The mayor wants to meet with me. Sawyer's eyebrows crept higher.
About what?
She doesn't say. She asked me to meet her at the Bayside Cafe at 3 o'clock. He checked his phone.
No message for me.
Unease spread through me. What did she want to discuss with me? Did she learn something about my family? The fear of discovery forever loomed over me. I'll talk to Neville about the spell and let you know what time to arrive at the house. I paused. Don't come until I tell you, okay? His brow creased.
It's still a crime scene, Eden. I shouldn't need to schedule an appointment to access it.
I chose my answer carefully. My family can be difficult at the best of times, and we're not currently dealing with the best of times, so I don't want you alone with them. Sawyer chuckled.
Eden, I'm a grown man and the chief of police. You don't need to worry about me.
I locked eyes with him. I really do. He pulled me into a warm embrace.
I may not be able to turn people into frogs or turn invisible, but I can sure as hell take care of myself.
I inhaled his scent of sea salt and evergreen and instantly relaxed. I know you can, but why tempt fate? He kissed my forehead before releasing me.
I won't go until you tell me. There. Feel better?
I nodded and exited the apartment ahead of him. Sawyer had no idea how dangerous my family could be, and I would do everything in my power to make sure he never found out. Chapter 10. I left Peter's apartment and went straight to the new FBM office to update Neville on the investigation. Every inch of the wizard's desk was covered in paperwork. "What's going on?" I asked. "You're not usually this disorganized." Neville observed the desk.
This isn't disorganized. I know where every piece of paper is and what information it contains.
"Close your eyes." The wizard dutifully complied. I scanned the contents of the desk. "What's on the paper in the far right corner?"
A memorandum from HQ about the new dress code policy.
I picked up the sheet of paper. "There's a new dress code policy? No one told me."
Because I have no doubt you'll continue to wear the same delightful apparel you normally do.
I glanced down at my black shirt with "Not today, Satan" written in block letters. I need to be comfortable in order to do my job well. I returned the memorandum to the corner. "What about the paper that's in the middle on the left?"
My shopping list.
"Ooh, I thought I might catch you out on that one."
Is the game over, Agent Fury? As you can see, I have a lot of work to do.
As did I. "Game's over. You win." I pointed to the stack of papers at the bottom left corner. "What's with the ream of reports?" He opened his eyes.
We're receiving a higher number of alerts from Otherworld than usual.
"Should we be concerned?" The wizard shook his head.
It's seasonal.
I laughed. "Seasonal? Like shamrock shakes and beach reads?" The wizard fixed me with a serious expression.
You understand how the moon impacts the behavior of werewolves? It's like that, except on a broader scale.
"So, when the leaves start to fall, be on the lookout for an increase in pumpkin spice demons."
I get the sense you're not taking this seriously, Agent Fury.
I maneuvered to the bottom end of his desk to inspect the reports. Anyone on the wanted list that could be connected to Peter? Anyone who could be Peter?
Already thought of that, oh wise one, and the answer is no. I assume this means you've yet to identify the killer.
I told Neville everything I'd learned to date. "Do you think you can craft a spell that scans the yard for signs of a second werewolf? Julie and Meg haven't been there in weeks, so if we find any evidence of one, there's a good chance it's our killer." Neville cracked his knuckles.
I'm sure I can oblige.
"Do you think we can cloak the area while you do the spell, the way you cloak our training exercises at the park?" He peered at me from behind his thick glasses.
You want to hide our activities from your family?
I'd like to hide all my activities from my family, but that's proven futile. But for our sanity, it might be best to work in secret. Neville pressed his lips together.
It might lessen the effectiveness of the reveal spell if I'm performing a cloaking spell at the same time. One might counteract the other.
I guess you're right. Maybe we'll get lucky and they won't be home. I walked to my desk and switched on the computer. "Let me know if there's anything you need me to do for the spell." Neville ambled to the back of the office and began retrieving jars from the shelf to prepare the spell.
Agent Fury, have you considered that there's only one werewolf in town who would care enough about preserving his position of authority to view an outsider as a threat?
Do you mean Hugh? Of course he meant Hugh. I'd had the same thought.
The victim was a Zelta. From what you've said, he was well-liked and hard-working. It wouldn't be a surprise to learn Hugh worried about him.
But worried enough to kill him? Hugh's on the verge of becoming deputy mayor. Why risk his chances?
I don't know. Perhaps the victim knew something about Hugh that put his political future at risk. Men have committed all sorts of atrocities in pursuit of power.
I shuddered. When you put it like that. But what could Peter have known about Hugh? When he moved to town, had he visited Hugh as the de facto leader of the pack to announce his presence? It still doesn't explain how they ended up in the yard. Neither one of them lives near Munster Close.
Your mother is a known practitioner of black magic, and your father is a known vengeance demon. It's possible Peter was coming to one of them for protection.
And we were back to connecting the murder to my family, which was not my preference. I wanted to keep my family as far removed from this murder investigation as possible. I checked the clock on my phone. How long will the spell take? I need to meet the mayor at Bayside Cafe.
It might be close, but I think you'll make it.
He poured a deep yellow powder into the mortar.
I would think she'd be too busy with the election to be meeting anyone for tea and cake.
I don't know that we're having tea and cake. Except now I wanted tea and cake. I heard the sound of a zipper.
I'm ready to go when you are.
I craned my neck to see him attaching a large fanny pack around his slight paunch. Would you like a set of rubber bracelets and leg warmers to complement your other accessory? He seemed uncertain, so I pointed to the fanny pack. Are they really back in style?
I don't know whether it's fashionable, but I find it very useful.
He wiggled his fingers.
Keeps my hands free.
To do what? He appeared thoughtful.
Whatever I want.
I made my way to the door. Should I play a Cyndi Lauper song on the drive over to make you feel at home?
Oh, I wouldn't mind a bit of Duran Duran.
He pushed his glasses to the bridge of his nose.
Did you know the band name came from a science fiction novel from the 1960s?
Is that why you like them? He shrugged.
It doesn't hurt.
I texted Sawyer to let him know it was safe to meet us at the house. En route to Munster Close, I blasted every 80s tune I could find. Neville took my musical mockery in stride. He straightened in his seat when Hungry Like the Wolf played, and I noticed him tapping his foot to the beat.
An appropriate tune for our purposes, Agent Fury.
I parked the car in front of Husbourne's house in the hopes of evading detection by my family. We crept past the gate and into the backyard. Based on the cars in the driveway, everybody was home. As long as my head didn't turn into an elephant in the middle of the spell, we'd manage. I kept watch at the back of the house as Neville began the spell. I groaned when the back door swung open and all 3 witches emerged from the house. I put a finger to my lips to silence them, as though that would somehow be effective.
What's happening now?
Grandma asked, ignoring the universal sign for be quiet. We're working, obviously.
There's nothing obvious about it,
Grandma shot back.
You look like you might spread a blanket for a picnic.
Neville is in the middle of a spell and he doesn't need a peanut gallery, thank you. Grandma gripped the railing and leaned forward slightly.
I think of us more like those 2 Muppets in the balcony.
Statler and Waldorf, Aunt Thora offered. Why is he holding his wand at such a strange angle? My mother asked. He looks like he's trying to use chopsticks for the first time. I exhaled loudly. This wouldn't be easy with an audience. Neville doesn't need any backseat drivers, I called over my shoulder.
No, he needs an actual driver if he expects to get anywhere with that spell.
Grandma shot back.
His technique is lacking.
That's exactly what I told my date last night, my mother said.
There may be something lacking with my technique, but there is nothing wrong with my hearing,
Neville yelled, keeping his attention fixed on the spell.
I didn't realize you'd invited so many people,
Sawyer said, swaggering toward us.
I didn't realize you'd invited a human,
Grandma griped. We needed a bouncer, but there was no way I was putting Sawyer in that position. I invited the chief of police because he's part of this investigation. I told them, if you don't like it, go inside. As a matter of fact, go inside anyway. Oh, look, the little wizard's done it, Aunt Thora proclaimed. I watched from the perimeter as the backyard lit up like a football stadium at night. Instead of white lights, there was a variety of colors.
Why does my yard look like a poorly decorated Christmas tree?
My mother asked. I would never put those colors together.
What are you hoping to see?
Aunt Thora asked. I kept my gaze fixed on the colors, trying to ascertain which color belonged to which supernatural. I can't disclose that.
It isn't a good idea to have a human witness to this level of magic,
my mother said.
It breaks the rules, Eden, and we know what a stickler you are for those.
I resolved to maintain my temper. I explained to you already that the Supernatural Council approved his knowledge and participation in FBM matters.
What's going on back there?
A scratchy voice yelled.
If those lights keep up, I'll have to file suit for emotional distress.
Terrific. I twisted to see our neighbor's head rise just above the top of the fence. Mrs. Paulson was petite. She had to be standing on blocks or a tree stump in order to see over the tall fence that my family installed to keep her at bay. She was known as the cul-de-sac busybody for a reason.
I'm sure looking in the mirror causes you emotional distress, too,
Grandma yelled back.
Are you going to sue the mirror manufacturer?
Sawyer held up his badge.
Police business, ma'am.
Can you run interference? I whispered. We couldn't afford to have her witness any magic. She was the worst combination of human and nosy. Sawyer trotted across the yard to engage with her. Neville waited until her head ducked below the fence line to continue with the spell. I spotted my father and Sally as they crossed the yard to observe the activity. It was officially a full house.
What's with the lights?
My dad demanded.
They distracted me from my crossword puzzle. I was just about to solve 11 across.
My mother moaned.
Oh, please. You didn't see any lights. Your eyesight wasn't that sharp when we were married. It can't possibly have improved.
Sally clasped his hand and squeezed in a silent plea to not engage with Beatrice Fury. Neville is performing a spell to help us see whether there was a second werewolf here the day of the murder, I explained. Sawyer sauntered back to the relevant area.
Your neighbor's gone inside to take a nap. I told her you were having electrical issues and she saw the sparks. I don't think she'll be any more trouble.
I smiled. Thank you. Even amidst the current chaos, a sense of calm washed over me. The Sawyer effect.
Doesn't each color represent a different supernatural?
My mother asked.
How can you tell whether there was more than one of the same species?
Neville pointed to flecks of bright green light concentrated where the body was found.
That light signifies a werewolf. If there was a second one, it would be a lighter or darker shade of green.
He spun toward a patch of red light.
That's a vampire. There's only one.
Sally squinted at the light. That's me? Neville pointed to the trail of lights that led to my father and Sally's house.
Appears to be.
My mother inched closer, undoubtedly searching for the light that represented her.
I see many shades of black and gray. They look more like shadows.
Witches, Neville told her. I think that pattern of black light is you.
She nodded her approval.
Black light is slimming.
I strained to see the trail. Black and gray were difficult to see against the balder patches of earth. It was clearer against the green grass. Moyer and Tomas rounded the corner of the house.
I don't know what's going on, Thomas declared, but I am loving the light display. Reminds me of the Christmas lights at the Botanic Garden in Chicago.
I was thinking more of a 4th of July, Moyer added, if the fireworks were on the ground instead of in the sky. She's still here, my mother hissed.
You can go back to your perch,
she called to Mrs. Paulson. She flicked her hands in unison toward the neighboring house.
Go on. One of the neighbors might have gotten a UPS package. You don't want to miss anything.
Moyer's gaze swept the scene. I take it this is where the murder happened? I threw out my hands in exasperation. Does everybody know?
Was the victim a unicorn? Tomas asked, because I've never seen rainbow blood spatter before.
It isn't blood spatter, I said. We're trying to identify the different supernaturals that have been here recently. Moyer observed the colored lights.
This reminds me of the black light at the club. Shows evidence of all kinds of activities.
You can get the same result in Beatrice's bedroom, Grandma said.
I closed my eyes briefly and wished for everyone to disappear. Sawyer seemed to read my mind.
Folks, I'm going to ask you to clear the area and let Agent Fury and Neville complete their work. I don't want to contaminate the scene.
A white light appeared next to Tomas.
Oops, he said. Seems I'm already having an effect.
Frowning, Sawyer glanced at Neville.
What does the white light mean?
I'm half angel. Tomas fanned out his wings, not that Sawyer could see them. A few feathers drifted to the ground, along with a smattering of angel dust. Neville winced.
If you would be so kind as to vacate the area, I don't want to have to repeat the spell.
I can understand why, Grandma said. You barely managed it the first time.
Everybody out,
Sawyer shouted.
Go now, or I'll have you arrested for tampering with a crime scene.
To my relief, no one argued. They entered the main house through the back door. I looked at my father and Sally. You too. My father jammed a finger toward the ground.
This is my yard. The crime scene is in their yard.
I sighed. Technically, the crime scene is right on the property line. My father's gaze traveled from the relevant spot on the ground to the barn and back again.
Your house is smack in the middle of the property line.
I snorted. You're just figuring that out? My physical existence was halfway between my parents, which mirrored my mental existence throughout my childhood. Sally curled her arm around my dad's. Come along, Stanley. The sooner they inspect the crime scene again, the sooner they might identify the killer. It would be nice to be officially ruled out.
If they don't rule you out, I'll make them,
my father said with his usual vigor. Sawyer shifted his gaze to me and raised his eyebrow. I shrugged. There was no point in reprimanding my father. It would only escalate the situation. Hopefully we'll have an update soon, I told them. You'll be the first to know.
Good.
My father allowed Sally to steer him back to their house. Sawyer waited until they were out of earshot to speak.
I'm starting to understand why you wanted to stay in San Francisco.
A smile spread across his handsome face.
Although I'm certainly glad you didn't, for obvious reasons.
A crime scene in between their houses is a nightmare for many reasons, I said. I studied the gradations of light and tried to determine whether there were any anomalies.
Would you ever want to move back to Iowa?
Neville asked. My ears pricked at the question. I was curious to hear the answer, too.
I love it there, but I'm pretty settled here. It's a nice change, being so close to the water.
You have all those lakes, though, I said, careful to stay focused on the spell. I couldn't bring myself to look at him, in case my expression showed the fear and anxiety Neville's question had triggered.
I do miss lake life, but the Chesapeake is pretty great. 5 minutes and you're in open water. It's a whole different experience. What about when you have children?
Neville pressed.
Would you want to raise them so close to a portal in a town full of supernaturals?
I glared at the wizard. Was he trying to dissuade Sawyer from sticking around long term?
From what I understand, Iowa is full of supernaturals too. I just didn't know it when I lived there.
He scratched his cheek.
Come to think of it, I'm fairly certain I knew a few werewolves back at the University of Iowa.
And the portal is dormant, I added. Why don't we get back to the task at hand? Although I was annoyed with Neville, I refused to let my attitude interfere with the investigation. I inspected the ground, following a trail from the location of Peter's body to the gate. I stopped at specks of green and crouched for closer scrutiny. 2 shades of green. Sweet Hecate. I whistled. Over here, guys. Neville and Sawyer crowded around my discovery.
This proves there was a second werewolf?
Sawyer asked. Neville and I nodded in unison.
Oh, Hugh,
Neville breathed.
what have you done?
We don't know for certain it was Hugh,
But he's a good place to start.
Sawyer said.
You said he's the head honcho, right?
Unofficially, I had to handle Hugh with care. He ran the risk of being as volatile as my family. Give me a couple days to see what I can find out. If I hit a wall, I'll loop you back in. Sawyer cut a glance at me.
Are you sure? I'm not intimidated by him, if that's your concern.
Not at all. This is more political, for lack of a better word. It requires a delicate hand. The chief nodded.
This is your case, Eden. If you say back off, I'll back off.
Thank you. Gods above, I wanted to kiss him for that. It was so refreshing to have someone who not only loved me, but trusted my judgment. Sawyer Fox was the whole package.
I need to head out anyway. I got a call about another noise violation, and Guthrie is busy with a rally of Whitehead supporters in town.
Another noise violation? I echoed. He blew out a breath.
Probably more kids with too much time and not enough supervision. I'll catch up with you later.
What was that about? I asked Neville once we were alone in the yard. He blinked at me from behind his glasses.
I thought it was about identifying a second werewolf.
Not the spell, the questions to Sawyer about moving back to Iowa. It sounded like you had an agenda. He lowered his gaze.
Apologies, Agent Fury. I can see how you might have taken it that way. I didn't intend to push him in a particular direction.
He fell silent, and I got the sense there was more he wanted to say. What is it? I prompted.
I can't pretend that I don't worry about your future together. Your family can be very intimidating, and Chief Fox is a wonderful human. I would hate for anything bad to happen to him.
I won't let anything bad happen to him, Neville. I promise.
I don't want anything bad to happen to you either,
he said, more softly. I can handle my family, I assured him.
I know you can, but ability and willingness are two very different things. I can pull a rabbit out of a hat, but would I? No, of course not. It's demeaning to wizards everywhere.
I get your point, Neville. If push came to shove, well, for better or worse, I was a fury, and I could shove harder than they ever could. Chapter 11. Mayor Whitehead sat at a table on the outdoor patio that overlooked the bay. Even seated, you could tell she was a tall woman with a commanding yet warm presence. Wilhelmina Whitehead was a prime example of someone who exuded power without cold indifference or flagrant narcissism. Mayor, I greeted her as I slid into the empty chair across from her. I was grateful for the heated lamps positioned around us to stave off the chill in the air.
Agent Fury, thank you for coming on such short notice.
A server appeared at the table. Anything to drink while you look at the menu? I'd like a black coffee and a glass of water, the mayor said. Unsweetened iced tea with a wedge of lemon, please. The mayor arched an eyebrow. In this weather? I drink it all year long, no matter the weather. The wedge of lemon was a habit I picked up from Aunt Thora. I just want you to know that I'm voting for you, the server said. I think you've done a great job, and I'd love to see how you serve another term. The mayor beamed. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. I suddenly realized how hungry I was. Could I also get the bacon-wrapped scallops as an appetizer? The seafood in chipping Cheddar was one of the best reasons to live here. Absolutely, Heather said. I'll put that in now and come back with your drinks and to take your order. Thank you. Mayor Whitehead opened her menu but didn't look at it. I'm sure you're wondering why I invited you here. I perused the menu and my gaze immediately snagged on the jumbo crab cakes. Sold.
Clearly, you heard my stomach rumble all the way across town and knew I needed to stop and eat.
The mayor smiled.
You sound like me. Sometimes I get so caught up in work that I forget to eat.
She set down the menu and threaded her fingers on the table.
I'd like to talk to you about Hugh Phelps.
I swallowed hard. Did she know something about the investigation? And, if so, how?
Why me?
You two seem acquainted with each other, and as an FBI agent, you're a respected member of the community.
I'd like your unfiltered opinion of the man.
The man, not the werewolf, because Mayor Whitehead didn't know that Hugh was the unofficial leader of the local pack, that he acquired a mail-order bride in order to satisfy his desire for quality pups, that he refused to take any pills or potions that restricted his ability to shift, and that he was an all-around asshat. I tried to give a diplomatic answer.
Hugh is a character.
You don't have to mince words with me, Agent Fury. Eden. The mayor smiled.
Eden, you and I had to work much harder than these men to get where we are. Let's do ourselves a favor and not beat around the bush with each other.
I chose my words carefully. It's my understanding you and Hugh have been getting to know each other. I'm guessing you formed your own opinion during that time. An opinion favorable enough to land him the coveted position of deputy mayor.
Perhaps, but I'd still like to hear yours.
Her timing couldn't have been worse. I could ruin Hugh's chances of being appointed if I said too much. At the same time, if he was the killer, the mayor deserved to know he was currently under a cloud of suspicion. It could destroy her credibility if she announced him as her choice and then he was arrested for murder. She'd be tried and convicted in the merciless court of public opinion.
There may be an issue,
I said. Heather arrived with the drinks and my appetizer, and we placed our order for main courses. The mayor opted for the blackened salmon. My mouth watered at the smell of bacon. I couldn't wait to devour the whole platter. I'm happy to share, I lied.
I'd rather you share what you know about Hugh.
I was relieved about the scallops, not so relieved about the subject of Hugh. I finished chewing a scallop and swallowed. This is confidential, but he's a person of interest in connection with a murder. Her face hardened.
The man killed on your family's property?
Yes, we have reason to believe they knew each other and that Hugh had motive. She sipped her coffee.
I heard the feds were involved. I've been so focused on the election that I've tuned out most everything else.
Her brow creased. That's not the act of a good mayor, is it? I should be more concerned with what's happening in my town than my re-election campaign. It's the home stretch. I'd be distracted too.
And why are you involved?
There's a cybercrime component, I said quickly. I hated to lie to the mayor, but I'd been lying to humans my whole life. It was second nature to me. Her mouth turned down at the corners.
You really think Hugh murdered this man?
I don't know. There's a possible connection. I'd rather not share any more than that, certainly not before I've questioned him. She swore under her breath. I can't afford any dark horses. Jason's numbers are too close for comfort. That baffles me. Jason Swift was the polar opposite of Mayor Whitehead. He fights dirty, Eden. Surely you've realized that. Yes, but the fact that his tactics work. I shook my head. Not my circus, not my mayoral monkeys. A faint smile touched her lips. Believe me, you and I are on the same page. Heather appeared next to the table with a plate in each hand. She slid one in front of the mayor and the other in front of me. I was in seafood heaven right now.
Can I get you anything else?
Heather asked. Not now, thank you, the mayor said. Her smile evaporated as Heather returned to the inside of the restaurant. I don't know what to do. Can you hold off on any announcements until the close of the investigation? I think I'll have to. She cut her salmon into squares. Swift hasn't announced his intentions for deputy mayor. I suppose it wouldn't be strange for me to hold off as well. I hate to drop this bombshell on you so close to the election, I said. Better now than later. She chewed a piece of salmon. This is delicious. I always assume salmon will be boring, but not when it's cooked like this. If you think it's boring, then why order it? It's my go-to on a menu because it's healthy and hard to mess up. Don't you have a safety menu item? I stuck my fork into the crab cake. Not really. I like too many dishes to need a safety item. Mayor Whitehead smiled. That's one of the things I like about you, Eden. My bottomless appetite? Your positivity. You're a bright light in a dark world, my friend. That's kind of you to say. She turned her gaze to the water. Will you let me know the moment Hugh's been cleared? Definitely. The chief or I will call you personally. She closed her eyes and sighed. I seriously hope he's innocent. It isn't just the fact that I'll look bad. It's that I'll no longer trust my own judgment. We're allowed to be wrong sometimes, Madam Mayor. Some people are experts at hiding their true nature. She shifted her gaze to me and offered a wry smile. All part of the human experience, right? Not just humans. All of us. I hated my next move, but I felt I had no choice. I called an emergency meeting of the Supernatural Council and omitted Hugh and Sawyer from the group text. Hopefully, no one would notice before the meeting.
Why are we meeting at your office, Eden?
Husborn replied. Chop House was booked on short notice. The FBM office would be a tight squeeze, but there was no chance Hugh would wander past at an inopportune time. I doubted he ever made it to the sketchy side of town where the outpost was located. I also asked Neville to make himself scarce so someone else could use his seat. Aggie Grace was the first to arrive, followed by Adele LaRue. Husborn Crawley strode into the office, removing his beige hat upon entering. I perched on the edge of the table at the back of the room in order to give them space.
I was hoping to order portobello flatbread at Chop House,
Aggie said.
It's a new addition to the menu.
Not a mushroom fan,
Husborn drawled.
Can we order anything from here? Aggie asked. Maybe we could use DoorDash.
There are donuts next door, I offered. Aggie cringed. Too much sugar. She turned her focus to Neville's desk.
My word! Would you look at this mess? And here I thought Neville was one of those rare, neat and tidy wizards.
She started to gather up the papers, and I called for her to stop. Neville knows exactly where everything is on that desk, I warned. Aggie gaped at me.
How is that possible?
I shrugged. Magic. We should start the meeting, Adele said. I have a bridge game after this, and the ladies threaten to replace you if you're late. That's hardcore, I said. Adele stared down her nose at me. You should watch them play bridge.
Wait, we can't start without Chief Fox,
Husborn said.
Or Hugh,
Aggie added. I cleared my throat. I'm afraid Hugh is the reason for the meeting. What happened? Adele asked. Lines of concern rippled across her brow. I updated them on the investigation. Husborn rubbed his face, appearing to digest the information.
Do you really think someone like Hugh Phelps would compromise his position in town by killing some random wolf?
I shrugged. Maybe Peter challenged Hugh for dominance, and Hugh felt he had no choice but to respond.
You said the victim was attacked from behind and didn't seem to sense the attack coming,
Aggie pointed out.
Doesn't that suggest it wasn't another werewolf?
I leaned my hands back on the table. Another werewolf was at the scene. Maybe they argued. Peter turned to walk away and bam! Adele raised a pen in the air. If he turned to walk away, wouldn't he have walked toward the gate instead of away from it? You said his head was toward the barn. I groaned in frustration. We don't know exactly what happened yet, but until we're certain, I don't see how we can have him serving on the council.
Look, we all know Hugh can be tough to get along with, but I don't think he's a cold-blooded killer,
Husborn said.
Nor do I.
Aggie chimed in. I tipped my head toward the ceiling and prayed for strength. I'm not accusing him. I'm taking precautions, that's all. We can't allow a powerful super to break laws and get away with it just because we know him and sometimes like him. Adele released a delicate sigh. Now there's an interesting statement coming from you. I fixed her with a hard stare. What's that supposed to mean? Adele raised her chin to meet my gaze. You know. I did know. She meant my family.
Let's stay focused on the current situation,
Aggie interjected. Good idea.
So what's the bottom line?
Husborn asked.
We keep Hugh away from council business until he's been cleared?
Basically, I said. In an ideal world, we'll have this figured out before the next meeting. And before the election results were announced, but I didn't want to delve into that whole debacle.
For the record, I support Hugh, Aggie said. He's a pompous piece of work, but he's no murderer. And if he did murder someone, he'd have a good reason to do so, and he wouldn't hide his involvement. He'd want everyone to know what he was capable of.
She made a good point. Even so, I stood by the decision to tread carefully. Hugh was as Aggie described, but he was also unpredictable. If he felt threatened, he was still a wolf at heart.
Poor Mrs. Phelps,
Husborn remarked.
Imagine agreeing to marry one you believe is an upstanding pack member and discover he's nothing more than a common thug.
I pity her. You'd have to be pretty desperate to marry a complete stranger, Adele said.
I pity her more because that stranger is Hugh, I added.
Everybody laughed.
When will you speak to Hugh? And should I bring popcorn?
Aggie asked. I grimaced. There won't be an audience for my talk with Hugh, and I haven't decided how to approach it yet. As you can imagine, it's a delicate matter, and I'm trying to keep Sawyer out of the middle of it. Are there no other suspects? Adele asked. Not right now, unfortunately, but we're working hard on the case.
This is such bad timing with the election,
Husborn said.
Do you think someone could be trying to frame Hugh?
If so, they did a terrible job. There was no physical evidence at the scene linked to Hugh. We had to use magic, and even that evidence is flimsy at best. And you think if you interview him, he'll simply confess? Adele queried. I don't know what he'll do. That's why I'm going to speak to someone else first. Someone with a vested interest in collecting dirt on Hugh. Aggie blinked at me.
And who might that be, dear?
Who do you think? I pushed myself off the edge of the table. The snake oil salesman himself, Mr. Jason Swift. Chapter 12. Stepping into Jason Swift's office was like entering a spa. There were plush velvet chairs, soothing background music, and an indoor water feature that gave me the sudden urge to pee. This was not the environment I expected for a land shark. I approached the lacquered desk to greet the Salma Hayek look-alike. I may have won the supernatural genetic lottery, but the receptionist walked away with the beauty prize. Hi, I'm Agent Eden Fury. I'm here to see Mr. Swift. She offered a pleasant smile, showing a set of perfect teeth. Do you have an appointment? I don't, but I think he'll spare a few minutes for me. I flashed my badge, and her pleasant expression morphed into one of mild surprise. One moment, please. She spun in her chair and teetered down the corridor on spiked heels, presumably to his office. Interesting that she didn't simply tell him on the phone. Maybe she was afraid I would overhear his response. She emerged from the corridor a few minutes later. Her pencil skirt was cute, but she seemed incapable of walking in it. Her stride was more of a waddle. If you don't mind waiting, he can see you shortly. That's fine. Can I offer you anything to drink? We have coffee, tea, juice. We also have a fully stocked bar if you're in the mood for something stronger. I settled into one of the plush chairs. I'm good, thanks. She returned to her seat, and I took the opportunity to scrutinize the waiting area. Between the high-end furniture and the architectural details, it must have cost a small fortune to create this professional oasis. The shark had to be swimming in money. The minutes ticked by, and it occurred to me this could be a power play. Jason Swift was likely sitting in his office and bouncing a ball off the wall. He only wanted to make me wait to assert his dominance over me. Good luck with that. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through social media. I wasn't active on any accounts, but I liked to check out other people's news feeds. I usually only stopped scrolling when I reached an adorable animal photo. I did, however, stop at Sassy's photo of the view from her new apartment with the caption, "When one door closes, another one opens." My stomach clenched. I knew Sassy well enough to realize she meant Vaughn rather than the door to her new home, and that worried me. I didn't want her to fall too hard too fast, and definitely not if the guy was a vampire. I had to find out for sure. Finally, the receptionist motioned to me. "He can see you now, Agent Fury." I followed her to the corner office where, true to form, Jason was in the midst of shooting a basketball across the room. The ball fell through the hoop with a swish. "Nice shot," I said. The ball landed on the floor and rolled under a chair.
Stress relief. I've got to release this nervous election energy.
Some people use scrunched up paper and a wastebasket. Jason grinned.
I prefer the real deal.
He gestured to the receptionist.
You can close the door, Linda.
I glanced behind me as the door clicked closed. Linda? I didn't think anyone under 50 was named Linda anymore.
Her full name is Belinda, with a Y.
Ah, that makes more sense. He motioned to the empty chair across from his desk. His corner office was as tranquil as the lobby. There was a velvet settee, as well as a fish tank built into the wall. Is that a saltwater tank? I asked.
Fresh water for the piranhas.
Piranhas. Why didn't that surprise me? No doubt he would have kept sharks in there if he could fit them. I craned my neck. How many are in there?
2. Hansel and Gretel. I'm waiting to see which one kills first. My money's on Hansel, but I'm rooting for Gretel. I like a woman that can surprise me.
He tilted his head to observe me.
Are you here to surprise me, Agent Fury?
I suppose that depends on how much you know. I pulled up the sketch of Peter on my phone and showed it to him. Do you know this man? Jason scrutinized the image.
He could do with a good shave and a decent barber.
I'm not here for you to judge his dating profile, Mr. Swift.
That's a relief, because he'd need at least 5 more decent photos. Linda's an expert on that stuff, so I know more about it than I care to.
Do you recognize him? I pressed. He passed the phone back to me.
Yes, I recognize him. He came by my office last week.
His answer took me by surprise. He came here? For what? Jason squeezed a stress ball on his desk.
He wanted dirt on someone and he thought I could help him.
Help him how? His eyebrows drew together.
Were you not listening? Get dirt.
You're a lawyer. Why would he come to you? Jason shrugged his broad shoulders.
People come to me for all sorts of help. It's one of the reasons I decided to run for mayor. I figured if people already viewed me as a leader in the community, I might as well be the leader.
I pictured him more as Ursula the Sea Witch, offering help to the desperate that came with a steep price tag. And did you help him? He scribbled a signature and flipped to the next page.
No, I didn't have any information to share.
Who was he asking about? Jason's gaze met mine.
Hugh Phelps.
I sucked in a breath. Could Peter's death have something to do with the election? Did you ask him why he wanted the information? Jason returned his attention to the paperwork on his desk.
Not my business.
I peered at him. You weren't even a teensy bit curious, even knowing he's supporting Mayor Whitehead's re-election? Jason pressed his palm flat on the ball and looked at me with the kind of directness that bordered on uncomfortable.
Hugh can support whichever candidate he wants, although he seems too smart to back the wrong horse. It's a shame, really. I could have used a guy like him on my team.
Hugh had a seat on the Supernatural Council and had an entire wolf pack at his disposal. Jason had no idea exactly how valuable Hugh could be. Jason looked at me with renewed interest.
How about you, sweetness? You've got sway in this town. I assume you're throwing your support behind the woman?
He grunted his disapproval.
Typical feminist.
I bit my tongue. I was here in a professional capacity, and I couldn't afford to say anything I might regret. I'm here to talk about the murder of a Chipping Cheddar resident. That's all.
Murder?
His gaze darted to the phone, which was in my hand.
That guy is dead?
Yes, a blow to the head. I was hoping you might be able to shed light on the situation. He whistled.
Now I'm curious why he was digging up info on old Hugh. What kind of secret is important enough to kill for?
I don't know that it necessarily means Hugh is hiding something. Maybe the victim was looking for dirt that isn't there. I silently cursed Jason for making me feel the need to defend Hugh.
Simply because he doesn't like the man? Seems a stretch.
He was right about that. And Peter and Hugh weren't in the same line of work, so it didn't seem to be a competition for business. Right now, the only thing the two men had in common was their species, which was hardly a cause for murder. Why don't you let me worry about the connections? I'm interested in what you can tell me about the man you met.
I believe we've covered that territory.
His gaze raked over me.
How would you like to talk about it over an expensive bottle of wine?
I snapped to my feet, eager to put distance between us. Hugh might be the predator, but Jason was the one that made me feel like prey. I don't think that'll be necessary. It sounds like you don't have any more information to give. I tossed my business card on his desk. Call me if you think of anything. He cocked an eyebrow.
Anything? Because I can think of lots of things I'd like to call you about.
Without warning, he tossed the stress ball straight at me, and I instinctively caught it. He whistled.
Nice reflexes, Agent Fury. Very nice indeed. In fact, you just moved up on my list.
Gee, I'm flattered. I hoped my sarcasm wasn't lost on him. With men like Jason Swift, the more you objected, the more they tried to rise to the challenge, and I had no interest in goading him into action. I was definitely going to need a hot shower with lots of soap after this encounter.
You live over on the old Wentworth farm. Is that right, Agent Fury?
My muscles tensed. Yes. Why do you ask? His smirk was nauseating.
No reason. I like to take an interest in my future constituents, that's all.
I rose to my feet and placed the ball on the desk. Funny. It almost felt like a threat. He looked at me with wide-eyed innocence.
A threat? Perish the thought. I have a fondness for old houses, and your family's farmhouse is one of the best in town. And top marks for the barn renovation.
You say that as though you've seen it. The mere prospect of the shark within spitting distance of my home made me uneasy. He maintained a neutral expression.
Did I?
I needed to get out of here before I decided to stare at him long enough to induce madness. Good luck with the election, Mr. Swift. May the best candidate win. He winked.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
I arrived home and went straight to the kitchen to decompress and make a warm cup of tea. Princess Buttercup nuzzled my hand while the kettle boiled. Idly, I stroked the top of her head. It's been a day, Buttercup. And the day wasn't over yet. Olivia was set to sleep over tonight. Part of me longed to reschedule, but I refused to disappoint my niece. Once the tea was ready, I sat at the table by the window and let myself enjoy the moment of solitude. I wasn't great at winding down. There was always one more task to complete, one more to-do to tick off the endless list. Fergus understood this about me and used to stress the importance of downtime. I'd smile and tell him there was no rest for the wicked. He never smiled back. As I gazed out the window at the expansive yard between the barn and the farmhouse, I couldn't help but think of poor Peter Jansen. The spot where his body was found was within view of my kitchen. If I'd been home, I might have witnessed the crime. Even better, I might have been able to stop it. The question continued to nag me. Why was Peter here in the first place? The Jaws theme song broke through the silence. Seemed appropriate, given my earlier encounter. I glanced at the phone on the table. I'd changed my mother's name in my contacts to Satan herself. Dare I answer it? Nope. I continued to sip my tea and preserve the peace for as long as possible. The Jaws theme stopped and immediately started again. Apparently, she wasn't going to give up. Typical Beatrice. Between my mother and father, my own stubbornness was inevitable. I tapped the screen. Agent Fury speaking. This is the woman who gave birth to Agent Fury. We've called a family meeting. We need you here in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is awfully short notice. What if I'm busy? You're not busy. Aunt Thora spied in your window and saw you in the kitchen. Exactly. I'm busy in my kitchen. I might clean the tops of the cabinets. The dust bunnies can wait. Or tell Alice to make herself useful for once. I don't really care. I have a packed schedule today. I can't drop everything because you're in the mood for a family meeting. Believe me, I have better things to do with my time, but this is necessary. We'd like to talk about you and your paramour. My mother injected a detectable amount of venom into the word paramour. I suggest you take part so that we don't make the decision for you. I had a feeling they'd be doing that anyway. I'll be there in 10 minutes. You have to be contrary, don't you? If I'd said 10 minutes, you'd have said 15. She wasn't wrong. I clicked off the phone and stared at the main house through the window. This was not how I wanted to spend my downtime. As I crossed the backyard, I whistled for Princess Buttercup. The hellhound came tearing around a corner with a ball in her mouth. Upon closer inspection, I realized the ball was starting to deteriorate thanks to acidic slobber. Looks like I should give you that new toy sooner rather than later. The hellhound dropped the ball and barked in agreement. The moment the ball hit the ground, it broke into pieces. I approached the back door and ignored the feeling of dread lodged in the pit of my stomach. This conversation was bound to be unpleasant, and there was no resolution that would leave both parties satisfied. The moment I crossed the threshold into the house, I felt the shift in energy. Even Princess Buttercup sensed it because her ears drew back. I checked my head. Still human. At least they reversed the hex on the doorway. I half expected to end up with a donkey's head this time, since they seemed determined to make an ass out of me. The hellhound stayed by my side as I entered the family room. Aunt Thora sat sandwiched on the sofa between Grandma and my mother. An unenviable position. Glad you could make it, my mother said. She wore her serious makeup, which consisted of lipstick in a subdued shade of pink, foundation, mascara, and no eyeliner. Each witch was dressed in black. I folded my arms and popped out a hip. Didn't seem like I had much of a choice. Are you three headed to a funeral after this? My mother ignored the question and gestured to the recliner. Have a seat. This might take time. Begrudgingly, I sat. Princess Buttercup dropped to the floor beside me and began licking her paw.
Before you begin whatever waste of time this is, I have a question. My mother kept her business face on. Proceed. Has Jason Swift ever been here? Her brow furrowed. The lawyer? Yes. He made a comment today that suggested he's been here. Not to my knowledge. She glanced at Grandma. Mother, have you invited Mr. Swift as a guest? Not me, Grandma said. I don't like lawyers.
Except Moyer,
Aunt Thora corrected her. Grandma picked at an invisible thread on the cushion.
Right. All lawyers except Moyer.
Swift's sleazy, isn't he?
Aunt Thora asked.
I can't think of a reason we'd have invited him here.
He's very sleazy. Slick as oil, I said. My mother aimed a finger at me. And he might be our new mayor, so I'd keep that talk to a minimum. There's no way he's going to beat Mayor Whitehead, I said. Life is unpredictable, my mother replied. That's half the fun. So, what's on the agenda? I pulled on the lever and the chair reclined. Despite the strange energy, I hoped to keep the atmosphere light. My mother crossed her arms. We think you're playing with fire, and it needs to stop. I snorted. Hello, kettle? I'm not talking about magic, my mother said.
It's the chief, Grandma interjected. You can't continue the relationship.
The three of us have talked it over, and we think it would be best if we simply wipe his memories of recent events, my mother said, dusting off her hands. Take him back to before he discovered the truth about supernaturals. Fat chance. If they dialed back his memories that far, he'd forget too much. He might even forget how he felt about me. That's not an option.
Why not?
Grandma demanded. Because he's the chief of police, for starters. What if he forgets why he's here? How would we explain that to people? We wouldn't explain anything. Verity can diagnose him with anemia. Amnesia, I corrected her. My mother waved a dismissive hand. Whatever. The point is that it's not our problem what comes next. My mouth dropped open. You can't be serious. You can't leave chaos in your wake and expect others to clean up.
You should have thought of that before you decided to play lick the icicle with him,
Grandma said. He's a good person and an asset to the community, and it's been a plus that he knows about the supernatural world. But he doesn't know about us, my mother shot back. He knows you're supernaturals, and as long as you behave yourselves, that's all he ever needs to know. Grandma and my mother exchanged glances. I pressed harder. He serves on the Supernatural Council with me. The other members have accepted him. The three of you have no official role in this town, other than as the town menace. My mother ignored me. We can handle the spell. Our goal is to only excise the most relevant memories. But there's no guarantee we won't scalpel a few extra. My chest constricted. What if he forgot he loved me? Even worse, what if he forgot me altogether? I can't let you do that. There's too much at stake.
We don't need your permission, Grandma said. We're looping you in as a courtesy.
He can strike a deal with Moyer,
Aunt Thora suggested.
Give him agency in the matter.
A bargain with a demon lawyer always ended with unintended consequences. I refused to put Sawyer in that position. I think you're blowing this out of proportion. Sawyer isn't Tanner. No, he's much worse, because he's the head of law enforcement in this town, my mother countered. I pitched forward on the recliner. Have you forgotten that I'm the head of law enforcement on the supernatural side?
Yes, but you won't turn us in,
Grandma said. I won't turn you in because you haven't given me a reason to. Touch one hair on Sawyer's head and I'll call the agents to swarm this place. My mother's face hardened. You wouldn't dare. I lifted my chin. Try me. My mother regarded me coolly. You know, Eden, I tolerated your little act of rebellion when you joined the FBM, but a relationship with a human like Sawyer Fox could ruin this family. Something clicked in my brain. This isn't just about you three and your black magic, is it? This is about me being a fury. My mother shifted on the cushion. Surely you thought about the repercussions if you choose a human as your mate? I caught a glance at Aunt Thora. I would have appreciated her support, given her own history with Ted O'Neill, but she remained silent. Coward. I laughed in exasperation. What do you think I should do? Track down the most powerful supernatural within a 50-mile radius and offer to procreate with him in the hopes of producing another fury? My mother tapped her chin. That's not a bad idea. I threw my head back and groaned. You're being ridiculous. I'm not a broodmare. No, dear, you're the stallion, my mother said, and you should want to breed with someone worthy of you. I'm not listening to another word of this nonsense. I hopped to my feet. Let me know when you've come to your senses. Until then, don't talk to me. I started toward the back door. Unless it's about the case. That's the only permissible topic of conversation. Princess Buttercup joined me at the door. The hellhound clearly didn't want to be left behind. I didn't blame her. That room was the last place I wanted to be right now. Chapter 13. I marched back to the barn and slammed the door shut behind me. Alice emerged from the wall, looking grim. That was quite the conversation, the ghost said. Can you believe them? I flopped onto the sofa and hugged a pillow against my chest. Alice swooped closer to me and hovered above the coffee table. I think you need to be careful. They sounded deadly serious. I'd also suggest keeping the chief away from them for now, even if you have to use magic to do it. I'm way ahead of you there. By sidelining him from the investigation until further notice, I was effectively keeping him away from my family. The only sleepover at the barn for the foreseeable future will be with Olivia. Alice recoiled slightly. When's that? Tonight. Why? No reason. I stared at her. What is it, Alice? Nothing. Your niece is a very interesting girl. And by very interesting, you mean... Alice threw out her hands. Fine. I mean, she's absolutely terrifying. Please don't leave me alone with her. I'm not leaving her alone. The whole point is to spend quality time with her. Alice wore a nervous smile. What time is she due to arrive? I might be busy floating around town this evening. I shook my head. She's a little kid. I think you're overreacting. I'm sure you're right. A car honked outside, prompting a gasp from the ghost. What was that? Is she here? Relax. She's not due until dinner time. Princess Buttercup jumped to her paws and ran to the door. Gods have mercy, it is dinner time, Alice said in an ominous whisper. Toodles. The door opened and Verity's head poked through. Hey, you don't mind if I drop and run, right? Anton and I have dinner plans with another couple and I don't want to be late. I pushed myself off the sofa. No problem. Where's Ryan? With your dad and Sally. Olivia pushed her way past her mother and entered the barn. Be good, sweetheart. Verity kissed her daughter's head. Olivia seemed oblivious to her mother's departure. I can't believe I get to sleep at your house again. She tossed her overnight bag on the floor with gusto. She swiveled left to right, hands on hips, taking in the airy room with a critical eye. I like what you've done with the place, Auntie Eden. I stifled a laugh. Olivia reminded me of a miniature Beatrice right now. Adult Beatrice was the bane of my existence. This kid version was far more tolerable. I'm glad you approve. I might have gone with a darker color on the walls, but to each her own. She kneeled on the floor and unzipped the bag. You can take the bag up to your room if you want. Not yet. I want to show you something first. She pulled out a doll. This is Miriam. She'll be my companion tonight. The chosen one, huh? Olivia hugged the doll to her chest. I make sure to rotate through them so no one feels neglected. Compassion and empathy. 2 traits the older women in my family could stand to have. At least Verity was able to instill those qualities in her daughter. I held out my hand. Can I hold her? Olivia turned the doll toward me, and I swallowed a scream. Miriam looked like she'd risen straight from the fiery bowels of hell to conquer our world in her plastic form. Not only was she missing an eye, but the socket had an X drawn over it in black marker. Her head was half bald on one side, which made her look like a supporting character in Mad Max. I couldn't determine whether the hairstyle was from wear and tear or it had been deliberately ripped out. Her clothing was a gauzy white dress. On a different doll, the dress would have given her an ethereal quality. Miriam, however, looked like a demented Casper.
Look, she's interactive.
Olivia shifted the doll to a prostrate position, and Miriam's cries pierced the air. Princess Buttercup barked an objection to the sound.
Calm down,
Olivia chastised the hellhound.
It's only because she's wet. You'd cry too if you were uncomfortable.
Wet? Did demon spawn pee their pants just like everybody else? Olivia squinted and bent her head.
What's that, Miriam? Your tummy hurts?
Gods above, no. Before I could react, liquid the color of split pea soup spilled from the doll's mouth and splashed all over my shoes.
Aw, poor Miriam.
Olivia snatched the doll from my trembling hands and rocked her back and forth. I gaped at the green puddle on the floor. I can't believe she puked.
I know. Isn't she amazing?
She kissed Miriam's cheek as a chalky white substance oozed from the doll's eye, and I was pretty sure I threw up in my mouth a little. Olivia thrust the doll toward me.
She likes to be snuggled.
I voted for smothered, but nobody asked me. You know what? Why don't I let you handle the snuggling? You're so good at it. Olivia beamed with pride.
I am, aren't I? I'm good at everything.
Yep, definitely a Beatrice in the making. It was a good thing I was here to remedy that.
Can you teach me the spell that turned your head into a sheep?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it isn't a nice spell.
So what? I'm darkness personified. Duh.
I couldn't help but laugh. Where did you learn that phrase?
One of the teachers at school said it under her breath.
I examined her closely. Why would she say that about you?
Oh, not me. She was talking about the principal, but I liked the way it sounded.
I slipped off my shoes and gingerly carried them to the laundry area.
Is it okay if Buttercup licks the puke?
Olivia yelled. No!
Too late.
Cringing, I grabbed a roll of paper towels and a spray bottle of cleaning liquid from the cabinet above the washing machine. I returned to the scene of the atrocity and crouched down to clean. Olivia jumped on the sofa and turned to observe me.
Do you think I'll have beautiful wings like yours?
I don't know about beautiful.
Show me. I'll tell you the truth. Mommy says I'm very blunt.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Being blunt? I don't understand why everyone doesn't tell the truth all the time. I told Ashley Fetterman she looked like a bulldog and everyone got mad at me, but I don't see the big deal. She does look like a bulldog, and I love bulldogs.
Poor Ashley Fetterman. Her eyes rounded and she placed her hands in prayer position.
Please, Auntie Eden, show me your wings. Pretty please, with black licorice on top.
You like black licorice? Gross. She didn't answer, instead choosing to widen her eyes even further. I couldn't resist that adorable expression. Fine. Stand back so you don't get whacked in the face by feathers. I focused on my body and unfurled my wings, prompting a gasp from my niece.
They're so dark. Can I touch them? They look so soft.
Before I could answer, her tiny fingers began to stroke the feathers.
They're perfect.
She sounded like Sawyer.
I hope when I get bigger, I have wings as pretty as yours.
I'm not sure that wings are in your future, Liv. She puffed out her chest and folded her arms in a huff.
They might be. I have fury blood the same as you.
I couldn't bear to see her disappointed. Maybe you're right. There are demons with wings, too. It's possible you'll inherit them from your dad and grandfather. She squealed.
Do you really think so?
Anything's possible.
Why don't you fly around more? If I had wings, I'd fly everywhere.
She threw her arms out wide. Because there are consequences. She dropped her arms to her sides.
People get hurt?
I frowned. No. Consequences for me. The more I use my fury traits, the more likely I am to be given more of them. Olivia bit her bottom lip and looked at me with a pinched expression.
Don't you want more?
No, I don't.
You're an odd duck, Auntie Eden. I would want every single power the gods gave me.
Even snake hair? Her eyes sparkled.
Yes,
She whispered.
I would love snake hair.
Of course she would. She glanced at Miriam on the coffee table.
I bet I could make snake hair for Miriam for the bald side of her head.
I wouldn't put it past my niece to use actual snakes. I think you should talk to your parents first. Olivia shifted her attention back to me.
I'm hungry. Can I have a snack?
How about dinner instead? What are you in the mood for? I started toward the kitchen and she followed.
Do you have cookies?
No, but maybe we can bake them later. I tossed the dirty paper towels into the trash can and opened the pantry door. Pasta?
I had pasta yesterday.
She climbed on a stool and rested her elbows on the counter.
Is it true the chief of police is your boyfriend?
Chief Fox, yes. She gave me a slanted look.
And he's human? All of him?
Well, parts of him seemed superhuman to me, but that seemed like an inappropriate comment to make to my niece. Yes, he's human. Olivia continued to observe me.
Huh.
What does that mean? She shrugged.
I didn't think we were allowed to fall in love with humans.
I turned to face her. You can't help who you fall in love with. Haven't you ever watched The Little Mermaid? She snorted.
That story is terrible. Why would a mermaid who's all kinds of awesome and has a beautiful singing voice give all that up, abandon her family and her whole kingdom for a dopey human? Great-grandma says it's a cautionary tale.
I'm sure she does. Okay, so maybe the story had a few flaws, but the music was good. Curiosity sparked in her eyes.
Will you abandon us for him, Auntie Eden? I would miss you so much.
Her direct question threw me for a loop. I'm not sure that abandon is the right word. Some members of the family would prefer that I don't date him, and I've decided that the only opinion that matters on this subject is my own.
You're just like Ariel. She defies her father, makes a mess, and then he has to fix all her problems so she can have her happy ending.
Okay, but the crab was cool. She shrugged.
2 words. Cultural appropriation.
We had to find a new topic of conversation before I lost all credibility with my niece. I needed her to respect me, or I'd never manage to influence her the way I hoped. When she hit her teen years, I didn't want her to dismiss my opinions with a flippant, well, you're the one who abandoned our family to date a human. Would you like to learn a basic spell? I blurted. Anything to change the subject. She eyed me closely.
How basic?
One that is appropriate for your age.
What if I can't do it?
I shrugged. Then you can't do it. We have no idea what you're capable of at this point, so the only way to figure it out is to test. Her eyes lit up.
I'm an experiment.
Not quite. It's like learning whether you're left-handed or right-handed. You don't know that answer when you're born. Some traits take time to develop. They're dependent on age and other factors. She wiggled all 10 fingers.
I'm Dexter.
I certainly hoped she didn't mean the serial killer, although it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. What do you mean?
I can use both hands.
Oh, ambidextrous. She raised her chin, indignant.
That's what I said.
I thought about possible spells she might be able to do. Why don't we try a spell that helps you fall asleep? Verity might thank me later for that one.
What about a transformation spell so I can turn kids I don't like into slugs?
Oh boy. I don't think that's such a good idea. You want to learn spells that can help you as well as others.
If I learned to turn Angelina into a slug, that would help me and others. She doesn't share, and she always hangs her coat on Sherman's hook, no matter how many times she's been told not to.
Well, at least Olivia was trying to protect someone weaker. It was a promising start. I think transformation spells might be too advanced. Why don't we start with something simpler, like controlling the flame of a candle? Her eyes glinted at the mention of control. Yep, she was definitely related to us.
Okay.
I retrieved an evergreen-scented candle from the cupboard and lit it. The fresh woodland smell reminded me of Sawyer.
Now what?
Olivia asked. Now you focus on the flame and try to form a connection with it. Once you're locked in, you can bend it to your will. Make it higher, brighter, snuff it out, whatever. I paused. Whatever you do, don't burn down the barn. I slid the candle across the table so it was closer to her. She scrunched up her face and glared at the candle like she was trying to curse it. You might want to relax a little, I advised. You want to connect with the flame before you try to control it. Don't beat it into submission.
Like Pop Pop would?
Exactly. Her face relaxed and she pinned her gaze on the flame. I tried not to watch her too closely. I didn't want to give her performance anxiety. After a minute of intense concentration, she dipped her head and sighed.
It isn't working.
I patted her shoulder. These things take time. Even if you can't do it today, that doesn't mean you won't be able to do it tomorrow. I'm still gaining new fury traits, and I'm much older than you. She twisted to look at me.
You're still learning.
Always. If you stop learning, you stop growing.
Why don't you use your fury powers all the time? Then you'd be super powerful.
The answer was complicated. There are other things to consider. Acquiring power isn't my top priority.
Why not? Don't you want to be able to defeat anybody who crosses you?
I've been able to do my job effectively without being an all-powerful fury.
But what if the town was attacked by a horde of fast-moving zombies? Or what if the old portal opened and we were overrun by demons?
I frowned. Who told you about the old portal?
Mom? She said it's one of your jobs to make sure it stays shut.
She perked up.
Next time you go, can I go with you?
We can go in the morning. It's part of my daily routine. She clapped her hands.
This is the best sleepover ever.
You have to promise to go to sleep on time, though. If I'm tired and grumpy in the morning, I won't be able to take you. She offered a solemn nod.
Deal.
We spent the remainder of the evening making dinner, baking cookies, and playing checkers. I managed to beat Miriam at checkers, too, although that game was surprisingly close. Olivia took a bath without complaint and climbed into bed.
Can I sleep with you?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not going to bed yet, and when I do, I might wake you up. She clutched Miriam to her chest.
That's okay. Miriam will keep me company.
I tucked her in and read her a bedtime story she'd brought with her. It was a version of Hansel and Gretel where the witch triumphed. I thought of Jason Swift's Piranhas. Once she was asleep, I played a game with Sawyer on the phone. I was able to relax and forget about the murder and the pressure from my family. It was nice to feel normal, at least for a few hours. As I settled in bed, Alice drifted through the wall and into the bedroom. You're quiet, Eden. Is something wrong? I stared at the ceiling. I'm worried. About what? That Olivia is right about Ariel? That my family is right? Alice glided across the room to hover next to the bed. Who's Ariel? A friend from school? No, a mermaid who goes to a sea witch for a spell to turn human in order to chase a guy who falls in love with her, despite the fact that she has no voice and can't express herself. That idiot Eric fell in love with a pretty shell on the beach. Alice frowned. You're fretting over a movie? That doesn't sound like you. I curled my fingers around the top of the sheet. What if I'm being like Ariel and I'm too blind to see it? I see. Alice perched on the edge of the bed. Have you sought out a spell to strip you of your fury powers in order to make yourself more palatable to Chief Fox? No. Have you lost your voice? Definitely not. Have you changed or disrespected yourself in any way to win his love? I mulled it over. I don't think so. She smacked my arm, but I felt only a puff of air. Then you're nothing like Ariel, are you? I guess not. I smiled at her. Thanks, Alice. You made me feel better. Your family's ideas aren't all bad, you know. I turned on my side to face her. It's nice spending more time with Olivia. I can see Verity's influence. That doll might be terrifying, but Olivia treats her with compassion and empathy. Alice was silent for a moment. I tilted my head back to look at her. What? You credit Verity for helping Olivia to develop compassion and empathy, but what about you? I like to think I've had a hand in it as well. It was, after all, one of the reasons I begrudgingly moved back to chipping Cheddar after losing my job as an FBI agent. No, I mean, what about you? As in, who deserves the credit for teaching you how to be compassionate and empathetic? It wasn't Verity. I contemplated the question. I don't know. I watched you grow up, Eden. It wasn't in a vacuum. While I would agree you were born with a compassionate streak, it could have easily been stamped out under the right circumstances. I think the fact that it wasn't is significant and something you ought to consider. Are you on their side now? The witches who kill each other and bury their bodies in the backyard until the resurrection? I'm not on anybody's side, Eden. You know that. But I want you to be on somebody's side. I want you to be on mine. It was lonely being a white light in a family of darkness. Alice regarded me with a sympathetic smile. I am always on Team Eden. You know that, dear. I just don't want this current situation to turn into a disaster, especially when I think it's avoidable. How? How do I avoid it when my family is trying to dictate the terms of my personal life? They're acting out of fear, and you're responding out of fear. That's a recipe for disaster. You're all powerful beings. You have a responsibility to others not to create chaos in your wake. I smiled. You're worried we'll destroy chipping Cheddar like it's a smackdown between Godzilla and Mothra? Something like that. She drifted toward the door. Sweet dreams, Eden. Do me a favor and keep an eye on Miriam. If you see her move in the night, toss her outside and lock the door. Alice laughed. I'll see what I can do. Chapter 14. I fully intended to cook a big breakfast in the morning, but I overslept. My sleep had been disturbed by nightmares involving Miriam as the head of a coven that included my mother and grandma. I shuddered, remembering. I bustled into the kitchen to whip something together before Olivia awoke. From the detailed notes Verity had provided via text, I knew that Olivia was ravenous in the mornings. I pictured her threatening to gnaw on her brother if she wasn't fed immediately. I spotted Aunt Thora in the yard as she made her way to the small lemon grove. Although it bothered me that she seemed unable to offer me support in the battle of wills, I understood. Grandma was her sister. They lived together. If she hadn't plucked up the courage to be with Ted after all these years, how could I expect her to voice support for me? It was unrealistic. Good morning, Olivia chirped as she skipped into the kitchen with Miriam tucked under her arm. I'm hungry. What's for breakfast? I gestured to the steaming bowl on the table. Oatmeal with apple and cinnamon. Her face brightened. Ooh, I love that. She set Miriam in a chair and scrambled into the adjacent one. Is there a bowl for Miriam? She's hungry too. I contemplated the doll. Would she actually ingest food? I didn't want a repeat of last evening's exorcist performance. You know what? Miriam said she isn't hungry. Olivia frowned at the doll. She said that? I nodded. She also said she'd like to wait in your bag until she gets home. She misses the other toys. Aw, she's homesick, poor thing. Olivia mimicked my sympathetic noise and carried Miriam into the great room, which was a relief because there was no way I could eat with that doll staring at me. We finished breakfast, and she chatted with her mother on FaceTime, sharing the details of our evening. "If you want to come to the mound with me, we need to make a move," I said.
Can you drop her home afterward?
Verity asked.
I'll be there.
No problem. I whistled for Princess Buttercup and grabbed my handbag. Olivia dragged her overnight bag across the floor to the door.
Goodbye, Barn, she called. See you next time.
We drove across town, singing along to the radio. Olivia seemed to have perfect pitch. The girl wasn't kidding. She really did seem to be good at everything. I parked the car adjacent to Davenport Park. I told Neville to meet us here in half an hour. The wizard seemed happy to have extra time with his foster dogs.
Isn't this just a hill?
Olivia asked as we trudged toward the mound. Not just a hill. Remember in Harry Potter how they depart the train station from platform 9 3/4? She nodded. It's like that. You and I can simply walk through to the portal. Watch. I released her hand and stepped forward. A few seconds later, she appeared beside me with wide eyes and a mouth in the shape of an O. To humans without the sight, the area adjacent to Davenport Park that housed the portal to Otherworld looked like a mound of earth, hence the nickname. Little did they know it was a place I checked to make sure the portal was still dormant. There was always the risk that its dormant phase would end. Olivia pressed her nose against the cool slab of rock.
Smells like licorice.
Black or red? She turned to look at me.
Black, duh.
I sniffed the air but didn't smell anything. I'll have to take your word for it. She shifted her face back to the portal.
How did it get sealed shut?
Have you learned about volcanoes in school? Olivia nodded, keeping her forehead pressed against the rock. Think of this portal like a volcano that used to be active, spewing lava, but now it's dormant.
A volcano that's safe to visit?
Right. You see tourists in places like Hawaii, and they walk across miles of black rock that was once lava flowing from the volcano. In Pompeii, you can climb Mount Vesuvius, although that one's still technically active.
Cool.
She breathed, more to herself.
Are you sure this one isn't active?
Positive. I paused for a beat. Why do you ask? Olivia turned and leaned her back against the portal.
It feels warm.
There's always a special energy here. That's normal. I was impressed that she could sense it. The supernaturals that were drawn like magnets to chipping Cheddar didn't always realize the portal was the reason for the attraction. She giggled.
It tickles.
It smelled like black licorice, and it tickled. Her experience definitely differed from mine.
Do you think when I grow up that I can patrol the portal?
If you join the FBM and get assigned to this outpost, I don't see why not.
And then I can break it open and let them all in.
Her smile was wide enough to park the mound in. I hate to break the news, but that's pretty much the opposite of the job. Her smile morphed into a pout.
Why not let them in if they want to come? You don't mind people moving here from other countries, do you?
No, of course not, but it isn't the same. Her brow furrowed.
How is it not the same? Paranormals in Otherworld live in another realm. That's like another country.
They can move here, but there are procedures and official channels they have to comply with. If they sneak in, that's where I step in.
What if they sneak in from Canada?
If they're human, that's not my issue. She gasped.
What about Sally? Would you send her back? Pop-Pop would be so sad.
Sally isn't going anywhere. I held out my hand and wiggled my fingers to encourage her to take it. Not everyone from Otherworld is like Sally. Olivia clasped my hand, and together we exited the mound. I shaded my eyes until they adjusted to the sunlight.
Why not?
There are demons that run amok in Otherworld that would wreak havoc here. It would be very dangerous. Her eyes rounded.
For humans?
For everyone. Demons don't always care whether you're supernatural. Not all vampires are good like Sally either. Some might sneak in here and hurt people. The rules are stricter for supernaturals.
Not all humans are good either. They hurt each other.
I pressed my lips together. She was right. Yes, they do. Sometimes.
Maybe we should banish them to Otherworld.
She dusted off her hands.
Problem solved.
I laughed. I like that you're trying to think through problems and find solutions. Critical thinking is a valuable skill to develop. Even more valuable than magic. She blew a raspberry.
You're so funny, Auntie Eden. More valuable than magic.
She shook her head, amused. Neville rounded the corner of the mound. He stopped short when he saw us and lowered himself to Olivia's level.
How was it? Did you spot any scary demons?
She glowered at the wizard.
You don't have to talk down to me like I'm 4.5.
Neville glanced at me with an apprehensive expression. I think Olivia will make a great addition to the FBM someday if she's interested, I said.
I don't know if I want to. There are too many rules.
Rules are important. They keep everyone safe, I told her.
They didn't keep that werewolf safe.
Which werewolf?
Neville asked. Olivia looked at me sideways.
The one that was killed in your yard?
Sometimes bad things happen to good paranormals, and there's nothing we can do about it, I said. We can't keep everyone safe all the time. That's just life. Olivia balled her small hands into fists.
That's why I'm going to be super strong. No one will be able to hurt me or anyone I like.
Reminds me of someone else I know,
Neville said in a quiet voice. I was thinking the same thing. Except I wasn't thinking of me. I was thinking of my mother and Grandma. The realization took my breath away. Unfortunately, I had no time to explore the thought because my phone pinged with a message from Verity asking whether we were on the way home. Your mom misses you, I told Olivia. Why don't we head to the car and I'll drive you home?
Do you have to?
She whined. Your mom works all week. I'm sure she'd been looking forward to cuddling you and Ryan this weekend. Olivia pulled a face.
Ugh, Ryan is the worst.
He's your little brother. Of course he's the worst. She giggled.
Daddy says you were annoying when you were little.
He was annoying as recently as yesterday. She laughed again. The sound was infectious, and I found myself laughing along with her. This moment, right here. This was the reason I agreed to move back to chipping Cheddar. And I was so glad I did. Come on, Liv. I'll take you home. After returning Olivia and her demonic doll to the safety of their house, I drove to another neighborhood in town. My confrontation with the witches plagued me, and I realized I needed advice from a reasonable third party. I felt like a traitor for coming here, but I didn't know where else to turn. The door opened, and Corinne LaRue stared back at me. Eden, hello. Is my grandmother expecting you? No, I'm sorry. This wasn't planned. The witch ushered me inside. It's no problem. We're in the kitchen. I sniffed the air. Onion? Green pepper? Corinne smiled. You're practically a werewolf with that nose. We're making gumbo for tonight. We're going to a potluck dinner down the street. I followed Corinne into the kitchen where Adele and Rosalie were busily preparing the meal. Adele was stirring the large pot on the stovetop, and Rosalie was chopping onion, pepper, and celery. Adele noticed me and stopped stirring. Eden, is everything all right? Are you here about the murder? Rosalie asked with a touch too much eagerness. I'm not here about the murder, no. I suddenly felt silly for intruding on their family time with problems about my own dysfunctional family. Have you made any headway with Hugh? Adele asked. Not yet, but I made a few inquiries and also managed to confirm that Jason Swift is every bit as slick as I suspected. Election day is Tuesday. We'll know soon enough whether the rest of Chipping Cheddar agrees with you, Corinne said. I get the impression you're not here to talk about the election either, Adele remarked. I hesitated. No, I wish I were. Corinne seemed to sense my distress because she poured a glass of red wine and set it in front of me. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Rosalie stopped chopping. I'll take one of those if you're handing them out. Rolling her eyes, Corinne poured a second glass and passed it to her mother. I took a sip of liquid courage and let the alcohol warm my stomach. I need help with my mother and Grandma. They're being unreasonable, and I'm out of ideas. Adele smirked. Unreasonable? You don't say. Rosalie peered at me above the top of her glass. Have you tried turning them off and on again? Corinne laughed. Yes, reboot them. That should do the trick. If only it were that easy. Is this about the chief? Adele asked. She turned down the heat on the stove. I heaved a sigh. There was no point in denying it. Yes. I'm worried for him. They can't seem to let this go. This? Rosalie looked from me to her mother. What's this? Eden is dating Chief Fox, Corinne said, and there's no hard feelings about it, Mom, just in case you felt like stirring a metaphorical pot instead of an actual one. Corinne had briefly dated Sawyer, but the relationship didn't quite get off the ground. Rosalie rubbed her daughter's head. Whatever you say, baby girl. He's a fine man. I don't blame either one of you for trying to seal the deal. No one's sealing any deals, I said. We're dating. That's as far as we've gotten. Corinne blew a raspberry. Oh, please. You two are destined for wedding rings, whether you're willing to admit it or not. She isn't here to talk about the details of her romantic life. Adele wiped her hands on her apron and joined me at the opposite end of the counter. Tell us what you need from us, my dear. I need to know how to handle my family. I laughed at my response. I realize there's a lot packed into that request. Adele studied me. Let me ask you this. If they weren't related to you, how would you handle the situation? But they are related to me. I can't remove that fact from the equation. I also couldn't remove the fact that they were practitioners of black magic. Adele nudged her daughter with a narrow shoulder. Would you let Rosalie tell you how to live your life? Dictate who you can date or marry? Of course not. Good answer. I don't even trust myself, Rosalie said. You definitely can't trust me for personal advice. She downed the remainder of her wine. Is it too early for another glass? Keep chopping, Adele advised. Rosalie grunted and returned to her place at the chopping board. What prompted this sudden sense of urgency? Adele asked. We had a family meeting. They put their foot down about my relationship and basically told me to stop seeing him or they were going to wipe his memories. Corinne whistled under her breath. That's a dangerous spell. Adele nodded. So much could go wrong. You'd lose your boyfriend and your family in one fell swoop, Rosalie said. Merciful Hecate. I wouldn't want to be the one to arrest Beatrice Fury and Esther Pritchard. A lump formed in my throat. I certainly wouldn't want to be the one to do it either. But what choice would I have? It was one thing to look the other way when they committed smaller infractions, but to wipe the memory of the chief of police would be a bridge too far. Adele's gaze softened. I always knew this day would come. The day when my boyfriend is threatened with a lobotomy? She patted my hand. The day when you arrived at a crossroads with your family. Her mouth formed a straight line. The day when you must make a choice. Why are they like this? I knew I was whining, but I couldn't help it. I'd kept my feelings bottled up for too long. Adele fixed me with a hard stare. You know as well as I do that your family is made up of bullies, Eden. I locked eyes with Corinne, who offered a sympathetic smile. You know what you have to do to gain the respect of a bully, she said. I don't want their respect. I want them to let me live my life. Adele covered my hand with hers. I have always worried about you, Eden. From the time you were born and hailed as a child to marvel. They've never been able to see you as anything other than a fury. Their judgment is forever clouded by that one simple fact.
And they resent you for going your own way, Corinne added. They see it as a rejection of them and their lives.
Because that's exactly what it is, I said. Corinne licked her lips.
Let me phrase it another way. They don't see themselves as the bad guys. Have you ever seen that comedy skit with the two English guys pretending to be German soldiers who suddenly realize they're the baddies?
Mitchell and Webb, Rosalie chimed in. They're hilarious.
Your mother and grandmother haven't yet arrived at that point, Adele said. They still view themselves as heroes in their life stories.
Rosalie set down the knife. And you're the antagonist.
How do we get past this? How do I convince them they're in the wrong? Adele shook her head. My dear, I wish I knew. I've tried myself over the years. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. Your family has enough information and experience to see the truth of the matter. They choose not to. My mind spun in confusion. They've helped me, though. They've even saved me. Because they love you as a daughter and granddaughter? Or to preserve their legacy? Did they simply protect their investment? Did it matter what their motivation was, as long as they acted? Yes. Yes, it did. I'm not suggesting they don't love you, of course, Adele said, but they're driven by other desires. I need to draw a line in the sand. Tell them I'm finished with their interference. I think it will take more than words, my dear, Adele said. And even then, they might not change, and you'll have to make a very tough decision if they refuse. My father has mellowed. Anton has changed. I think they can, too.
They have to want to change, Corinne said. Part of that will involve seeing you as a loved one instead of a supernatural trophy. If they continue to view you as a prize, they'll be incapable of respecting your wishes.
That made sense.
You have to stand up to them, Rosalie said. Actions speak louder than words.
I don't know, I whispered. They're still my family.
Nothing changes if nothing changes, Corinne said. You're stuck in a cycle with them. If you want a different result, you'll have to act differently this time.
Adele looked me in the eye. You're a fury, Eden. A powerful woman with a good head on her shoulders and an even better heart. You need to take a stand for the chief's sake as well as your own. Would you help me? I asked. Adele shook her head. I'm sorry, my dear, but a LaRue witch cannot insert herself into another family's matter, especially yours. It would do more harm than good.
You have to do it,
Rosalie urged. I winced. Why me? Adele squeezed my hand. Because you're the only one who can. Chapter 15. I was so relieved it was Saturday. The investigation didn't stop for the weekend, of course, but at least I had an evening with friends planned. Hugh's potential involvement in the murder still weighed heavily on my mind, as well as my family's ultimatum. When Clara offered to drive us to the cheese wheel, I jumped at the chance to be a passenger. I wanted a break from being in charge. Hell, I wanted a break from being me, but that was too much to ask. I hurried past the main house on my way to the cul-de-sac where Clara awaited me. I snuck a peek at the house. Hit the gas before anyone sees us. Best friend that she was, Clara obliged. Is Sawyer meeting us there? Not tonight. He's busy with election prep. It's a lot of work for local law enforcement. She smiled. I'm acquainted with the work involved in an election, Eden. I winced. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Clara studied me. What's the matter? Is it the investigation? As an empath, Clara was more sensitive to emotions than the average person, although I didn't think an empath was required to figure out I was struggling. I told her about the Hugh theory en route to the bar. Why don't you speak to his wife first? See what you can learn from her before you question him, Clara said. She's the one who lives with him every day, although I don't know how she manages that feat. She was absolutely right. Maybe it was time I spoke to the mysterious mail-order bride. If you could distract Hugh tomorrow, make sure he's out of the house, that would be helpful. Clara nodded. Easy enough. I could ask him to meet me to talk about the election. You know how much he loves the sound of his own voice. Oh, I do. And the way he looks. If mirrors didn't already exist, he'd probably invent one to admire himself. Clara laughed. I don't think Hugh is the problem, I sense. What else is on your mind? I gazed out the window at the passing scenery. Family issues. What else? They're still giving you a hard time about dating a human? I nodded. They've escalated the matter. I'm sorry to hear that. What are you going to do? It was suggested to me that I stand up to them. Make it clear I won't back down. She cast a sidelong glance at me. Stand up to them how? I slumped in the seat. Whatever the magical equivalent is of punching a bully in the face, I guess. How do you feel about that? I grunted. How do you think I feel? Yeah, she said softly. I'm sorry you're in this position. It's Tanner all over again, but on a grander scale. Much grander. They want to wipe Sawyer's mind. Clara barked a laugh. You can't be serious. This is my family we're talking about. Of course I'm serious. She parked the car in the busy lot. Wow, full house tonight. Is Sassy already here? Clara cut the engine and checked her phone. Yep, she snagged a spot at the bar. I smiled. Shocker. Sassy only had to toss her enviable mane of blonde hair and the crowd would part for her like the Red Sea. We headed into the bar and threaded our way through the bodies until we reached Sassy.
You're here! Hooray!
She threw her arms around both of us. Eden is in dire need of an alcoholic beverage, Clara said. Sassy motioned to the counter where 3 cocktails sat.
Already taken care of, ladies.
Thanking her, I swiped the nearest glass and drank. Oh, sweet nectar of the gods. I took a sip and grimaced. Very sweet nectar. What is this? I asked. Sassy shrugged.
No idea. I told the bartender to surprise me.
Speaking of surprises, did you go to Tanner's party? Guthrie mentioned it when I saw him.
No, I was planning to, but Vaughn convinced me it was silly, that I don't need to prove I'm a good person by being friends with someone who hurt me deeply.
On the one hand, I was glad. I wanted Sassy to focus on her own life instead of bending over backwards to look like a good sport about the breakup. She didn't owe that to Tanner. On the other hand, I disliked the influence Vaughn already seemed to be exerting over Sassy. Clara and I would have told her the same thing, but I'm not sure she would have listened. Sassy climbed onto a bar stool and scanned the crowd. What are you doing? Clara asked. She bent down.
Looking for Vaughn. I told him to meet us here tonight.
And you expect him to follow you? Usually you don't bait your stalker, I said. Sassy landed back on flat feet.
You're one to talk. Clara told me about your shadow. At least my stalker is hot.
Mine has a certain older lady charm. Sassy gave me a sly look.
So, you're being stalked by one of the Golden Girls? Lucky you. Although, I don't see why a random woman would be so interested in someone who specializes in cybercrime. Seems boring to me. No offense.
It wouldn't surprise me to discover she's lurking somewhere in the crowd. Well, I hope she likes loud music, because that's what she's going to get, Clara said.
She can always turn down her hearing aid.
Sassy's blue eyes popped.
There he is!
She channeled her inner cheerleader and waved with enthusiasm. Clara shot me a look. I've never seen her this excited about someone before, she whispered. I turned to see a tall, broad-shouldered Adonis cut through the crowd toward us. His jawline seemed to have been sculpted from marble, and his side-parted blonde hair was an homage to the 90s. Somehow, he pulled it off. Vaughn didn't walk as much as power stride.
Vaughn, you made it!
Sassy lunged at him, throwing her arms around his neck and planting a wet kiss on his cheek. She left behind a pink stain, which she promptly wiped away with her sleeve. It was an affectionate move for Sassy.
Girls, this is Vaughn, my neighbor. Vaughn, these are my best friends, Eden and Clara.
Vaughn smiled at Clara first, and I glimpsed his fangs. As a human without the sight, Sassy was oblivious to them. His smile quickly faded when he shifted toward me. That's right, buddy. I'm a threat. So don't even think about messing with my friend. At least, that was what my face tried to convey to him.
Is your drink too bitter?
He asked.
I need to order. I can get you another one.
Okay, so my face didn't quite convey the message. It's fine, thanks. My palate had already adjusted to the extra sugar. The vampire turned his back to us to order his drink. Sassy took the opportunity to catch our eye.
Isn't he great?
She mouthed. I gave her a thumbs up. There wasn't much I could say, at least at the moment. I'd have to tread carefully. Sassy seemed pretty smitten, and she didn't know about the supernatural world. My phone pinged with a text from Clara that said only, "Uh-oh." No kidding. I was disappointed to have my suspicions confirmed. Vaughn swiveled to face us with a fresh pint of beer in his hand.
I'm anxious to hear your sassafras stories. I bet you have more than a few good ones.
Clara knows more of them, I said. We worked together at the newspaper, Clara added. Eden lived elsewhere for a few years after high school. Sassy sipped her drink.
Eden and I weren't friends in high school, but we are now, and that's all that matters.
Vaughn pointed to me.
Is she the one?
Sassy nodded.
Ah, right.
He focused on me.
Then I suppose you'd be the one who could tell me a story that exposes her flaws. So far, she's proven herself to be pretty darn perfect.
Sassy blushed.
Don't be silly. Just last week you witnessed me making a fool of myself.
Vaughn tipped his head back and laughed.
True, but you were so adorable that it doesn't count.
What did she do? Clara asked.
I had these sparklers that I planned to light later in the evening.
Sassy burst into laughter.
But I thought they were those long matches and tried to use one to light the fire pit outside the building. As you can imagine, it did not go well.
That could have ended badly, I said.
We shouldn't have told Eden about the sparklers. She works for the FBI.
Vaughn's brow lifted.
You're an agent.
I am, and I take the law very seriously. I tried to inject as much meaning into that statement as I could without rousing Sassy's suspicions.
If it makes any difference to you, I found the sparklers,
Vaughn said.
I didn't buy them. I don't even know how to find the black market, let alone buy something from it.
A likely story. I'm not interested in your sparklers, Vaughn.
Eden specializes in dull computer crimes, Sassy said. She doesn't care about illegal explosives.
His arm snaked around Sassy's waist.
Honestly, who needs a sparkler when you've got a firecracker like this by your side?
Stifling a groan, I polished off my drink and left the empty glass on the counter. If you'll excuse me, I need the restroom.
Me too,
Clara said. We elbowed our way through the crowd to the restroom. What are the odds? Clara hissed.
The odds of what?
Sassy asked, appearing behind us in the line. That we'd all be able to go out on the same night, Clara replied quickly. Our schedules have all been so busy.
That's because you've been busy with Quinn,
Sassy told her.
I've had plenty of time for you.
Ouch. That seemed like a sharp rebuke, especially given that Clara's happiness had been a long time coming. Sassy's eyes sparked with eagerness.
What do you think of Vaughn? Isn't he incredible?
He's very attractive, Clara said, ever the diplomat.
He's so much better looking than Tanner, don't you think?
She seemed to direct that gem of a question to me. Yeah, sure. She sighed dreamily.
He's so strong. I watched him move a car in the parking lot of our complex. An old woman's engine had stalled, and he literally moved the car with his bare hands, like a superhero.
She clutched her chest and sighed again. It was the hottest thing I've ever seen. I started to worry for Sassy. I didn't want her to get her heart broken again so soon after Tanner. On the other hand, I felt like my hands were tied. It wasn't as though I could offer her a valid reason to avoid him. I slipped in and out of the stall and hurried back to the bar. I wanted a minute alone with Vaughn. When I arrived at the spot where we'd left him, 2 young women stood in his place. The bartender saw me and inclined his head toward the back of the building. More privacy. Even better. I pushed open the back door of the bar and descended the steps to the parking lot. Vaughn stood in the shadows, drinking from a flask. I assume that isn't whiskey, I said. He sauntered toward me. FBM, huh? I showed him my badge and he nodded. I figured, he said. I'm not going to bleed your friend dry if that's what you're worried about. He secured the lid to the flask. If you did, you'd buy yourself a one-way ticket to Otherworld. Exactly. I have no interest in that. I'm from this realm, and I have no desire to leave. He tucked the flask in his jacket pocket. There's something to be said for being a god among men. I snorted. That's how you think of yourself, is it? I'm stronger than the average male human, better looking, faster. His lip curled. It's good to be a vampire here. Chipping Cheddar has a lot of supernaturals. You'll have more competition in the god department. I've lived here long enough to know I like my chances. And you truly like Sassy? What's not to like? She's a piece of sea glass among drab grains of sand. He flashed a smile. No offense. None taken. I don't compete with Sassy. Anymore. I collect sea glass. I started years ago before I moved here. I have a beautiful cobalt blue piece that's the color of her eyes. I spend much of my leisure time along the waterfront looking for pieces to add to my collection. That's how I found the sparklers. I squinted at him. You really found them? I thought you were lying. No, true story. I found them on the beach one night. I figured a bunch of teenagers left them behind after a party. Found a nice piece of sea glass, too. I want to make a pair of earrings for Sassy with it. I pinned him with a hard stare. Sassy recently ended a serious relationship. This seems like too much too soon. Tanner isn't me. For one thing, the guy is as human as they make them. Sassy's human, too, don't forget. I know, but don't you think she'd make an amazing vampire? The blood in my veins chilled. No, I really don't. She's perfect as she is. The back door opened and light shone on the parking lot. Sassy's head poked out.
There you are. I've been looking for you both.
I was vaping and asked Eden to keep me company,
he said. She scrunched her nose.
A disgusting habit. Come inside. It's too cold out there.
Vaughn dutifully walked to the door. As I followed, a noise from the shadows caught my attention. I'll catch up, I told them. I waited for the door to close and turned toward the dumpster. Emily, you can come out now. The middle-aged witch emerged from behind the dumpster.
For the record, he seems to genuinely like your friend.
I sighed. Did you follow me here?
Can you blame me? Between your job and your friends, you have such a great life. I moved to get a life, and I'm still struggling.
I felt myself soften toward her. My life isn't as great as you think. She flicked a dismissive finger.
Oh, I know. You've got tension with your family. Your boyfriend is crazy hot, though, so there's that.
Okay, Emily was stalking me way more than I realized. I clearly needed to pay closer attention to my surroundings.
Your mom feels conflicted about whatever your disagreement is.
I choked back laughter. My mother feels conflicted? I think you must have her confused with someone with a conscience.
Attractive lady with a nice figure who's a little older than me?
That matched my mother's description. What makes you think she's conflicted? I squeezed my eyes closed. No, forget I asked. It doesn't matter. It isn't okay to stalk people. You need to stop. It's weird, and honestly, if you were a man, I would have had you arrested already. Which I realize is sexist, but whatever. I'm not perfect. Emily scrutinized me.
Why haven't you had me arrested?
Because you seem harmless. I paused, and maybe a touch lonely. Loneliness was a feeling I understood well. I'd endured loneliness for years in an effort to distance myself from my family and friends in chipping Cheddar, to deny my true nature. It was only when I stopped resisting that the loneliness started to subside. Shivering, Emily pulled on a pair of mittens.
I didn't tell you why I left Phoenix.
You said it was awful. 0 stars. Emily sagged against the dumpster.
It was a bit more than that.
I figured.
I have a son, Harry. He's a sophomore at the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor.
Good for him. That's a great school. She allowed herself a tiny smile.
It is. I'm very proud. I spent my whole adult life looking after him, making sure he ate the right foods, studied hard in school. I considered Harry my job.
What about his dad? Emily's laughter was hollow.
He left a month after Harry went away to school. Apparently, he'd been biding his time and waiting for the right moment to bid me adieu. Got remarried 2 months ago.
She dropped her voice to a whisper.
Harry told me. It was the reason he couldn't come see me on his break. He was attending the wedding.
I'm sorry.
I don't blame Tim, really. Once Harry was born, he became my whole life. I neglected the marriage. We both did.
She spread her arms wide.
But once Harry and Tim were gone, I no longer had a focus. I wasn't equipped for anything except being a wife and mother. I was 50 years old and completely useless.
Suddenly, I understood Emily's behavior. She was desperate to feel useful again, to be somewhere she was needed and appreciated. On a subconscious level, she also might have sensed my need for a maternal figure. I'd offer you a job if I could, but I don't have an opening. Chipping Cheddar is a small town, so we're a small outpost. Her shoulders sagged.
That's okay. I can't run very fast anyway. You're very fast.
It's a necessary skill for the job. I'm sure you have plenty of skills that I lack.
I can blend fruit like nobody's business, although I prefer vegetables myself. I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Ooh, I could change my schedule to accommodate someone else in a heartbeat. I'm very organized, good at setting reminders and alarms and keeping people on task.
She held up a finger.
Emotional support. I'll drop everything if you need to talk or have a problem you need solved.
It seemed that Emily had made herself smaller and smaller over the years for the sake of others, to the point she was almost non-existent. No wonder she felt lost and unfocused. Over the past 20 years, she'd completely lost her identity. I'll put out a few feelers for you, see if I can find you the kind of job that suits this new chapter in your life. How does that sound? Emily smashed her mittens together.
I would love that. Thank you, Eden. You're very kind.
Why don't you come inside and have a drink? The Cheese Wheel is a social hub. It's a good place to meet new friends. Emily glanced warily at the door.
I don't think I'm ready to mingle, but I'll keep it in mind.
She shifted her gaze to me.
Thank you, Eden.
Have a good night. I returned inside and enjoyed another drink with my friends. We danced to the 80s tribute band and left the bar in high spirits. I was glad I chose to go out instead of stewing at home. Somehow my problems seemed less insurmountable than they had earlier today. On the way home, Clara and I discussed the Vaughn situation. "We have to stop this," I said. "She can't get any more involved with Vaughn than she already has." "Why not?" I shot her an incredulous look. "Why do you think? Because she's a human and he isn't." "Listen to yourself, Miss Hypocrite." I drew back, aghast. "It isn't the same thing at all. I care about Sassy. I don't want her to make a decision she can't undo." Clara watched me expectantly. I sucked in a horrified breath and clamped a hand over my mouth. "You're right. I was no better than my mother and grandma. Except I'm not willing to use dark magic to get my way." "I'm sorry, Eden. I hate to point out the parallels, but they're so blatant." I buried my face in my hands. "This is different. It has to be." "Why? Because it's you doing it?" "Listen, I know you mean well, so maybe think about your behavior in relation to your family. Maybe they're not the evil witches you think they are. Maybe they mean well, too." "They're evil witches regardless." She angled her head. "When was the last time they cast a truly wicked spell?" "Just this week. I told you about the sheep's head hex." Her shoulders relaxed. "Eden, I said truly wicked, not wickedly amusing." "They regularly kill each other." "Each other, not anyone else." "Face it, Eden, I think you've been so focused on viewing them in a certain light, you fail to see they've changed." "Aunt Thora changed?" "Aunt Thora changed faster, and it's because she had a reason." "Ted." "Yes, Ted." She switched on the blinker to turn onto Munster clothes. "Your father changed because of Sally. Anton changed because of Verity." "Who are Mom and Grandma changing for? Olivia and Ryan?" Clara smiled. "Can you really not see it?" I paused to think. "Me?" I burst into laughter. "That's absurd. Why would they be willing to change for me now after all these years?" "Because you've returned to them as an adult. Your relationship with them has necessarily changed. You're a respected FBM agent." "They don't like the FBM." "Only because of their history." "Eden, if you really give this some thought, I think you'll realize that they've been mellowing right before your eyes. Does it mean they're suddenly wearing white hats? No, of course not." I folded my arms. "They suggested killing Sawyer. Does that sound like someone who's mellowed?" "I don't think they meant it. It's a conditioned response to a perceived threat." I looked at her. "And the fact that they want to wipe his memories? You don't think they meant it, but I know they did." "It's still a conditioned response to a perceived threat." "I can't ignore it."
"I'm not saying you should."
"Then what are you saying?" She inhaled deeply, appearing to search for the right response.
"That I want you to understand it."
The same way I understood Emily's reasons for her behavior.
Maybe they're acting from a place of love, however misguided, and you're not as different as you think.
Clara continued. "Do you think me wanting to help Sassy is misguided?"
"I don't object to you learning more about Vaughn, but I don't know that keeping her away from him is the right thing to do, depending on what you find, of course. If he's a serial killer, all bets are off."
"He said she'd make an amazing vampire." She parked in front of the main house.
"She would make an amazing vampire. Sassy would make an amazing anything. I don't know that he meant he wanted to turn her. He was probably just expressing how incredible she is."
I glanced out the window at the quiet house. The lights were off. It would be easy to sneak to the barn without being intercepted.
"So you don't think I should punch them in the nose?" "I wish I had an easy answer for you, but I don't. Just try to put yourself in their shoes before you act."
I smiled and opened the car door. Spoken like a true empath, I should try to siphon some of that empathy from you.
I doubt that's necessary. You seem to have more than you think.
Good night, Eden. I exited the car and watched her taillights as she drove away. Maybe if my mother and grandma had a Clara in their life, they'd be less likely to use a sledgehammer to crack every nut they found.
Maybe.
Chapter 16. The next morning, I cleaned the kitchen while awaiting a text from Clara to say that Hugh was on his way to meet her. Sometimes it came in handy to have a reporter for a best friend. I was about to tackle the inside of the refrigerator when the message appeared. Thank the gods. I was not excited about exploring the expired jars I'd pushed to the back of the shelf. I hot-footed it to the car and drove to Hugh's house, careful not to go too far over the speed limit. With my luck, Guthrie would be patrolling this morning, and the soulless Ginger would delight in writing me a ticket. Although Hugh's driveway was empty, I parked on the street anyway to allow for a quick getaway. I wasn't sure whether his wife had her own vehicle. It was helpful in shipping Cheddar, albeit not strictly necessary. I rang the bell and waited. Nobody answered. I texted Clara and asked her to keep Hugh as long as possible. Then I turned and sat on the stoop. Hopefully she'd turn up soon. I checked in with Sawyer, who was in a pre-election meeting with Guthrie, Mayor Whitehead, and a few other people. Apparently, I could have broken the speed limit after all. I breathed a sigh of relief when a car pulled into the driveway. Unfortunately, the driver was the wrong member of the Phelps family. I rose to my feet. "Hey, Hugh," I said as he exited the car. My phone pinged with a text from Clara warning me that she'd been called away from her meeting with Hugh for a breaking story. Thanks for the delayed text, wireless provider. Hugh strode toward me with his usual air of smug confidence.
Election day isn't until Tuesday, Eden. You should wait to congratulate me on my new role.
I'm not here to congratulate you. He stopped in front of me.
Then what's this about?
I debated my options. I could try and corner the wife another time, or I could bite the bullet and question him directly. I decided to bite the bullet and hoped I didn't break a tooth. Why don't we talk inside where it's more private? He smirked.
Reconsidering my previous offer? I hate to tell you, but that offer is no longer valid.
I'm not here to fill the role of mistress, Hugh. I'm here on official FBM business. His expression gave nothing away.
I see.
He brushed past me and unlocked the door.
By all means, come in.
I followed him inside the house. The interior was like a master class in minimalism, a place for everything and everything in its place. I pictured Kevin Kline straightening the towels with terrifying precision in the movie Sleeping with the Enemy with Julia Roberts. He walked straight to the kitchen and plucked an orange from the fruit bowl.
Would you like a drink?
He asked, peeling the orange.
My wife would scold me if I forgot my manners.
How are things with Mrs. Phelps?
Irina is exactly what I was looking for in a wife and mother. I couldn't have chosen a better bride.
I eyed him closely. Is this genuine Hugh or the future politician? His mouth split in a grin.
If you can't tell, then I'm doing it right.
The werewolf was exasperating. I need to talk to you about the murder of Peter Jansen. His brow creased.
Who's Peter Jansen?
The werewolf that was murdered in my backyard. Laughter erupted from his broad chest.
Very funny, Eden. You almost had me. Seriously, why are you here?
He popped a segment into his mouth and chewed. You really haven't heard? That was surprising, given the residents' propensity for gossip. He was found dead in my family's yard, blunt force trauma to the back of the head. He folded his arms.
If a werewolf was killed in my own territory, I'd certainly know about it, wouldn't I? I've never heard of this Peter Jansen. Are you sure he was local?
I pulled out my phone and opened the image of the victim. I turned the screen toward Hugh. Have you ever seen this man? He bent over to examine the photo.
No, I don't believe I have. Are you certain he was a werewolf?
Yes. His nostrils flared.
Are you questioning me in my capacity as the local pack leader?
I tucked away the phone. If that would make you more likely to answer questions, sure. Hugh regarded me coolly.
This is completely unnecessary.
It's an investigation into a murder, Hugh. I assure you, it's necessary. I leaned my hip against the kitchen counter. You should be thankful I've asked the chief to let me take the lead, or he'd be the one questioning you right now. The werewolf scowled.
Fox has more sense than to think I could be involved. What motive could I possibly have?
I shrugged. A territorial dispute? He was from another country. Maybe he challenged you for dominance. Hugh sniffed.
He didn't even announce his presence. Apparently, he hid like a coward, so I doubt he would have been much of a threat to my position. Even so, if I were to kill another werewolf, I certainly wouldn't attack him from behind. I have standards.
I kept my gaze pinned on Hugh, watching for any sign of guilt or deceit. Maybe Peter knew something you didn't want to get out. You have your sights set on political power. Maybe this guy was an obstacle you decided to remove. Hugh tilted his head and studied me.
Are you seriously suggesting that I would murder someone and be foolish enough to leave the body in the yard of an FBM agent? Come on, Eden. I'm not that careless.
Could be part of your plan. I glanced at the tasteful interior of the house. The rooms were extremely tidy, not a cushion out of place. There was a blanket neatly folded over the back of the sofa. In my house, the blanket was usually on the floor in front of the sofa, where I tended to trip on it. The front door opened, and a voice rang out, "Honey, I'm home." Hugh's gaze darted in the direction of the door.
It's our little joke. She has a fondness for I Love Lucy. She loves American television.
Irina halted at the entrance to the kitchen. "Oh, I didn't realize we had company. Hello, Eden Fury." She was average height with toned muscles and dark, deep-set eyes. Her lustrous hair was styled in a thick braid that fell straight down her back. The combination of brown hair with golden strands was strikingly beautiful and familiar.
Eden was updating me on an unfortunate situation,
Hugh said.
Council business.
Irina handed Hugh the car keys. "I have bags of mulch in the trunk when you have a minute."
Of course.
I became fixated on the wife. You know, Irina, it occurred to me that I have no idea where you're originally from. There had been plenty of jokes about Hugh's mail-order bride, but that was as much information as I knew. Latvia, a very small village, makes chipping Cheddar look like a sprawling metropolis. I knew for a fact that Hugh didn't order a bride because he couldn't find a mate. He ordered a bride because he wanted a mate that met his specifications, his impossibly high standards. "You're a member of the Zelta Pack," I said, a statement rather than a question. Hugh snaked a protective arm around her waist.
My wife's pack is here in Chipping Cheddar.
Irina shot a quizzical look at her husband. "Irina, look at me," I urged. "Are you a member of the Zelta Pack?" Her gaze flicked between us. She seemed uncertain what to do. I pressed on. "I think I know someone who might be from the same pack as you. He only moved to Chipping Cheddar recently," which meant he moved here after she did. It couldn't be a coincidence. "His name is Peter. Do you know him?" She looked blank. "I don't know anyone called Peter. Do you have a photo you can show me?" "Of course." I pulled out my phone and showed her the image. She flinched. Why are you asking about this man? Because he's dead. She staggered forward and grabbed the edge of the counter for support. His body was discovered on the boundary between houses on Munster Close. I continued. Hugh stared at his wife with a mixture of shock and confusion.
Irina.
I knew him, she said softly, but not by the name you said. He was called Pavel. How well did you know him? I asked. Her gaze drifted to her husband, and I got the gist. We were childhood friends. As you guessed, we grew up in the same pack. I looked at Hugh. Can you give us privacy, please?
I'm her husband. I have a right to be here.
And I'm a federal agent with a right to conduct my investigation as I see fit. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Irina's gaze flicked to me. He can stay. He deserves to know the truth. As long as you're honest with me. I don't want you to hold back because of Hugh. I won't. Tears streaked from the corners of her eyes. I didn't know he followed me to chipping Cheddar, I swear. I don't know why he would do such a thing. He knew I was promised to someone else. I made that very clear before I left. He wanted to marry you, I said. Sniffing, she nodded. He asked me every year from the time we were 16. I always said no. Why? It was clear she had feelings for him. They were written all over her face. He was poor. We both were. Except he would never be anything but poor. I didn't want to live that way anymore. She inclined her head. Look at this beautiful house. I could never have lived in a place as grand as this.
I thought the Zelta pack was strong,
Hugh said. Her eyes shone, and I noticed golden flecks that matched the strands of her hair. Once upon a time, yes, but we lost much of our territory over the years. Many pack members left the area to seek fortunes elsewhere. Why do you think I was made available as a mail-order bride? Hugh faltered. I'd never seen him so confused. Then again, he was an excellent actor. It was hard to know for certain. At least now I understood why Peter had gone to see Jason Swift for dirt on Hugh. He was hoping to unseat Irina's husband. She squeezed his arm. Relax, husband. My genes are still excellent. I made no false representations in our contract. I was more interested in her connection to the victim than their marital contract. Hugh, would you do us a favor and give us privacy?
If you're going to question my wife about a murder, I'm staying put.
Irina patted his cheek. You have many talents, husband, but you are not a lawyer. You may leave us alone now. His eyebrows inched toward his hairline.
Are you giving me an order, wife?
She didn't waver. Yes.
I like it,
he whispered, sounding surprised. He glowered at me for good measure as he turned to exit the house. Irina waited until she heard the click of the door to face me. What do you want to know? I will tell you anything. Finally. This was the break in the case we'd been waiting for. When was the last time you heard from Pavel? The day I left our village to come here. Her left eye twitched. Lie. Still, I played along. You never spoke to him on the phone? No letters? She shook her head. It would have been too painful for both of us. Was he in trouble with anyone back home that you know of? She laughed. Pavel was always in trouble. That was part of his charm. And also part of the reason I knew I couldn't marry him. Pavel was a bad boy. Got it. What did he do for a living when you knew him? Any skills he might have brought with him? He was strong and handy. He could fix anything. A deep sigh escaped her. He was very good with his hands. Did Hugh know about your prior relationship? Her skin paled. No, and you cannot tell him. He believes I was chased before our wedding. Have you ever mentioned Pavel to him in passing? A childhood story, maybe? She looked thoughtful. I suppose I have, but I cannot say with certainty. Hugh was shrewd and astute. If he saw a glimpse of emotion at the mention of Pavel's name, he would have committed it to memory. Except Pavel wasn't going by his real name here. His presence had been undocumented. Had Hugh discovered his identity somehow? If so, wouldn't it have made more sense to send him packing? I knew the way Hugh operated. He would have threatened to turn him over to the authorities unless Pavel left town and promised never to contact Irina again. I guess the easiest way to get to the bottom of this is arrest Hugh. Irina gasped and gripped my arm. What? No! How can you do such a thing? There was a second werewolf at the scene the day of the murder, and you said you haven't seen Pavel since you left Latvia. If it wasn't you... Irina nodded her head emphatically. It was me. I was with Pavel. I showed him where you live, but I didn't kill him. I swear. I blinked. You showed him where I live? The barn sat on the property line between my parents' respective houses, but it didn't occur to me that the victim had been coming to see me. Once again, I was blinded by my own prejudice. Hugh told me. He has been to your house before, yes? He described the old barn. She smiled. It is a lovely refurbishment. Thank you. I was momentarily stunned. Why did Pavel want to see me at my house? She bit her lip. He refused to say. Told me it would only endanger me. Why did he need to talk to me at all? Whatever the reason, he could not go to the police because he did not want to be deported. He did not want to go to your office for the same reason. He hoped to keep it under the rug. Her brow creased. Under the table? Under the radar. Based on all the information, it seemed like Pavel wanted to report a crime. Whether that crime was past or future, I wasn't sure. Did he give the impression that anyone was blackmailing him, threatening to expose him if he didn't hand over cash? She scrunched her nose in confusion. No. When did you learn he was here? I gave her a hard look. The truth this time. Only a week ago. I swear. He didn't want me to know until he was ready, which was why he used a fake name, although he didn't tell me what it was. He even hid from me in magic beans one day. He told me he wanted to be worthy of me, that he'd turned over a new stone. A new leaf. Yes, he was working hard and saving money. He believed, if he could provide me with a life here, that I might be willing to leave my husband. What did you tell him? She laughed. That he was as crazy as ever. Never in a million years would I think he would come for me. You didn't agree to leave Hugh for him? Her gaze softened. I would be lying if I told you I didn't consider his offer. I loved him very much, but... She shook her head. We weren't right for each other. Perhaps when we were younger, but we grew into different people. Love is not always enough, you know. Why did you leave him in the yard? Why not come with him? I didn't want anyone else to see me and word to get back to you. My husband would be very unhappy if he believed I was sneaking around with a rival mate. Then why escort him at all? A small sigh escaped her. Hugh also mentioned your hellhound in passing, so I brought a new toy with me. My job was to distract the beast while Pavel knocked for you. Dogs and werewolves, well, you know. There was no sign of the hellhound, though. Once I made sure the coast was clear, I ran back to the car. You left the ball. She shrugged. I had no use for it. Werewolves do not play fetch. She also left Pavel to his doom. Irina must have had the same thought because her tears doubled.
If I had stayed with him, he might still be alive.
You wore gloves, I take it? She lit up.
Rainbow mittens that Hugh's sister knitted for me. Very cozy. I love them.
That explained the absence of prints on the toy. You're certain you didn't see or hear anything?
Nothing. I didn't pass anyone on the road either when I left the cul-de-sac. It's a lovely street, by the way. Very clean.
Thank you.
How I wish I had forced him to tell me the problem. Then at least I would know who killed him.
He was trying to protect you, Irina. I patted Irina's hand. I'm going to do whatever I can to find Pavel's killer. I promise. She brought my hand to her lips and kissed it.
Thank you, Agent Fury. Your kindness will not be forgotten.
It's my job. And call me Eden. I removed a business card from my pocket. Here's my number. If you think of anything that might help the investigation, contact me anytime. She clutched the card to her chest.
I will. I promise.
Hesitation flickered in her eyes.
And you won't tell my husband about the details of our conversation?
I'll hold back as many as I can, but I still need to rule out Hugh himself. It seemed unlikely at this point that Hugh was involved, but I needed to be 100% certain. Irina's gaze swept the room. She seemed to be taking stock. Finally, she said,
Do what you need to do. I only want Pavel's killer brought to justice.
Are you sure? Even if it's Hugh? She turned her gaze to me.
It was not my husband, but I am willing to take that risk. Liberty and justice for all, yes? Pavel may not have been American, but he deserves those things too.
I'll do everything in my power. Finding Pavel's killer was the reason I existed. A Fury was, after all, the spirit of justice. Chapter 17. I left the Phelps house and drove to the office to process everything I knew to date. Maybe there was a clue I'd missed, or something that would click into place in light of Irina's story. I entered the office and was surprised to see Neville behind his desk. It's Sunday, Neville. You're allowed to take a day off. In fact, I insist.
With an unsolved murder in our midst, I think not, O angry one.
I sat across from him. Learn anything important? Neville held up a ream of paper.
No otherworld escapees in our region today, so that's something.
I squinted at the image on the top page. What kind of demon is that? Looks like an octopus had a baby with a giraffe.
You should see the one that looks like Abraham Lincoln. It has the beard and everything.
He paused.
And 6 arms.
Wow.
That shoot spiderwebs.
While you're here, do me a favor. I need to find out everything there is on a vampire. I gave him Vaughn's name and address. Don't log the search anywhere, though. This is off the record. To his credit, the wizard didn't ask any questions. He simply tapped away on the computer keyboard and reviewed the results.
He's very attractive.
If he weren't, I doubt Sassy would be interested in him. Neville shot me a curious look.
Is she dating him?
Sort of. Why? I rolled my chair closer to him. What did you find? He pointed to the screen.
Nothing in the human system, but he has an FBM record.
Ugh, terrific. I peered at the screen. Vaughn had been arrested for impersonating an officer. He paid a fine and served no time in Otherworld. I continued to read. Does it say why he impersonated an officer?
No details of that nature. I can do a deeper dive.
Please, if he harasses women as a cop or something horrible like that, I need to know. I pictured him pulling over solo female drivers and scaring the daylights out of them. Or worse, feeding off them. I shuddered.
Any updates on the investigation?
Oh, yes. I told him about Irina. Neville whistled.
You don't think she killed him? It's possible she didn't want Hugh to discover their previous affair.
I don't think so. She loved him. She seemed genuinely shocked he was dead.
Let me know if I can help with anything.
I opened my notebook. I'm reviewing my notes one more time. I'd like to go back and talk to a couple of the dockhands at the marina. Now that I knew the victim's real name and the reason he moved here, I could ask more targeted questions.
Would you like me to stay?
I looked up at the wizard. No, I'm fine. Thanks, though.
I need to get home and let the dogs out. They've been cooped up for hours.
I smiled. You told me they like their crates.
Oh, they do. I still feel guilty.
I understood the sentiment. Princess Buttercup was the most independent animal I knew, but I still felt guilty about leaving her home each day. Once Neville left, I returned my attention to the notes. I started with Thaden's information, then Nico's and Melanie's. Thaden was the one who said Nico and Pavel had argued. Nico acknowledged that he'd caught Pavel opening crates to look for something, which was uncharacteristic of him. I glanced at the clock on my phone. It was late on a Sunday, which meant people might be more willing to talk without the boss around. Even if Thaden wasn't there, I could talk to other dockhands. It was possible Pavel had confided in one of them as to what he was looking for. If there were other undocumented workers like Pavel, that might explain their reluctance to come forward with information. I left the office and drove to Haven Marine. It was quiet, but not deserted. There was a lone, rusty blue Ford pickup truck in the parking lot. The warehouse was dark. As I approached, I noticed a boat at the dock. At first glance, I thought it was a fishing vessel. Light flashed and shadows moved back and forth. They appeared to be unloading crates under the cover of darkness.
Hurry up and get these unloaded,
A voice groused.
I want my bed. You want Kelly's bed?
Another voice replied. His laughter morphed into a smoker's cough. I moved toward them and tripped on a rope. I managed to regain my balance before I fell, but my grunt echoed in the quiet.
Who's there?
The raspy voice demanded. Before I could respond, the motor sprang to life and the boat pulled away from the dock at a surprising speed. I was about to take to the skies and pursue them when I heard a noise from inside the warehouse. Someone else was here. I sprinted inside and surveyed the interior. There was a crate on the floor with its lid askew. Someone seemed to have dropped it, possibly when they heard the boat take off. I peered into the crate and saw bottle rockets. The crate was filled with illegal fireworks. I turned toward the dock, the realization hitting me. The boat had smuggled the fireworks to the marina. This must have been the discovery Pavel had made and the reason he came to see me. He couldn't risk going to the police. Someone figured out what Pavel planned to do and stopped him. Permanently. I squared my shoulders. You can come out. I know you're still here. It's a shame your buddies left you behind to take the fall. Why don't you tell me their names and maybe we can strike a deal? Unless the person here already knew I was more interested in Pavel's murderer than a smuggling operation. I'd have to try a different tack. I know you killed Peter. Maybe it was an accident. You tried to stop him from telling me about the smuggling and things got out of hand. I watched carefully for any sign of the dockhand. From over top of a stack of boxes, a fire extinguisher came flying at my head. I ducked and rushed straight into the boxes. They toppled backward, and a man cried out. Got you. I pushed the boxes aside and found Thaden on the floor beneath the rubble. Let's talk. He was faster than he seemed. He bolted from the warehouse and rounded the corner. He scampered up the small hill of stacked rocks. I had no idea where he intended to go once he reached the top. I grabbed his arm and yanked him to the ground in front of me. Rocks spilled past my feet. The dockhand winced in pain.
You're hurting me.
Not as much as you hurt Pavel. I glanced again at the pile of rocks and an idea surfaced. Is this what you used to kill him? A rock of this size would certainly do the job. Thaden scowled.
Who in the hell is Pavel?
Peter Jansen. His real name was Pavel. I tightened my grip on his arm. Why did you kill him?
I didn't.
I bent his arm backward. Why did you kill him, Thaden? He howled in protest.
I had to. He'd seen me. He knew what was going on, and he was like a freaking Boy Scout. He told on me for taking too many smoke breaks, so I knew there was no way he'd keep this to himself. I followed him around town from the air until I could seize the opportunity.
That explained why Pavel didn't detect his killer's presence. He was attacked from the air. Whatever Thaden was, he could fly. How did you know he was coming to tell me? I asked.
I overheard him talking to a woman, another wolf. I have excellent hearing.
In the car, he must have lied when he told me he couldn't hear the argument between Nico and Pavel. I suspected that was how he figured out that Pavel was onto him. Why not kill the woman, too?
Because she didn't know anything. He refused to tell her any details.
He met my gaze.
I'm not a complete monster.
That remained to be seen, since I still couldn't figure out what type of supernatural he was. You're going to have to answer to the powers that be in Otherworld.
That won't be necessary,
a voice said. A silhouette darted past me and grabbed Thaden by the neck. Irina. She snatched him from my grip and slammed him against the wall of stones.
Tell me what you did to Pavel. I want to hear every excruciating detail.
Thaden squirmed.
Don't even think about shifting, you foul beast,
she seethed. Irina, calm down. I'm taking him into custody. Justice will be served. Irina ignored me.
Tell me what you did to my Pavel. I knocked him in the back of the head with one of these rocks,
he admitted.
Carried it with me until I saw the right moment. You'll never find it, though. I tossed it in the bay afterward.
Irina squeezed harder.
I don't need the murder weapon. There will be no trial. Now that I have your confession, the only justice I need for you is death.
Let him go, Irina, I ordered. She turned to look at me.
I can't do that.
She tightened her grip on his neck and his eyes began to bulge. Irina, I don't want to hurt you, but I will. I need to talk to him first. Then you can have him. It was a lie, but I felt like it was the only way I could convince her not to kill him on the spot.
We know he killed Pavel. You heard his confession. Let me have my revenge,
she shouted. First, I need to know more about the smuggling ring. I shifted my focus to Thaden. You're the one who told me where Pavel worked. Why bother giving me any information at all?
I knew you'd make your way here sooner or later,
Thaden said.
I decided to get to you first and gain your trust so I could misdirect you.
You thought you could buy enough time to receive the next shipment, collect your payment, and disappear. Saliva dribbled down his chin.
Would have worked, too.
If it weren't for us meddling kids, Irina interrupted. I shot her a quizzical look, and she laughed. Where do you think I learned English as a little girl? American cartoons, like everybody else. Who else is involved, Thaden? I asked. Thaden paled.
What do you mean? Nobody. Those guys on the boat were just part of the supply network. I'm in charge of the market in this region.
There was no way this guy was single-handedly running an illegal fireworks operation right under everybody's noses. Thaden's standout quality was that he was creepy, not slick. Slick. There was one person in town whose name was synonymous with slick. I drew closer to him. Who ordered you to kill Pavel? Tiny beads of sweat erupted across Thaden's forehead.
Nobody. I told you. He was screwing up my operation and I wanted my cut. My money.
I folded my arms. His cut. Exactly. Irina glared at me.
You've asked your questions. Now it's my turn.
He clawed at her hands as she squeezed his neck. She was stronger than she appeared. I suspected the only reason Thaden was able to kill Pavel was because he caught him off guard. Pavel and Irina were stronger than the average werewolf, and they were definitely stronger than whatever Thaden was. I held out my hands in a placating gesture. Irina, please stop. This isn't the way.
I loved Pavel once upon a time, and he was taken from me by this monster. I won't let it go unchallenged.
This monster can lead us to an even bigger monster.
He is the monster who killed Pavel. That is all I care about.
A familiar figure cut through the shadows, and Hugh Phelps swaggered toward us. Was there a Stalkers Anonymous meeting tonight? All I needed was Emily to jump out from behind the rocks, and I'd have a complete set. The werewolf stopped between them.
Darling, please. The way you felt about Pavel, that's how I feel about you. Imagine how I would feel about losing you.
I gaped at Hugh. Was he serious? Or was he simply trying to help his wife avoid a prison sentence? Hugh extended a hand.
Come to me, Irina. Let the FBM have its way with him. They'll banish him to Otherworld and he'll get what he deserves there.
Her deep brown eyes brimmed with tears. Her gaze flicked from Thaden to Hugh. Her indecision was palpable. Her heart wanted to tear Thaden to pieces, but her head was urging her to see sense.
It isn't that I don't love you, Hugh,
she said.
I realize that now. I know we got off to a rocky start, but I've truly come to love you. Far more than I ever loved Pavel.
Prove it. Hugh's voice was softer than his usual commanding tone. Her gaze darted to Pavel's killer. I held my breath and waited. Finally, she retracted her claws and moved into her husband's outstretched arms. Thaden seized the moment of weakness and shifted. Black wings sprouted from his back, and coarse black hair covered his body. He was a bat shifter? Okay, Batman was definitely not on my supernatural bingo card. Thaden scrambled to the top of the rock pile and took to the skies. Hugh and I locked eyes, and he nodded. Thaden was my prey now. I spread my dark wings and flew after him. Not as cool as Batman, I thought to myself. It wasn't often that I needed my wings to catch a target. Thaden was fast, too. He clearly spent more time in the air than I did. If I'd been willing to use my wings more often, I might have noticed him sooner. Not that it would have saved Pavel. Thaden seemed to sense my location, so I turned invisible to try a sneak attack similar to the one he launched on Pavel. Only after I turned invisible did I realize how pointless it was. A bat shifter didn't need to see me. His echolocation ability would pinpoint my whereabouts. No wonder he was such an expert eavesdropper. He had exceptional hearing. A strong gust of wind blew off the bay and slammed into Thaden, steering him off course. The momentary shift allowed me to catch up to him. I reached forward and gripped his ankle. I didn't want to kill him. I only wanted to catch him. He managed to pick up speed again, that bastard. I tightened my hold on his ankle and yanked. His upper half pitched forward, and he kicked me in the face with his free foot, freeing himself from my grip. Pain shot from my nose to my head. An unusual, high-pitched chirping sound filled the air. What on earth? I scanned the darkness below. Beams of moonlight revealed a familiar figure on the dock. Emily. Whatever noise she was currently making seemed to have an effect on Thaden. He lost control and started to spiral toward the water, reverting to his human form as he fell. I dove toward him and wrapped my arms around his chest to stop him from spinning. In my imagination, we glided safely to the ground at the marina and landed on our feet. In reality, we hit the pavement with Thaden flat on his chest and me straddling him like we'd let our freak flags fly and enjoyed an intimate moment in midair. I pulled his arms behind him.
Are you trying to make me jealous?
I glanced over to see Sawyer striding toward us. I whipped out my magical handcuffs and slapped them on Thaden's wrists. Sawyer smirked.
The handcuffs aren't helping.
I laughed and returned to my feet. Wear that uniform tonight and I'll show you what else I can do with them. The chief whistled.
That dream will keep me going for the rest of the day.
How did you know where we were? I asked.
Hugh called.
Thaden rolled onto his side to observe me.
What happens now?
You go to Otherworld, where your fate will be decided. His expression crumpled.
This isn't fair. I came here to escape Otherworld and start a new life.
So did Pavel. He lowered his gaze.
He would have turned me in anyway. I had nothing to lose.
Really? Because now it's the same outcome, except a beloved werewolf has paid the price for your hopes and dreams. I think I know which path I would have chosen. He peered up at me.
Are you sure about that? If your whole future was hanging in the balance, you wouldn't act? Even if that action harmed someone else?
My thoughts inevitably turned to Sawyer. My future with the chief was hanging in the balance, and I was willing to act. But was I willing to sacrifice an innocent party to get my happy ending? I didn't think so.
You should thank this woman. You're lucky to be alive,
Sawyer said.
My wing is busted,
Thaden complained.
I need a healer.
I ignored him and called my contacts at the FBM. I have an order for a pickup. I gave them my location and tucked away the phone. Keep an eye on him for a second, would you? Then I went to find Emily. The witch lingered in the parking lot next to a 4-door sedan. That strange sound was you, wasn't it? She nodded. I imitated a tiger moth. The sound can block a bat's echolocation ability. You jammed his signal. No wonder he plummeted so quickly. Thank you. You were a big help. Emily beamed. Really? I thought you were finally going to arrest me for interfering in police activity. Then why did you hang around? She splayed her hands. I don't know. I guess I wanted to see how the whole thing played out. How did you know I was here? Did you follow me? She bit her lip. If I say yes, will you arrest me for stalking? The only one getting arrested here tonight is Thaden, for the murder of Pavel. Her shoulders relaxed. Yes, I followed you here. I wasn't expecting the werewolf. She shot past me out of nowhere. I don't even think she noticed me. Irina must have been doing a little stalking of her own. This doesn't mean I approve of your behavior, I said. Why don't we plan to meet for lunch this week? That way we can pre-plan our encounters. Her whole face seemed illuminated. You want to have lunch with me? You helped me catch a killer. A meal seems like the least I can do. I was beginning to think her talents were more useful than they initially seemed. Sawyer ambled toward me.
Batman's been spirited away. There are loads of fireworks in the warehouse. Did you know about those?
I nodded. There were more that didn't make it off the boat. I think we're looking at a much bigger operation. It would take time to prove my theory about the operation's mastermind was correct. For now, I'd relish the capture of Pavel's killer. It was enough. Chapter 18. Election day came and went. Unfortunately, the outcome wasn't what we expected. Jason Swift won the election by a thread. I had no doubt there was foul play, but I had no way to prove it. Between this and the smuggling ring, Swift was quickly rising to become public enemy number 1. I decided to follow the rule of keeping my friends close and my enemies closer. I returned to Jason's office under the guise of offering my congratulations. Hello, Linda. Is he in? The Salma Hayek lookalike smiled at me. Agent Fury, right? I'll tell him you're here. This time she buzzed him from the comfort of her desk. He says to go ahead back. Such great news, isn't it? I feigned enthusiasm. The best. I made my way to his office, maintaining my plastic smile. Congratulations, Mr. Swift, I said upon entering.
Please, call me Mayor.
He didn't seem to be kidding. I thought I'd come by and offer my congratulations. He gave me a speculative look.
I suppose we'll be crossing paths more often now, Agent Fury.
I expect we will. We continued to observe each other in silence. I got the impression he was assessing me. For what reason, I wasn't sure. I'll let you get on with your day. I'm sure you must be up to your eyeballs in next steps. I started to turn toward the door.
My first order of business is to find a new assistant. Linda is fine for the law firm, but she's not quite up to a mayor's standards. I'll need someone with more impressive multitasking skills.
I pivoted to face him. You need a new assistant?
Yes. Why? Do you know someone? I'd be happy to consider a recommendation from someone with your credentials.
An idea emerged. It was a little risky, but I decided it was worth it. As a matter of fact, I do. She's organized and efficient, a real go-getter, but with a disarming personality. The new mayor smiled.
She sounds like exactly what I need. What's her name?
Emily Burdock.
Have her call me and we'll set up a meeting.
My spirits soared. Emily would be a great addition to the mayor's team, and I'd have a woman on the inside. Emily might just get her wish for the exciting life of a supernatural spy after all. Downtown, I ran into Magic Beans for a latte and bumped into Hugh as I headed back to the car. He offered a crisp nod.
Fury?
Phelps? I assumed you'd be with Mayor Whitehead commiserating.
I just left her. She's every bit as disappointed as you'd expect. She and I worked hard on the campaign. Swift must have played dirty.
Swift steps out of the shower dirty. I'm sorry you didn't get what you wanted. He lifted his chin.
Don't worry about me, Eden. I got exactly what I wanted.
Oh? He cracked a smile.
Irina and I are expecting a baby.
Wow. A second piece of unexpected news today. Congratulations. You must be thrilled.
And I don't think we would have come to realize how much we cared for each other if it wasn't for your shoddy investigative skills.
I pulled a face. Gee, thanks. He patted my shoulder.
Keep up the good work, Agent Fury. You're making a difference, one mistake at a time.
Identifying the wrong suspect isn't a mistake. It's part of the investigative process. He winked.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
It won't be you in 9 months, that's for sure. He sniffed in amusement.
You seem to have mistaken me for a hands-on father.
And there was the Neanderthal I knew and didn't love. An idea bubbled to the surface. Has Swift announced his deputy mayor?
Not yet, but according to my sources, he has someone in mind. A former prosecutor.
I regarded him. I think that someone should be you. Hugh laughed.
Jason Swift is well aware that I supported Wilhelmina's re-election.
I realize that, but you're exactly his type. And my conversation with Jason during the investigation suggested he'd be interested in working with you. And we could use someone like you on the inside. With Emily and Hugh on Swift's team, I'd be sure to get to the bottom of his dirty deeds. Hugh rubbed the back of his neck.
I'd be an informant like our white wizard.
Husborn Crawley served on both the human and supernatural town councils in order to keep his finger on the pulse of the human population and report back to us. Exactly, I said. If you stick close enough to Jason, we might be able to get enough information to have him arrested. Or at the very least, run him out of office.
If he were run out of office, I'd be the acting mayor.
A slow grin emerged.
I like this plan, Fury. I like it a lot.
I clapped his shoulder. If anyone can make it happen, you can. I tilted my head. But don't mention anything to the mayor. To Wilhelmina. We need to keep this on a need-to-know basis. He fixed me with a megalomaniacal grin.
I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Don't flatter yourself. My involvement with Hugh was for the greater good. Nothing more. I continued to my car. This certainly wasn't the day I anticipated, but I was working hard to shape it into something better. If I succumbed to the darkness and disappointment, I'd be no better than my family. With that in mind, I called Emily on the drive home and passed along Jason's message. She was as enthusiastic as I expected. I owe you one, Eden. No, I owe you one for helping me with Thaden. Consider us even. A job with the mayor would be amazing. Let me know what happens. If he offers you the job, we'll have a meeting before you start so I can prep you. Are you sure you trust me with this? Emily asked. It's not like I have your experience in the field. If all you do is perform the job of his assistant to the best of your ability and occasionally pass along anything suspicious, you'll be doing more than enough. Will I get invited to ribbon-cutting ceremonies? I always wanted to hold a pair of those giant scissors. You'll have to discuss that with the mayor. Alarm bells rang in my head as I arrived home to see the chief's car parked in the driveway. What was he doing here? I parked behind him and hurried to the main house to see whether he'd been intercepted by my family on his way to the barn. The sound of chanting filled the air as I entered the house. My heart raced as I rushed forward. If they touched a single hair on his head, they would regret it. I skidded into the darkened family room. Sawyer sat on the rug in the center of a magic triangle outlined by 3 black candles. He was bound and gagged. Sweat pebbled across his forehead. His eyebrows inched up when he spotted me. What in Hecate's name do you think you're doing? I demanded. My mother barely glanced at me. We warned you, Eden Joy Fury. Aunt Thora held up her hands and backed away. I tried to persuade them, Eden. I swear, they're being unreasonable. Why do the 2 of you have to revert to type? This man is the chief of police. His involvement with us is too risky, and you're too blinded by love to see it, my mother said. Grandma glowered at me. Who am I without my magic? No one is taking away your magic, I argued. I'm only asking you to stop using a certain kind. I'm a wicked witch, Grandma shot back. I can't help that any more than you can help being a fury. That's ridiculous. I can still be a fury and decide not to induce madness in someone. I can still be a fury and choose not to use my wings. But you do use them, my mother interjected. This is why you keep gaining more traits. No matter how much you resist, you end up using more of the gifts the gods gave you. If you can't resist your true nature, why should you expect us to be any different? I'm an FBM agent. I use my traits in the course of my job, not because I feel like it or for my own selfish purposes. My mother's mouth formed a thin line. Well, I disagree. I believe this is what they call an impasse, Grandma said. I darted forward. My mother tried to intercept me. No! I wrenched the gag from his mouth. Sawyer, are you okay? The chief stared back at me with those warm brown eyes.
Who are these people, and why do they have me bound and gagged?
I could scarcely hear anything except the thumping of my heart. What's your name?
Sawyer Fox. I'm the chief of police.
He squinted at the room.
Am I still in chipping Cheddar?
You are, I said quietly. I unfastened the binds. Do you know my name? He studied me for a moment.
You're FBI, aren't you?
I licked my lips. That's right. Eden Fury.
Fury, yes. I remember.
He looked at me with a pleasant curiosity, and it pierced my heart. Although he hadn't forgotten me, he'd clearly forgotten the most important thing about me. I helped him to his feet. This is my sting operation, so I'm going to need to ask you to go. I'll handle things from here." His legs wobbled slightly, but he maintained his balance.
If you're sure.
He glanced at the witches with uncertainty.
The candles on the rug are a real fire hazard, ladies.
"We'll take it under advisement," my mother said. Alice swooped into the room along with a rush of cold air. "Eden, I am so sorry. I went looking for you the moment I realized what was happening, but I couldn't find you." "Make sure Chief Fox gets safely to his car, would you?" I kept my tone even so as not to alarm Sawyer. The ghost nodded emphatically. "Shall I come back here once he's gone?" "No. I would rather you didn't." Sawyer cocked his head.
Rather they didn't keep candles on the rug?
"Exactly. I agree with you. Wholeheartedly." In actual fact, my whole heart was splitting in two. I would need time to figure out if I could undo the damage. But right now, my mind was focused on one thing: vengeance. "It's for the best, Eden," my mother said. "You'll thank us eventually." I ignored her. The moment I heard the click of the front door, I lunged for the two witches, grabbing each of them by the arm and digging in my nails until I drew blood. "What are you doing?" my mother demanded. She tried to twist away, but I strengthened my hold on her. "Using one of the gifts the gods gave me," I said, injecting a note of steel into my voice. Grandma swore loudly. "She's siphoning us." My mother stared at me with wide eyes. "What do you intend to do?" "End your meddling once and for all." "How?" Grandma croaked. Her body grew slack as I sucked out more of her magic. "I'm going to turn you off and on again." Their energy poured into me and mingled with my own. "You don't want to do this, Eden," my mother whispered, weakening by the second. "No, I don't, but you've left me no choice. You've interfered for the last time." "You'll get another trait," Grandma said, her voice cracking. I squeezed harder until I felt the bone. "Worth it." Magic swelled within me, and I released my hold on them. They staggered away, but only made it a few feet before I took action. Lightning sparked from my fingertips, streaked through the room, ricocheted off the mirror, and split into two. Each bolt nailed my mother and Grandma in the chest at the exact same time. Their bodies smoked as they each fell backward, stiff as boards. My mother knocked against the end table on her way down, causing a glass of lemonade to tip over and spill on the rug. Aunt Thora hurried across the room to open a window. "We don't want to set off the fire alarm and have the fire brigade show up." I dusted off my hands. "They'll stop smoking in a minute." Their hair stood on end, and soot covered their faces. My mother would not want this as her dating profile photo. Aunt Thora stared at the two bodies on the floor. "Your mother will be angry about the stain on the rug." "She'll get over it." Aunt Thora exhaled gently. "Come on. I'll help you bury them before it gets too late." We retrieved 2 shovels and walked to the backyard. "One hole or 2?" Aunt Thora asked. I debated the question. 1. No reason to give ourselves extra work. Without another word, Aunt Thora started shoveling. Together, we dug the hole and carried the bodies outside. "Are you going to resurrect them at dawn?" she asked, as I tossed the last shovelful of dirt over their grave. I felt numb as I gazed at the fresh earth. "We'll see. I have an appointment at 9. Her gulp was audible. "You know what happens if you leave them too long." I looked at her. "I know." It was a chance I had to take. The most effective way to deal with a bully was to stand up to one. I'd avoided it all these years in an effort to preserve the peace, much to my detriment. It was time to stop the madness. "See you at breakfast, then?" Aunt Thora asked. "I'll make waffles." "With lemon juice and powdered sugar?" "Of course." Her eyes sparked with hope.
Would it be all right if I invite Ted?
Sounds good to me. The more the merrier. She cast a worried glance in my direction.
What will you do about the chief?
The thumping of my heart eased as I considered the options. Whatever it takes. Whistling the tune to the chain, I rested the shovel on my shoulder and sauntered away.